to network and message inside the app, so you can actually meet them here, meet different people here, or set up conversations afterwards. Okay, so key parts over here, just sign in. It's very easy to sign in with your account. I said when you actually see that networking zone, and effectively you've got the ability to filter the types of sort of conversations you want to have. So if you want to have conversations with people who love fintech, you can do that. You want to have conversations with people who love biotech, you can also do that as well. So everything said is simplified from the actual start. Well, that's not the slide I was after. Okay, so just for the formalities, as I said, typically, when you're running conferences, one of the hardest part is to get people back in from breaks. So I just recommend that when we ring the bell, I just highly encourage that you actually come back into the room at the time that we actually ring it, just to make it really easy for us to continue running the actual event. And sorry, can you just go to the next slide? And as a thank you, I just want to say a big thank you to our sponsors and our partners. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but said these events don't happen without sponsors, they don't happen without partners, and they don't happen without the exhibiting companies. For the example of DigitalX, VAKA, like DigitalX, as I mentioned yesterday, Lisa gave an incredible presentation, said they've been one of the foundational companies for the last 6 years that have been doing their best to educate people on blockchain as an innovative technology and also digital assets, and then now creating products in that area as well. VAKA Health, obviously Rocking Horse, I said for every founder that gets access to the R&D grant, the support that they provide them to help get access to their R&D money early and extend their runway is super important. And then Zero Cap providing sort of private wealth or wealth management services or private wealth for companies. For investors that are looking to invest into digital assets is said quite a unique area. Don't know why my slides aren't. No? Okay, looks like I'm continuing going. Okay, so basically, as I said, in summary, today we've got an incredible day lined up. It's focused around, there's a lot of opportunities around life science, around health tech, renewable energy tech, and just, I suppose, some of the more innovative areas that we're very passionate about. In fact, if I look at the sort of cornerstone foundations of areas that interest us, it is really around the healthcare and health tech area. Obviously around, fintech is a key area for us, but renewable energy tech and also digital assets. And to me, the whole venture and capital experience embodies that in that we cover all those different areas. And I said, my goal, our outcome for this event is for you to form your own investment thesis and how you want to play it, but then also give you the opportunity to meet some of the founders and entrepreneurs that are working 24/7 to build their businesses. And to me, that's what I love about this space is when positive, optimistic, and ambitious people come together to create opportunities for the future. Now, as a starting point, the first panel that we have up, I said we're fortunate enough to have some incredible people like Glenn Cross, who I said when I first come into this space, he was the COO of Oz Biotech. And for someone in this industry is absolutely connected to everyone, not just in Australia, but also globally as well. To have his thoughts and have his insights, I'm super proud of. Dan is someone that I've known for such a for a few years now, and is also a shareholder of WI and added incredible insight to our business, and also assisted us with specifically the AI and ML component. We're very proud to have. And then Katrina, obviously from Coca-Cola. It's a rare, it's a rare opportunity here and understand what that venture arm of sort of Coke is thinking about and what they're looking at as areas of opportunity. And then obviously to have, someone like Lelda who's been in this area for so long from a listed company perspective, involved and sort of across it. So super proud to have the panelists that we have for this first session, and I think everyone's in here for a treat when they understand their perspectives in this area. After that, as I mentioned, we've got a presentation by a special young man by the name of Youngama. And so VAKA Health, just to give you a bit of an introduction, this is an impact area for us, and it's something that I wanted to get behind and support from a wholesale investor perspective. So 2.5 years ago, just before COVID, it was February, I got invited by La Trobe University to do a regional tour in Victoria. And in that regional tour, basically my objective was to find some interesting founders that we were going to provide as an opportunity to present at our Emergence conference in 2020. And the one that sort of blew me away the most was Youngama. And to put it really simply, what he's done is basically the way he explained it to me, and I'll never forget this explanation, he said his focus is on Africa. He said one of the challenges with Africa is that if the more regional they go, you typically got nurses that are using 30-year-old textbooks for their information because they don't have access to high bandwidth internet. And so what he's effectively done is built a low bandwidth app that allows nurses to get their training in their, I don't know what their point system's called, but they're different sort of CPD points or training points for that. And with that, over the last 2 years, and it was got one of our shareholders invested into it and then brought it back to me to mention about how special it is, the work that he's doing. And effectively now they've had over 30,000 nurses using their app and being trained by their product. And what I love about that is a kid from regional Victoria is making a difference in potentially hundreds of thousands, millions of people's lives. And from an impact perspective, to me, that's powerful. So, as I said yesterday, venture and capital is an experience, and it's the experience you make, the networks you create, the ad hoc conversations you have, the targeted conversations you'll have through the platform, etc. Said the objective for everyone to walk away here is feeling like they've actually met someone that's relevant for them and that can make a difference going forward, because that's ultimately how this space works. And if you have other people in your network which you think are relevant to join us for future events, please make sure they do. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Meg to introduce the first session.
Fantastic. Thank you, Steve. So first up, as Steve said, we have a panel in investing in deep tech and life science for the non-technical. So introducing to the stage, we have Glenn Cross from Red Bluff Capital, Lelda Smits from the Capital Network, Mike Nichols from Main Sequence, Katrina Edilor, Head of Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Ventures, and Den Birkin at Fastlane Solutions, and Lisa Andrews at Wavia. Please make your way to the stage, panelists.
Hello.
Hey there.
Wonderful. Hello to all the panelists and the audience and all the conference members that are joining us. I think we have a fascinating panel to kick off today's session. And it is called, of course, Investing in Deep Tech and Life Science for the Non-Technical. As many of you would be aware, unless you are working in these industries, the topics can sound very technical. So I'm going to ask all of our panelists if we can keep it as simple as possible and provide some insights that perhaps the non-technical would still understand. And joining us, of course, on Zoom is Glenn. So a virtual and in-person presentation. My name is Lelda, and I won't be providing any technical insights, but my background is as a broadcast finance journalist and founder of the Capital Network. So we work with companies that are in the life sciences and deep tech space, and we help communicate what they're doing to a broader audience of investors. So perhaps kicking off with the first question, and I might go to Glenn first, who is on Zoom. What are you seeing as new and emerging trends that are gaining momentum and potentially disrupting current technology?
Okay, well, thank you. I can really only talk to life sciences. And obviously we've seen the sort of disruptive technology in vaccine manufacture where, like most people in our sector, we were astounded that the industry was able to provide a number of vaccines for COVID-19 in such a short time frame. It was just incredible that the speed at which new technology was developed and the rapid regulatory processes that followed. So this sector is always one where disruptive technology is leading the way. So the mRNA technology that they use to develop some of the new vaccines is looking very exciting in terms of new therapeutics. Genomics and personalised medicine, we've been talking about it in our sector for a number of years, but it is It is here now, and being able to tailor your treatment specifically just for you through genomic technology is very much here in oncology, and it's spreading to other disease states. The other two areas that look really interesting is obviously AI in diagnostics and medical devices. We've actually invested in a couple of companies using AI, and I guess we'll see a lot more AI in the sector. And the final one that looks really interesting also is advanced 3D printing. 3D printing's been around for a long while, but we're now seeing advances where we're looking at actually 3D printing artificial organs, including livers and pancreas. So there's some of the areas that we're seeing right now, I guess.
Wonderful, thank you, Glenn. And perhaps moving at the start there, Den, when it comes to emerging trends that you've seen, could you perhaps talk us through what's looking good to you in context of what you do in your role?
Thank you. Absolutely. And welcome everyone to the second day of our conference. I think it's the disruption is all over the place. I've been in this industry for more than 25 years. Each time I say that, I feel like I'm getting older by another year. I possibly will start just seconding Glenn in terms of the scale of disruption in health tech. We also invested in some of the companies in AI in medicine. What is coming next is even more exciting for all of us, potentially pushing the boundaries of our lifetimes, right? I'm talking about more powerful AI, quantum computers that will potentially challenge the problem of proteins and these problems, as we know. It is powered by high-performance computers, a lot of data, computation capacities. So these are the trends that are disrupting. They've been around for a while. I think what is disrupting the disruptors is even more interesting, and this is how you make this digital mesh, this multiverse of technologies working with each other, right? It's multiple technologies used in multiple ways, quite often with each other, like AI on a lot of data, with a lot of computation capacities, or AI on top of blockchain, right? Or blockchain potentially used in gaming industry. NFT is another example that will disrupt the entertainment industry a lot in the coming years. So there's lots and lots of trends. It's like a digital mesh, right? So how do you make sense of that digital mesh? And that is beyond technology, actually. I want to finish with example in medicine, because I think this is definitely a very powerful scale of disruption. The 3D printing on the macro and micro scale. Right, so we invested in one company out of Yale University that is actually printing, 3D printing bones, right? And that has implication and application in different cases. Oncology, of course, what is happening in the world of conflict as well, so, and many, many other cases, trauma, of course. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank
you, Den. And Katrina, you work for Coca-Cola. Can you explain how emerging trends play a role in your current position, and what's on your radar when it comes to what's on the horizon here?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming here, firstly. Good morning. I'm Katrina, and I work for CCP Ventures, so that's Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Ventures. So what we do now, what we focus on is Horizon 2 and 3 of technologies that would support and achieve our sustainability goals. So really focused on sustainability innovation at the moment. So a couple of examples that we've been looking at is, number one, the conversion of carbon dioxide to sugar. So the technology is already in place, so we're looking for a format that would utilize lower conversion costs. And then the second one would be direct air capture. So, and I'll say more later, but direct air capture that would utilize, again, a more efficient way. I mean, solvents in detaching itself from the carbon, but in a much lower temperature. So, those are a couple of examples.
Fantastic. And Lisa, you are the CEO of Wavia. Can you outline how your role really positions you to look at emerging trends and what's catching your attention?
Yeah, absolutely. I think most people would be familiar with me as my role in Singularity University. And so a lot of people are familiar with us as an international organisation and teaching about technologies of the future. I also have the pleasure of working with Bill Tye on a weekly basis, and so I seem to be immersed in the future. And I think probably one of the biggest trends to talk about here is that we've actually got non-technical people investing in deep tech, which is super cool. And I look back, we tend to set the contrast. So if you look back over 250,000 years, how humans evolved, and then understand where we're at right now, and probably only go 100 years into the future. So I'm looking at predicting some of those technologies, whether it be nanotechnology, bionics, robotics, AI, network sensors, AR, VR, synthetic biology, I'm super excited about. And then how that's going to relate to our everyday lives. So thinking about the impact that we can all have as individuals is a huge trend. 500 years ago, only kings and queens could impact 1 billion people. 100 years ago, it was the industrialists. Today, it's you and I. So I think in my role at the moment, I seem to always be researching deep tech. We've got 300 international expert faculty who are typically PhD and in deep tech, so it's connecting networks to be able to do that due diligence, particularly from an investment point of view. My research that I'm really excited about is personally how devices and sensors are going to impact our everyday lives in the next 10 years and how that relates to healthcare and longevity. So I'm 39, I'm having a little bit of an age thing. I turned 40 in 2 months, so I'm thinking about the next 100 years and when I'm 139 and reflecting back on this moment. And I'm not sure if anyone else, I'll have a show of hands. Does anyone think they're going to live to over 100? Any longevity believers? We've got a few. And so non-invasive health tech. I've also had 2 kidney transplants, so I want to know that I don't have to have a blood test every month, that we can do that in non-invasive ways by being able to have devices and sensors in the homes, and whether that's even 3D printing a tablet each day based on my own biological needs. So I've got the Aura-ring now and sort of looking at those different trends. And so there's quite a few things and trends that I'm looking at now, but I think that context is really important. And so, how we look at investments now is really what are humans going to need and what's a huge market, like 1 billion people population, such as Africa, Asia, and India.
Absolutely, some great insights there. And Mike, how about yourself when it comes to emerging trends?
Hey, thanks very much. Mike Nichols, partner at Main Sequence. Fantastic list of topics there. I'll add a few things to that. Right here in Sydney, we've got a company called Inventia that's building a 3D bioprinter that can actually print human cells, print cancer cells, brain cells. I'm not sure they're doing kidneys yet, but they're definitely doing skin. So I think that's pretty interesting. I'll add one on the therapeutic side. There's a couple of companies here in Australia doing a thing called theranostics. Theranostics is a type of radio treatment for treatment of cancer, which attaches a microdose of radiation to a protein that attaches only to a particular type of cancer cell. And so instead of hitting you with massive amounts of radiation, as I've had as a stage 3 cancer survivor, where literally 34 treatments in the machine, massive amounts of radiation, they do microdoses, 3 or 4 injections, go home, you're okay. I think that's super interesting. Synthetic biology you mentioned, which I absolutely agree, across medicines, across food, across materials, recycling of plastics, creation of new types of foods. I think the other thing we're seeing at the moment in semiconductors, almost nobody spoke about semiconductors for a decade in Australia, maybe longer, but everybody seems to be super keen about them right now. We've been building semiconductor companies here for the 5 years that the fund's been involved. We've got 2 ones that are growing quite big now. But what we're seeing there is we're seeing the Cambrian moment where open source is now starting to hit the semiconductor tooling and design space, which we didn't have. You know, like if you think about the internet had open source for the last 15 years or so. We got Linux, we got WordPress, we got dozens of platforms. We haven't seen that in silicon yet. And the thing about software might be eating the world, but without silicon, there's no software. So if you can't build processors, you can't build software. And so that's really interesting. I think the Ukraine-Russia scenario has accelerated the pace of renewables transition for energy by at least 5 years, maybe 10 years. All of a sudden, everybody wants storage. Everybody wants renewables because of the crazy pricing that's going on in coal, oil and gas. And so those, for me, are probably the most interesting things.
Brilliant. Some excellent insights there. Next, we're going to look at risks. As we know, investing in deep tech or life sciences can present risks for everyone, including the investors that invest into those companies or even the companies that are working on them. So I'm going to ask our panelists to give us some advice from either an investor perspective or a company perspective. From an investor perspective, asking what would you advise someone to look out for when they're looking to invest in this space? Or if they're answering from a company perspective, perhaps asking, what can companies do to de-risk? As we know, the higher risk, the better opportunity for greater returns, but does it come from employing experts in the space, for example? So perhaps over to you, Glenn. If you can let us know if you want to answer from the investor or company perspective, what can be done to reduce risks in this space?
I'll briefly comment on both sides of the equation, if you like. Firstly, in terms of an investor, if you're a non-technical person and you're investing in life science, it's a risk. The number of people that can understand some of the technologies when you dig deep into a company are very few. So there's a couple of things you can do. Ask an expert or ask someone who is acknowledged as a key opinion leader in that particular area. That's hard because some of these people, are very difficult to get to, and most of these technologies are global, so they may well not, or they may well live in another jurisdiction. So the other thing you can do is look at investing through a fund that has a very experienced investment committee and has a very sophisticated due diligence process. So there are 2 ways, but it is risky if you're investing in a technology that is very complex and you're a non-technical person. It's a risk. The other thing to do, of course, is to make it a portfolio play. Investing in one life science company and expecting a result is fraught with danger. Always better to make it a portfolio play. Look at investing in 5 to 10 companies, for example, because we know that that the success rate is, especially in early stage companies, could be 1 in 10. So a portfolio play is one way of doing it, and the other way is to actually invest in a fund that has a sophisticated team of both people on the investment committee and a due diligence process, which takes out that risk for you. And briefly on the other side, life sciences is one of those unique areas where minimising risks maximises value. And really that's all about understanding what the risk profile is in a company, all the way from development risks, regulatory risks, reimbursement and market risks. And as you reduce those risks, your value goes up. And that's all about minimising risks and about talking to experts in that particular area that can help you do that.
Thank you, Glenn. And Dan, how about yourself from a company or an investor perspective? How can they be reducing risks in this space?
Fantastic question. Wasn't sure it was working. I have an answer that I recorded as a small video called 11 Magic Beans. That's my formula, right? But just coming to this panel, I thought about what can I say to non-technical. I agree with Glenn, potentially out of all options where you can go and invest directly on the stock market, through the fund, through the consortium, just follow someone in private investment. I think a non-technical strategic investor is down to two. One through the fund, as Glenn mentioned, which will give you the support and the insights and the confidence that you are covered for those areas of competencies that you're potentially missing. And another one is how you cover those gaps, potentially through your own research and learning, right? And you can go as deep as you want, but my recommendation is if you are a strategic investor and you are beyond the money investor, you do take your time, do your research, formulate your approach, investment approach, whether it's 11 magic beans or just 3 of them or 21, doesn't matter. Do your research, take your time, and invest beyond money. I am more personally of a prefer focus rather than diversification. I think the focus pays off, and the focus is all about actually engaging beyond that concept of money or quick return on investment in 2-3 years. That's potentially going too far, but yeah, thanks for the question.
Great, thank you. And Katrina, how do you approach de-risking investments? And do you have any tips for investors that are looking to do the same?
Well, I think my experience would cover corporate investors, to say the least. Being a corporate, we've got the flexibility in terms of levers that you could use to mitigate risk, and that would include, multi-year partnerships with universities for research, or you could do a short-term commercial partnership, like a pilot with a startup, or even and multi-year commercial partnerships with startups depending on their stage, and this is all on top of minority equity investing as well.
Great, thank you. And Lisa, how about yourself when it comes to risks? Any guidance for people looking to reduce risk?
Yeah, definitely the first one is understand what the technology might be disrupted by, because there's some really cool technologies that will supersede potentially what people are investing in. And one of my favourite, they've actually just found a Rosetta Stone to be able to understand our genes and how to use CRISPR technology better. And so we might actually be able to completely cancel out cancer and a lot of diseases. So I think some of those things is just seeing a little bit of a step ahead. Timing is important, and typically it's a longer time to exits and knowing that exit. And the really good deals are typically hard to get allocation in. And so being able to really do your research and partner with people and keep your eye on what's happening, and definitely Main Sequence Ventures is one that I certainly keep my eye on and love what you guys are doing. So I think research is really important, and don't be afraid to ask. We're in a world now where you're 1 degree of separation from anyone that you need that might have the answers.
I love that one personally, being a former broadcast finance journalist, that there is no such thing as a dumb question, and that life is only limited by the ability of questions that you can ask. So I'm a big fan of asking questions. And finally to Mike, when it comes to reducing risks, any tips for companies or investors?
Yeah, look, the thing I'd say to you about deep tech investing, the 3 things that can trip you up every time are chemistry, biology, and physics. All 3 of those things can trip you up without any problems. And you might actually want to believe what you're hearing is true, and it might be true, but it also might not be true. And I think the secret is trying to work out, there's lots of good-meaning people, well-meaning people that are trying to bring something into the world. What your job is to work out whether they really have the depth of knowledge about that space to actually make that true, if that makes sense. Now, the double-edged sword of that, so yes, ask an expert, definitely. We're lucky we've got 4,000 or so experts in CSIRO that we have a relationship with that we can ask about just about any science topic we like. But the other double-edged sword of that is that they say that science advances one death at a time. So one person that might think something can't actually happen is very often replaced by somebody who actually made it happen. And we've seen that through the history of science over decades. I would actually also make the point about allocation and reinforce that. You got to ask, how did I get into the opportunity that you're looking at? Because anything which is pretty hot is actually, you're right, pretty hard to get an allocation. And so you've got to ask whether that person has really deep insight into it. They don't accidentally get into these things. It's not somebody graduated from university, might have had, business or arts degree. They can't just go cure cancer. It doesn't happen that way. The person may have spent 10, 15 years working on this problem. And so I think you have to question really deeply. And then portfolio is important because these things follow a power law. 97% of cancer treatments, proposed cancer treatments, candidates, if you like, don't actually make it to production. Only 3% of cancer drugs actually get through to the market. So that's a massive failure rate, and it does follow a power law. And 10 companies probably isn't enough. You probably need 25 to 30. And it's hard to get that on your own. It's really hard to get that as an angel investor. So, yeah, that would be, you've got to watch that.
Brilliant. And now for our last round of questions, we're going to focus on Australia, what makes it an exciting place to invest, and also what are the exciting opportunities that are perhaps capturing our panelists' eyes. So if we can just really keep to the highlights, about a minute each, starting with you, Glenn. What do you think makes Australia an exciting place to invest? And also when it comes to opportunities, what are you most excited about at the moment?
Well, I could talk about this for an hour. I spent 15 years talking about why Australia, both here and internationally in life sciences. Look, we punch way above our weight in terms of life sciences globally. We have a world-renowned R&D capability in Australia, both through our medical research institutes and our universities. We have a sophisticated healthcare system that is second to none, even with the current problems we're having. And we have excellent people across the board. And certainly over the last 10 years or so, we have become much more capable from a commercial perspective. We've seen a lot of Australians come back who have had senior positions in international medtech and pharma companies, so they've added that commercial expertise to Australia. It is a great place to invest in life sciences, and as my time in AusBiotech, we spent 10 years taking our companies internationally to global capital markets, and we're very successful. So I don't see that changing. The companies, I've spent a lot of time in the last 12 months looking at early stage companies, life science companies, and it's just as exciting now as what it was 10 years ago.
Thank
15
you.
years ago.
Thank you very much, Glenn. And Den, when it comes to Australia, why do you think it's a unique place to invest?
All what Glenn said, plus, to be direct, it is quite a safe greenhouse for soft launch and beyond. Just to expand on that, as the size of economy is and the quality of economy is more than sufficient for soft launch, whether you're in software technology or you're in life science technology with a product or a service or a business, right? So there is enough volume of the market there to validate your market assumption, your business assumption, and to launch globally, right? If you of course want, but you can certainly succeed even within Australia. And everything that Glenn said, fantastic people, fantastic capabilities, research and development facilities, talent, though we are a little bit short on that, but still a lot of talent here and coming here as well.
Wonderful. And Katrina, in your experience, what do you like about investing in Australia, or how does it compare to other jurisdictions?
Thank you. I echo what Glenn and Dan has said, but just really emphasizing that it's got a really solid infrastructure in terms of, the caliber of research from universities. You've got CSIRO, you've got public and private research institutes. And I guess in terms of the opportunities, I think as a corporate, we play a huge role, and we should continue playing a huge role in terms of the commercialization side. And so I guess my takeaway from this is to be more embedded and connected to the academia, to research institutes, and to play that role in terms of piloting or commercializing, especially on sustainability technology.
Wonderful, thank you. And Lisa, yourself, investing in Australia, what benefits can you see?
Yeah, I'm very pro-Australia, and I think we've got the opportunity to have a disproportionate impact. But if I was going to specifically just share one thing, it would be about timing again. And 2.5 years ago, I was living in Silicon Valley, and if an Australian startup wanted to raise capital, they had to get on a plane. And so I'm looking at the trends of the amount of capital that's available in Australia, particularly over the last 10 years, and that for an Australian business now to raise capital internationally, it's very attractive to be able to get on meetings with anyone around the world, but then also our valuations are a lot better than what they are internationally at the moment too. So I think we'll see more and more funds setting up in Australia and more support for Australian technologies.
Great to hear. And Mike, finally, Australia and investing, what are your thoughts?
Look, we've got world-class research, no question about that, across the research institutes, CSIRO, universities and so on. I think this has probably never been, at least in my experience, sort of 30 years in the space, there has never been a better time to be an entrepreneur in Australia. I think the COVID aftermath or one of the fallouts has that every government across federal, state and so on, previous government, current federal government, everybody is absolutely committed to increasing our sovereign capability across a very wide range of areas. And we've never seen more money available to help drive that ambition. The Modern Manufacturing Initiative last year, the National Reconstruction Fund, and then funds across all of the state governments. It has never been a better time. We've never seen so much money in the system. Add to that the fact, and I've got 3 seconds to go. No, I'm 5 seconds over. Add to that the fact that there is more VC money here than there's ever been. I don't think there's ever been, even though we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in the last quarter, and we're probably going to see a little bit more before we come out of that, maybe a lot more, we're just not sure yet. But I don't think there's been a better time to actually launch a startup in Australia, especially a deep tech one.
Well, what a great way to finish our panel. Thank you so much to our expert insights from our expert panelists, and to everyone that joined us in the audience. I hope you gained as much as I did about investing in life sciences and deep tech for the non-technical. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thanks
guys.
so much.
That was brilliant.
I just want to say, I gave a quick intro to sort of 4 of the panelists on the way in. Someone like Mike, to give you an example, to have participated in this event, like he's very similar to me. He was involved in this space long before it was popular. And the contribution he's made to this ecosystem, not just in deep tech, so when Main Sequence was launched, to me that was one of the most exciting things, because we'd done so much work in the ecosystem, whether it be life science or just general sort of deep tech area before it was called deep tech. And not only that, but working with the universities, coming to events like this, non-stop between him and Lisa, everything that they do is about trying to bring more people into this space. And in fact, that entire panel is filled with both, whether it be from a VC perspective or whether it be from a personal perspective, their contribution to this ecosystem goes far and above what most people would actually know about. And it's not just the visible stuff they do at these events, it's every meeting that they take during their day, every session that they would have hosted, whether it be at universities or with the new up-and-coming founders. And to me, it's people like that are on this panel that make such a difference in this ecosystem in hard areas like deep tech. And I said, I love that Mike's encouraging people to start a deep tech company now, because people tend to get worried when they hear the markets are down. The reality is ambition, innovation and capital absolutely never stops for anyone. So thank you again to the panels.
Hi everyone, it is Megan again. I am going to be taking you through the whole day. Just wanted to reiterate, or if you weren't here yesterday, you can use the headphones to listen to any of the presentations. You can walk around, or if you can't quite hear, just pop them on. And also, we're going to be having another investor draw today that will be announced at the end of the day. So a lucky winner will have the chance to win a luxury bottle of wine. You just need to be registered for the event, which you obviously are, and to log into CRISP, set up your profile, and start engaging with some of the founders. So please do that, and then we'll be announcing that at the end of the day. So I'm here to announce, and Steve kindly gave a short introduction before, one of our key partners from VAKA Health Foundation, Yangama Jokwiro. He is a senior lecturer in nursing at La Trobe University. His day job is teaching students how to be nurses in regional and rural Victoria. Yangama was responsible for training the student surge workforce at the height of the COVID pandemic in Shepparton. By 2030, there is a projected shortfall of 1.4 million nurses in Africa. Yangama has developed a mobile health education app to help close this skill gap. This is so nurses in under-resourced contexts can provide the best care possible. So please put your hands together and welcome Yangama onto the stage to tell us his incredible story.
Just checking whether everything is working. Thank you very much for the warm introduction, and I really appreciate this opportunity to share our story of VAKA Health Foundation. The word VAKA in Africa means to grow, to sustain, and it's a common word that is used among the Bantu languages and the whole of Southern Africa. So when I start talking about VAKA Health Foundation, I want to start from my personal relationship with some of the things that I've experienced. So you can see 3 photos there. There are 3 photos of my close relatives who have passed away from conditions that I thought they should have been prevented. So they were all preventable. So one was from pneumonia, which could have been treated with IV antibiotics instead of oral antibiotics. Diabetes, that's my father. He should have been put on insulin instead of oral medications, and he died from uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. And that's my uncle, who should have been encouraged to be compliant with his HIV medications, and he would still be alive today. But this story is not only the story of myself. So there's a lot of these stories among our African diaspora who are here, who experience this family death in Africa. So you can see from the top 3 there, neonatal conditions, respiratory conditions, and people still passing away from diarrheal conditions. But the one that I want to really emphasize is at the top, which is neonatal death. So 46% of birth in Africa are still attended by non-midwives, by unskilled workers. And that puts the risk at mothers and infants who are born, increased infant mortality rate as well as maternal mortality rate. So I have always thought that this could actually be prevented. And we all need access to a well-trained nurse. And in Southern Africa alone, we have got about 550,000 nurses who are caring for more than 200,000 people. So as a result of that, I said, well, maybe let's do something. Let's start small. Let's start in Zimbabwe. You all have mobile phones, and you all have been to hospitals. And when you're in hospital, you don't want your doctor to be guessing stuff. You want them to look stuff. And as a nurse, it has been transformational that when I'm in hospital, I've got access to this vast information that if I'm giving you medication, I know exactly how fast I need to give it, when I need to give it, because I can look it up. But imagine it this way, someone working in Africa in a remote area would not have access to that information. All your mobile phones provide you that access, and I wanted the same. And as a result of that, we developed a low bandwidth app that can actually work offline. so that a nurse who is working out there, whenever they get connected to internet, it will update. But whenever they need to check something when they are in remote areas, they can actually have that transformational access to information that will actually help everybody care. In Zimbabwe, it was a big success. So 29,700 nurses have been using the platform for the past 3 years, and on average, it's access to drug protocols, it's access to medications, and we were even able to make sure that the nurses don't have to travel to renew their licenses. Something that we take for granted here, that we can just renew our license in Canberra, but live in Melbourne and do that without traveling. So we're able to do this with that app. But more importantly, for the first time, nurses were even able to renew their basic life support and some of these critical skills in remote areas without the need to actually travel. So standardized practice have the power of the mobile phone and the information in their hand. The beauty of it is that every nurse in Africa has a mobile smartphone. It might be cheaper and coming from Asia, but it works fine, and it can be, they can have access in as much as I work here and have access to that information. So we've said, well, this has worked so well in Zimbabwe, but why not expand? Why not do it in all of Southern Africa? So we've started concentrating in the English-speaking Southern Africa, which are former British colonies, where English is the language of communication. And we are targeting 15 countries, and we've developed VAKA Health Foundation as a not-for-profit organization that actually is based in Melbourne, incubating at La Trobe University, and able to maneuver this process. So we, as a result of that, the key idea for Southern Africa now is to make sure that all the nurses that are there are standardized, the training is standardized. So we are not just targeting on access to information only. We are now targeting skills development. We are targeting in specialization, so that the whole of Southern Africa, that big footprint and that care for those many people, 200 million people that I am talking about, we have nurses who are as qualified as we have here. And that's through just a mobile phone to be able to do that and have access to the information that a nurse who is anywhere in the world will be here. Some of those nurses, if you have been in hospital, you're looked after by some African nurses. You also want them to be here, and they have received the same training and understanding that any nurse in the world has actually received. So our social footprint there, you can see from the heat map there that it's actually increasing. Although we were thinking that we are targeting Southern Africa, but once the website was launched, some of the nurses in Cameroon, Ghana, in Nigeria who speak English have joined the platform as well. And we have got, we have provided 41 scholarships, and we've had about 640 enrollments, and we are growing in that. But one of the most important things that we are proud of, and one of our sponsors, Peter, is very proud of, is the mentorship program. Because nursing, when you think of nursing, you don't normally think of my gender as a typical nurse. It's female nurses, and the majority of African nurses are also female nurses. But nursing provides a way out of poverty, a way of economic inclusion for women as well. So as a result of that, we are also providing this mentorship program and access to microfinance, grants, entrepreneurship, so that these nurses can actually grow as well. So how can you help? We are thinking that there's an opportunity there for ESG credit, philanthropic support, sponsorship of scholarships, and also what we call adopt a hospital program. So if some of you have traveled to Africa, if there's a hospital that you're really care for, we can actually look after it and train it directly, and we can have that relationship with you. So next year, this is our target. We are targeting to train 40,000 nurses in 16 countries, and that actually is equivalent to $1 million, but it's $25 per nurse. If we train here nurses in Australia, just a postgraduate course costs $25,000, but $25 would make a difference to 40,000 nurses in Africa. So we are targeting those 10 hospitals, 100,000 nurses to do CPD and membership courses, and also to do postgraduate courses. we are outside, and you have access to Peter and Asha will be outside on our queue if you need to further talk to us. But more importantly, I would like really to thank Wholesale Investor for this impact, which has been said. I was here 2.5 years ago with no support, and as a result of Wholesale Investor, we've grown, and we are now having major impact, and we're now dreaming big. And I would like to thank them for the opportunity, and also the other sponsors which are listed here. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Shangama, for coming in and giving us that speech. So next up, we have Arovella Therapeutics. And here to present for them today is Michael Baker, who is CEO and Managing Director.
Do I need to? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Wonderful. Good morning. Thank you to Wholesale Investor and the team for putting this event on. And of course, thank you to everybody taking the time to sit down and listen, and to those joining online. It's a pleasure to be here to talk to you. As was introduced, my name's Michael. I'm the CEO of Arovella Therapeutics. We're actually an ASX-listed biotechnology company under the ticker ALA, and I'm certainly looking forward to taking you through our story and why we think we're a great investment opportunity. And I'll pass over the disclaimer. I'd like to start with some metrics of the company. It's always important. We currently sit with a valuation of about 14 million, just under $15 million, but with $8.1 million cash in the bank, our EV is pretty measly. And why we think that's important is with the technologies that we've licensed in over the last 12 months and the team we've built around it, we don't think it adequately reflects the value of the company. And also, I noted in this last drop down here, we've also been caught up in the biotech and small caps sectors globally and more broadly. And so that has impacted us, of course. But we do see at this current point, we are an attractive investment opportunity, as I said, for the story that I'm about to tell you. And earlier in the year, we completed a placement, and we're delighted to have Merchant join as the cornerstone investor in that round. They're now our largest investor. They've had numerous wins in the biotech sector and also launching a dedicated biotech fund. And we've also got a number of high net worths and small institutions at the top end. But of course, we're always looking to get people that understand the investment horizon, the risks and the rewards of a biotech investment. And I thought that panel discussion really illustrated a lot of those, which was excellent. And so what is it that we focus on in a word? As a biotechnology company, we are one of those companies that focuses on curing cancer. And I won't talk too much about it because we all know that it's a huge problem. And I don't think anyone in this room, in this whole event, would be unaffected by the disease in some way, shape or form. And that's because in 2020, there's about 19.3 million cases globally, about 10 million deaths as well. And from a commercial point of view, it's an enormous market. The figures are a bit ridiculous at this point, but it does stand that we can have a huge impact, which is really my primarily focus. And of course, there's a commercial return to be achieved as well. And so more specifically, what we focus on, it's a type of therapy called a cell therapy, or more affectionately known in the industry as CAR-T. And these have essentially heralded in a new way in which we think about cancer treatment. And as it stands of today, there are about 6 of these approved for use to treat a number of different blood cancers. And importantly, why we think they're so important is because these are some articles that came out earlier in the year where people that actually took these therapies experimentally 10 years ago are cancer-free. And so that's why we're talking about this and using cure in the same word, which is a pretty exciting sentence to be using cure and cancer at the same time. So just taking it a step further, as I mentioned, they're CAR-T therapies, and they're called T because of the immune cell that's utilised. So what we're actually working with, it's a different immune cell type called iNKT cell therapies. And we work with this cell type because there are a number of benefits over what's already approved. But first, let me just talk through how it actually works so you get an understanding for the technology. So we actually collect blood from a healthy donor. We take the immune cells out of that blood. We then genetically reprogram the iNKT cells specifically So on their outside, they have something that's called a chimeric antigen receptor, or CAR, and that becomes like a guided missile once it's given to the patient to seek out, attach to and destroy the cancer cells. They're grown up into billions and then frozen down, so when a patient's eligible to take that therapy, they're available and ready for use. For all of the approved therapies to date, they can't come from a healthy donor because they cause what's called graft versus host disease, so they won't be given from a healthy person to the patient. It must be taken from the patient. So this now renders the therapies very costly, between 400 to 500,000 US per dose, but logistically it's very complicated because you're having to make the therapy bespoke for every individual. So in addition to that, so as I said, we will be using them off the shelf, we call it. They are one of the most potent immune cells. They activate other immune cell components to come into the fight against the cancer. And for our preclinical data, for tumours that produce something called CD1D, we've got data showing that they actually work better. So what we're aiming to produce is a product that is more effective, but of course something we can roll out at scale. And on the commercial sector side, so for the T-cell companies and others like that, there's hundreds of companies, hundreds of clinical trials. This is a snapshot of all 4 of the iNK T-cell companies worldwide. So we are already quite differentiated. And all have had some pretty substantial commercial activity over the last, say, 12 months or so. So Apia Bio raised $52 million coming out of stealth, and then entered into an $875 million partnership with a large cell therapy company. They're not expected to put their therapy into humans until the end of calendar year 2023, so they're still very early. Cure were acquired for $185 million total deal value, and they have 2 assets in phase 1, or 2 technologies in phase 1. MiC Therapeutics listed on the NASDAQ last year, raising $40 million. They went from $12 to $20, and in this sector-wide sell-off have gone down substantially to $1.40, but still quadrupling us in terms of market cap, which is, again, just highlighting where we stand. But we think with technologies that come out of Imperial College London, which is one of the best universities, or in the top 10 worldwide, and also MD Anderson Cancer Centre, probably arguably one of the best, if not the best cancer centre worldwide, we don't think that the valuation adequately reflects the value of the company. And so in terms of our pipeline, we have 2 cell therapies that we're developing. One is to treat blood cancers that produce something that's called CD19. And as I said, that was licensed from Imperial College London. And we also have another one, ALA-104, which we're developing initially for the treatment of multiple myeloma, but we think there's possibility to expand into solid tumours. And that's the technology we licensed from MD Anderson Cancer Centre. We also have a product, Zolpimist, which is for the treatment of short-term insomnia. That's for our oral spray delivery platform. That actually launched commercially last month. So that product is on market in Australia, and we're looking to get that into other territories across the globe. And behind the technology, which we're very comfortable with as it stands, it's also really important to have an absolutely outstanding group of people that drive these therapies forward. So we're very fortunate to have, as our interim chairperson, Dr. Elizabeth Stoner, formerly an assistant professor at Cornell University, one of the US's most well-known universities, before moving into senior clinical development roles at large pharma, and now she's an executive partner at a well-known healthcare-specific venture capital fund in the US, MPM Capital. Myself, I won't talk about that too much, but I urge you to come over and say hello to me. I'm a PhD biochemist by background, moved into drug development, venture investing, and now into the CEO role at Arovella. Dr. Deborah Barton is a whirlwind of knowledge. She's got a stellar background in big pharma, little biotech, and specifically in cell therapies. She's currently the chief medical officer of a company called TuCann Therapeutics. Gary Phillips is a well-known player across the healthcare and biotech sector in Australia, and he joined our board only last month. It's great to have him involved already. And we've got 2 VPs, both out of North America. Dr. Sandy Buchanan, who heads up our manufacturing. It's probably the most critical aspect of these types of therapies. And Dr. Minnie Bharathan, who heads up the translation. So she plays a role in taking the therapies and developing them from early stage and into clinical trials. So with that, I'd just like to say again, thank you very much to Wholesale Investor. Thank you for listening to the talk. Please come over and see us. We're at booth 1. But yeah, looking forward to telling you why we think this is a great opportunity to help cancer patients and make a difference. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming in, Michael. So up next, we have Dr. Himanshu Brambat, Joint CEO and Founder from EnGeneIC.
Well, thank you very much for attending. And what I'd like to introduce to you is we have a global first, very unique technologies, 2 products. One is in cancer treatment, and it's a cytoimmunotherapy. So it not only kills tumor cells specifically, but also stimulates the immune system in such a way that to be able to fight the cancer. And secondly, we have a product for COVID vaccine. And this is particularly for immunocompromised people. And while we have the current Pfizer vaccine, Moderna vaccine, etc., the problem is that these vaccines do not work very well in the immunocompromised people. But we have a vaccine, which is completely unique way of making this vaccine that we have shown works in those sorts of patients. Now, EnGeneIC is a clinical stage biopharma company. We have done multiple clinical trials, not just in cancer, but currently ongoing also in COVID-19. It is based on a nanocell. So it's a little nanocell in which it's a platform technology in which we can package a range of different types of molecules to be able to target specific cancers, and at the same time, we can load it with a different type of a payload which goes as a COVID vaccine. We've done a number of clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2A clinical trials in several different cancers, and I'll show you some startling results. Over 2,400 doses have gone into patients so far, over 170 patients treated so far in hospitals in Australia as well as in the United States. We are targeting breakthrough status, FDA breakthrough status, particularly in end-stage pancreatic cancer, which is one of the worst killers as far as cancers are concerned, and also for a COVID vaccine for immunocompromised people. These are all trials, as I said, ongoing in Australia and also in the US, and we have licensed the technology, particularly for the COVID vaccine and for 3 different cancers, to a US biopharma company. It's a NASDAQ-listed company, Immunity Bio, and we have the definitive sort of the binding term sheet, and we are in the process of clearing up the definitive agreement. We are currently seeking our final pre-IPO funding round of $10 million, and that is specifically to advance our clinical trials in Australia and United States. And at the same time, we have a small-scale manufacturing facility here in Sydney, which we need to upgrade to get it to TGA and FDA registration. Now, as far as the nanocell is concerned, it's derived from bacterial cells, and this is a small nanocell, just 400 nanometers in diameter. It's non-living particle, and in that particle, one can load a range of different types of payloads, and then on the surface, there are carbohydrate structures to which we can attach bispecific antibodies, and these antibodies can be designed to target specific cancers. Now, when these particles are injected intravenously, they travel around, and when they see a specific tumor cell, because they have the targeting antibody, they lock onto the tumor cell surface receptor. They are engulfed by the tumor cell, and the tumor cell then breaks down the particle and releases the toxic payload intracellularly. And hence, in all the 170 patients that we've dealt with so far, there has been no sign of toxic side effect, despite the fact that many of these patients have received in excess of 70 repeat doses. No sign of toxicity. The immune system and these payloads, they work in concert in a physiological manner to be able to overcome these cancers. More importantly, that this technology is the only one so far shown now to be able to train the cells of the immune system of the patient to actually be able to identify those tumor cells and to destroy them. So the immunotherapy arm is a much stronger arm compared to the toxic payload. Toxic payload simply starts the game. The finishing part of it is done by the immune system itself of the patient. And I'll show you some very heartwarming and startling results here from our various trials. Just by way of example, the first one is a mesothelioma patient, and as you can see in the FDG PET scan, the lung is completely full of tumor. At this particular point in time, this person would survive barely 4 to 6 weeks. They cannot even breathe. They have to be drained every few hours. And 4 to 6 weeks would be maximum lifespan of this patient. After just 8 weeks of our treatment, the tumor is almost completely gone. This is a New Zealand guy, and he loves hiking, and he's gone back to New Zealand and is hiking around in those mountains. With lungs like that, impossible. This is in our US clinical trial in a glioblastoma brain tumor patient, and this person was paralyzed waist down. After, again, just about 8 weeks of treatment, and that massive tumor burden started to shrink, over 50% tumor shrinkage, his partial paralysis disappeared, and he was able to walk again. This story has actually been picked up by CBS network in the United States, and it was shown on television there. Here is another classic case of a pancreatic cancer patient. This patient was actually, we treated here at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, and this patient was barely days away from death, had gone through all forms of therapy known, failed everything, as is very typical in pancreatic cancer, and again, 8 weeks treatment later, the person was completely healthy. CT scan showed the tumors completely disappeared. Now, in pancreatic cancer, the life expectancy, once a patient runs out of treatment options, is barely 8 weeks. And this is the kind of result we are getting. And in phase 2A clinical trial in Sydney and in Melbourne hospitals, we have completed 17 end-stage pancreatic cancer patients, and every one of them has shown this dramatic result, and many of these patients are now out by more than 2 years. So we have currently ongoing clinical trials in Australia, United States. We are also starting a bespoke clinical trial where we use the targeting antibody, different types of targeting antibody, based on the tumor that we are going to target. So for example, lung cancer, liver cancer, brain cancer, these are tumors which have different receptors, so you simply change the targeting antibody and you can target those particular tumors. As we showed in our glioblastoma, mesothelioma, and pancreatic cancer, we are doing this particular trial here in Australia and in the United States to show which other cancers can we target specifically, especially end-stage cancers. We have our IND approved by the US FDA, and at Memorial Sloan Kettering Hospital in the United States, we are starting in pancreatic cancer, but now as a second-line therapy. So that's the cancer part of the story, the COVID part of the story. So you can take the same nanocell, and inside the nanocell, you can package a completely different payload. So what we have here is a nucleic acid molecule that encodes the spike protein of the Wuhan virus. The spike protein is the one that binds to the human cells for infection. So the spike protein is actually produced inside the nanocell, and inside we also package a little glycolipid molecule, and this glycolipid molecule changes the way in which this vaccine works. So for example, all current vaccines, COVID vaccines, they work by a certain pathway. Now this pathway by which it stimulates these antibody responses is well known for almost 30 years, that these antibodies that are made, these are called low affinity antibodies. Low affinity antibody simply means that the number of locks and keys to the spike, there are very few. Consequently, every time this virus mutates, the antibody falls off. Consequently, one has to tailor-make new vaccines each time. So for example, with this Omicron problem now, Pfizer, Moderna, they are all racing forwards to make a new batch of vaccine which will make it specific for the Omicron. Now, there's a problem with that. When you have billions of people to vaccinate around the world, you can imagine this is not like influenza. We can't just simply throw away the old batch and make another billion doses and distribute it throughout the world. This is going to be a major challenge. Now I'll show you something quite remarkable about this, that our vaccine in our clinical trial, continuing at the moment in Melbourne and Sydney, what we are showing here is that the immune response, the antibody response that we get, is a completely different pathway that this vaccine follows. This vaccine creates what is known as high affinity antibodies. High affinity simply means that the locks and keys that are to the spike protein, there are so many that no matter how much this virus mutates, the antibody hangs on. And what you see here is a classic result here, that blue bars, so the dashed line, above the dashed line, if you get an immune response that's greater than 90% protection, neutralization, the blue bar shows against the Wuhan strain. So all of our volunteers are protected. Then you have the red triangle against the Omicron. The orange ones, they are the Omicron BA2, the new variant. All of the volunteers, so you do not have to change the vaccine. These high affinity antibodies hang on to it. Okay, so finally, and this is the comparison Pfizer. Pfizer vaccine falls off because of these low affinity antibodies. Finally, I think I'll just simply mention that the other advantages of our vaccine is that it works in the immunocompromised people because this pathway is completely different. It bypasses the immunosuppressive pathway. And the other problem is that all current vaccines have to be stored and transported at -20 or -70 degrees. Shelf life, only 3 to 6 months. Consequently, even in Australia last week, the Australian government is in a position where they may have to throw away millions of doses simply because expiry date is gone. Our vaccine is turned into a dry powder vaccine, stored at room temperature, transported at room temperature, and shelf life is currently over a year. I think I will stop there. Immunity Bio is a partnership we are currently finalizing. This is a commercialization global sales partnership that we are in the middle of. And EnGeneIC has won a number of awards, stellar scientific and clinical publications. And the exit strategy, so this is our pre-IPO round, heading for an IPO on NASDAQ. In the US, we also have a US subsidiary, New York office, business development, chief financial officer, all the accounting has been transferred over. And Latham Watkins in New York are our corporate attorneys who are preparing our documentation, S1 filing for the IPO. And the other possibility is, of course, a big pharma acquisition. Thank you very much. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Next up, we have John Mansu, Managing Director and Co-founder of Aegros.
Thank you very much. Let's wait for the slides to come up. It's like watching paint dry. Aegros, it's a different company to what you've seen to date. It's one that's actually been around for over 35 years in one form or another, and it's taken a very long time to get into what is a very staid industry, which is blood plasma. This is a $20 billion market, which is a part of the $1 trillion pharma market, and it's ripe for disruption. The reason it is because it is a limited market limited by the plasma supply, which comes from us as human beings. Unfortunately, less than 50% of the product that's in that plasma is actually drawn out using existing processes, which all go back to World War II. So we're talking about Pearl Harbor, the first use of this sort of product, and ever since then they've had exactly the same processes. It has not changed. The only variation in this entire industry since 1941 was with the advent of AIDS, when they introduced some additional viral removal steps, but that's it. All of the approaches have been grandfathered. It's an oligopolistic market, which means innovation is stifled, and there is only one solution to actually meet demand and supply. Very much like the inflation we've got today, we've got exactly the same thing, has been for the last 20 odd years in this industry. Our process, which we call the hemofrac, increases the yields to over 90% from less than 50%. It's a single capture step, which means that you don't have 10 steps, you have one step. Our process has a much lower OPEX and CAPEX. In total, it's about 25% of the existing fractionators' costs. It is a TGA-approved facility. It's something that we are very proud of and we obtained in October last year. It has a low carbon footprint and all these other advantages which I can go into. But there is really one advantage which I think puts this in perspective. There are a number of players in this market. All of them are very large. CSL, it's either number 1, 2 or 3 of the Australian listed market. Takeda is not dissimilar in Japan. Grifols, and then Octapharma. And you can see at the bottom, what we do is lift the ability for these companies to make additional profit from, in the case of CSL, by another $2.4 billion and down to 1.2 for Octapharma. That's additional profit purely based on lifting the yield from their low level to the high level. And these sales are something that will happen automatically because there is currently a shortage in all markets for these products. But we are aimed at the Australian market, I should add. Looking at it on the positive side, which is what we've done, is one thing, but realistically, it's more from the other side that you've got to think about it from the existing players in the market, which is where the disruption comes from. Currently, all of those players have about 57%, let's say 60% of their total sale price is in the cost of the product. And that's because plasma comes from humans and is so expensive, and their yields are so terrible. By comparison, using our process, we reduced that 57% down to 14%, and the rest is straight profit, because there is no differential in the sales side, there is no differential in any of those other areas, because unlike most pharma companies, we are dealing with only one customer in most countries. For example, in Australia, it's the National Blood Authority, which is a universal buyer, universal supplier of all the plasma, universal buyer of the finished product. And they have a contract with CSL, and that is why there is a monopoly in this country. What we're looking at here is the first, if I can show you, let me see if I can, yes, okay. Our first product, the one that's going to get us to market fastest, is a COVID hyperimmune, which is designed to make sure that people who are unable to make their own antibodies in their own system because they're immuno-challenged, someone who's got cancer treatment cannot make antibodies, therefore they are nude, if you like, of all antibodies against COVID, and therefore if they walk out in the world, they see a COVID, they are unfortunately going to get sick. Whereas if you give them the passive antibodies, which is someone else who's collected them and created them themselves, then they are protected. What we have up here at the moment is a whole series of existing mRNA, etc., vaccines, which are slowly moving down this curve as the various mutations come out. Convalescent plasma, which is the industry standard, this is the point at which we say people are protected. And so you have all these other vaccines which are not effective, and these other ones up here which are slowly been moving down this curve. Our product, which is this one here, Covimmune, compares to the plasma from Lifeblood, which is Australian Red Cross, and that is what they consider to be protective. It's also the FDA level, so we've adopted the FDA level in terms of what is protection. We've done a comparison using that convalescent plasma, and that was the first arm of our clinical trial, which was completed last year in October. Secondly, we've now got our product, which is this purified version of that, and it gives, as you can see, roughly a 10-fold increase in the activity for those people who are immune challenged. And this is what we intend to show. Our first dosing will occur in about 6 weeks' time. So if we look at what we've done, this is not a fly-by-night organisation. It is something that's a 30-year process, as I said. Most recently, though, we achieved the GMP registration, which means that the TGA have come in, they've checked our facility, they say you are producing the same product reproducibly, it is giving the right desired result. And so that's the first step. Once you've got that, you can then make your clinical material. And that is what we have actually done up here. We've made that clinical material in this month. We completed the first arm of the clinical trial, which is the comparative product. So we can say this is what the industry gold standard is. That was what you saw on that last slide. Now we're going to show you how good our product is. And it only has to be the same level, not necessarily higher, but it will be, same level, and that will give us our registration. Once we have registration, we can sell into Australia. And for that matter, we can sell into any EMA relevated country. So the steps from here, we are not aiming to be just a COVID company. On the contrary, we are using it to generate the sales that we can then have to make our new facility, which will be a 1 million litre facility, which will enable us to be the same size manufacturing in Australia as CSL, and we will be able to capture half of that market through the MBA, because the MBA is interested in having competition, very much like Telstra when they brought in Optus. We're in that very situation. So we complete our second arm, which will happen in this September. Then we have a state government. We have two, New South Wales and Queensland, who are vying for this facility, and then we'll have an IPO next year. And then finally, to give you an indication of what this thing looks like, this is not only are we at the stage where we know what this is going to look like, we've actually got advanced drawings for this facility. This facility, once it's going, will generate $900 million worth of sales, $600 million worth of profit. It puts us in the same league as any of the existing fractionators. And that's Aegros. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. So up next, we have Jake Robertson, CEO and co-founder of Dreamspace.
Slides. Testing. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jake, co-founder and CEO of Dreamspace. Dreamspace is a next-generation platform for the renovations market. There is over 2 million renovations being coordinated each year in Australia, but unfortunately, most of these projects are still being delivered way over time, way over budget, and they're considered highly stressful to manage according to customer surveys. So the architects and builders who are responsible for coordinating our renovations, they're clearly failing. But so too are the marketplaces. The current generation of marketplaces are also failing because they're not delivering projects on time, on budget. They're not actually solving the problems in the industry. What this industry needs is what's called a managed marketplace. A managed marketplace does the connection piece, which brings two sides of the platforms together. In this case, it's homeowners with the professionals and builders. But it actually goes one step further and it actually delivers the project. So it's actually delivered on time, on budget. Now, a good example of a managed marketplace is Uber Eats. Uber Eats does a great job of enabling you to find restaurants for home delivery, but it goes that important one step further, and actually inside the same app, it facilitates the coordination of the delivery of the goods to your door. And that's what this industry needs, is a managed marketplace, and that's exactly what Dreamspace is. Dreamspace is a next-gen managed marketplace for the renovations market, and we're here to connect, make it easy and fun for homeowners and professionals to connect and coordinate projects so they are delivered on time and on budget. We're an early stage tech company, but we've now a proven product market fit in the Australian market. These are the numbers from last financial year. We attracted 390,000 visitors to the website. Of those, 20,000 people signed up to start planning their project. We coordinated over 1,500 renovations. Generated $5.3 million in transaction revenue. Our business model is we're a transaction platform, which is a very important part of a managed marketplace model. And those projects combined build value of over $250 million. We've won many awards for innovation and growth along the way. So just to quickly look at the renovations market at a glance, there's around 13 million homes in Australia. Of those, around 2 million home renovations are conducted annually, so every home renovated on average every 6.5 years. The industry is worth $35 billion annually, so it's a very large market. But it's a very fragmented market. More than 90% of the suppliers in this market are sole traders and SMEs, and there are no dominant digital platforms or managed marketplaces operating that actually coordinate projects. What you see here is essentially what's happening. It's a tangled mess, especially through the pre-construction phase. It's a fragmented market. They're all working in silos. They're not sharing the same digital tools. They're essentially all still working offline. And that's leading to all the problems. That really is the core of the problems in this industry, is poor project coordination, starting with the pre-build phase. This is leading to all the human problems. Homeowners are feeling left confused with the process, no transparency because there's no app helping them through the process, stressed with cost blowouts and time blowouts. The professionals are also highly stressed, quoting and admin. Again, project coordination is very stressful and cumbersome, inefficient. And they're only human. They're failing people's projects. They're wasting a lot of time and money. And obviously that causes a great deal of stress. It's a known fact that renovations, 15% of all couples, while coordinating a renovation, consider divorce or separation during a renovation, 15%. And it's also one of the leading contributors towards suicide as well. So these are systemic major problems that we need to solve on a human level. Yep. Sorry guys, clicker malfunction. Can you please forward the next slide for me? Here we go. Okay. But there's also major economic problems. 50%, more than 50% of all renovations are failing over time or over budget. It's costing the economy billions of dollars each year. Or in other words, billions can be saved, billions of dollars can be put back into the economy with a better digital solution. And so Dreamspace is a solution. We are a technology platform, a managed marketplace that is focused solely on solving these problems in the industry. And we're one of the first to do so. We're here to make it easy and fun for homeowners and professionals to connect and coordinate so that projects are delivered on time, on budget. You're probably wondering, how do we do this? Well, there's a lot that I can unpack here and explain in detail how we go about it. Some of it is secret herbs and spices sort of stuff, but at a high level, we just make the process very simple, especially for homeowners. We break it down into 3 simple stages: planning, design, and build. Planning in blue, design in pink, build in purple. Customers can sign up for free to start planning their project, get an instant quote. We provide free consultation. That's the top of the funnel. We then nurture them towards starting a project. The platform actually issues the quote on behalf of the professionals. Again, like Uber Eats, does all the pricing, does the transactions, does all the coordination. The platform coordinates the project the whole way through up to build tender, and we help the customer select the best builder at the best price. And all of those things are fundamental to delivering a project on time and on budget. I'd love to unpack this more. If you wanted to come and talk to us at Dreamspace stand, we're happy to walk you through this. Very exciting feature that we have, a very important part of our tech stack, is our digital twin technology. So our digital twin technology, obviously, how do we provide the ultimate experience for homeowners when visualizing or coordinating a renovation? Of course, they need to visualize it in 3D. We've known that for years, and since 2015, we've been developing our own interactive digital twin technology. It's CGI digital twin technology. And I can say, hand on heart, with absolute confidence, we are the fastest in Australia and most efficient at creating these digital twins, to the point where we've fully monetized them. And we can offer them. We're now ready to scale these up in the tens of thousands and offer them to homeowners all across Australia who are considering planning their project as a go-to-market strategy. So it enables the customer to visualize the space, of course, pre-build, but also select products and materials, which is important for them, but also really important to saving time for the builder as well. We've secured many leading product suppliers to the platform who are now sponsoring these digital twins. And as mentioned, we're a transaction platform. So we generate our revenue by coordinating the project. We coordinate the transactions, which is a very important aspect of a managed marketplace. This is an example project. You can see there the gross profit margin. So for an average sort of renovation, we can generate upwards of $7,000 gross profit margin. So the investment opportunity. So we're in a Series A at the moment. We have a term sheet received already. We expect the funds to arrive in November. $18.8 million round. It's a growth round, Series A, at a $43 million pre-money valuation. And so we have a bridge open. The opportunity is for you to invest into the bridge via a convertible note. And it's offering a 20% fixed interest, which you can redeem at the closing of the Series A this year. But you have the option of also converting that with a 10% discount as well. So we're going to invest these funds into growth. We're going to use those funds to scale up in the Australian market. And we forecast our conservative modelling is showing us coordinating over 16,000 projects by 2025. And just to put it into context, the largest builders sit around the 5,000 mark. So Australia's largest builders sit around halfway. So you can see very quickly we can be almost double the largest Australian builders in terms of number of projects. We're backed by some fantastic experienced entrepreneurs and funds. These are some of the great entrepreneurs that have done full DD on us, of course, and invested. These are very smart people who have founded their own successful tech platforms. So I think that speaks volumes as to where we're at. We've also received investment from some leading VCs as well, including one of the world's largest prop tech VC. Yeah, and we're a fantastic team. We have an amazing team culture. And everyone in the company says it's the best place they've worked, which is, I think, yeah, very good to hear. And we're very excited about our future. We are sitting in a lead position, and I'd love to sit down and talk with you and unpack what Dreamspace is doing and how we're going to be Australia's leading renovations platform. Thanks very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jake. So up next, we have Steve Tiley, CEO of Wandarra.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to present here this morning. Just as our slides come up, appreciate there's a bit of a delay. We're based up in Townsville, North Queensland, and we're all about industrial hemp. So we'll just bring the slide up. Just going to go through a series of about 12 slides. And basically we're here to deliver an integrated hemp project in North Queensland on the basis of some ESG principles. And that'll be achieved by some agri-tech opportunity and into the global markets. But before we do that, we've really got to understand hemp. So it was with us for about, or it came through with wheat and all the big crops about 8,000 years ago. And it was very important to us as a society for many, many years. And in 1930s, it got caught up in the prohibition movement and was basically banned with its cousin marijuana, that it couldn't proceed any further. So it was banned and we lost it for about 70 years, but the world is now re-understanding its immense value and properties that it can deliver to us as a society, and this is where we're heading with it. So basically, the forecasts are that it'll grow from around about $20 billion at the moment to about 130 billion over the 2030, and we've done our modelling around about we can attract about $90 million in revenue from that opportunity. So our business model is basically don't reinvent the wheel. The Canadians have been deregulated for about 20 years, so we've got a number of technology transfer arrangements with Canada, knowledge and networks and processing and cultivars. It gives us a chance to be, and we're from North Queensland, so it gives us a great chance to get into a region and develop it around a regional processing area. And really, we're rediscovering all these new products. So there's a lot of R&D we're going to be doing, but also lots of upsides from a balance sheet point of view of patents, IP, methodologies, and those sorts of things. We're very efficient because of the climate we're in. We're 20 degrees south of the equator, so we can get 2 to 3 harvests a year. So these are 90, 120-day crops. We've got the water and the land security. We don't have to carve off any new land. We're just going to rotate with the existing crops, the broadacre crops that are up there in North Queensland, mainly sugarcane. We're a blank canvas, so we can really just bring in a lot of the digital platforms that will give us a lot of the efficiencies to grow and process. And a bit of a theme, as we know, we're rediscovering our manufacturing now, so there's a lot of money around for grants and support to help us as an up-and-coming industry sector and company. And a lot of the governments at law level want to develop Northern Australia. So we've got a bit of what I call a bit of a can-do going on at the moment between all the levels of government that are helping us with co-funding and support. So just to show you some of its diversity here, we're looking at one crop about 5 off-takes or 5 sales channels. So basically the stalk down there gives you your fibres and your herds, and it goes into consumer textiles, industrials, paper and building products. Then we come over to our seeds or our grain. It's an oil seed, so you can crack off your oils and your seed cakes, and comes into these are the potential products down the bottom here. The leaves and the flowers give us our extractions, and therefore our cannabinoids or CBDs, and they're starting to deregulate a lot now with the pharmacies. And then the entire plant can come into pyrolysis or gasification. And the big thing we have up there, we're on 60% of our area is going to be on the Great Barrier Reef. So we can make a big practice change by encouraging growers to use hemp. It's a very deep-rooted plant to sequester carbon and improve soil health. So a business model that just basically reflects that. So primary production, we're going to get contract growers. We don't have to carve off any land, as I said. And there's a lot of upside here where the plant really just hasn't had, or any cultivars have been really developed like wheat and soy and everything else to give it a much better yield. Manufacturing and food, I'll talk about that in a minute. The biomass and the herb is really exciting around material sciences, so what we can do with it from a composite point of view. The Canadians just signed a big deal to do the wind turbine blades, because apparently we run out of balsa wood. So it's just as good as steel in some circumstances, and it's renewable. Health and wellness products. At the moment, you've got to go to and get a script from the pharmacy, but it's getting ever closer to being able to take off the supermarkets chains, and environmental and soil health. So basically, we're going to use a hub and spoke model, so it engages a lot of the community. Townsville's the head office. A lot of it will be exported, so we can export through the Port of Townsville. And our growing regions are up along the coastal plains there, we're rotating with sugar. And then we'll push out west to Charters Towers and Hillingdon out in Western Queensland. So it gives us a really de-risks us where we're going to be growing. If we have a cyclone or if we have big weather events, we've got some sort of some of the crop to recover. And then on the food, we engaged with CSIRO about 18 months ago to have a look at what we could do with the hemp grain. And they advise, well, it's a superfood, if you like. But let's jump on the wagon now with plant-based foods. We're all going to be changing our diets, or we are changing our diets. And the opportunity there is, the second line is probably the biggest there. We're going to potentially have another $3 billion sector in plant-based foods. So hemp, and we also use soy and mung bean. We grow that up in North Queensland anyway, so the processing plant will be designed to go into those ventures also. We also have huge aquaculture farms in North Queensland, and currently we're importing a lot of our soy. So there's also an opportunity there that we're investigating at the moment. We're hopefully going to attract about $5 million in investment, and as other speakers have said, there's a lot of co-contributions now available to us. So we're just obviously going to continue with our R&Ds, go into our first commercial planning, project work, and then the CapEx to bring in some critical equipment to allow us to scale up, so that needs specialist harvesting equipment, decortication, and then the oilseed factory, and then obviously operating expenses. We're using a discounted financial model and we've got our, from working with the Canadians, we're pretty confident on our cost of production, cost of sales. So we're happy there, and that's where we've come up with the 85,000, 90,000 over 5 years, which is pretty conservative. And then just bringing it home, ESG, if you're working over here, it's probably the best carbon sequester plant on the planet at the moment. 22 tonnes per hectare can be sequestered. and very importantly, a lot of that can be put into the soil because it's got a really big, huge root mass. We come down, better use of our natural resources, clean tech. We can gasify some of the fibre or the stalk to generate new electricity. It's a really good R7 rating on insulation. And then human capital coming over, probably about 150 new jobs in North Queensland. We have really good relationships with Indigenous communities, so we expect a fair bit of opportunity there. And then coming over into the corporate governance size, going for government grants, they want to know how you're going to do things and have you got the money in the bank. So we've got a really good coverage on that, and we've got a very good team globally, so Vancouver, Beijing, Singapore and Dubai, where we have people there that are helping us with the global community, because we need to look at this as a global supply chain. So that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and come and see us at the stand. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Steve. So now we have a short break, so feel free to grab yourself a cup of coffee, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time for some more presentations.
Not many people take much notice of your Bob to build the PowerPoint slide, do they?
What's that? Hi everyone, please can you start making your way back into the presentation hall? We will be starting the next presentations in the next minute. Hi everyone, please start making your way back into the presentation hall. We've got our next presenter starting in the next minute. Thank you. Please start making your way to the presentation hall. We'll be starting the next presentation. Hi everyone, welcome back. We'll be starting our next presentations now. Just a reminder to please use your headphones if you can't hear or if you're walking around. So first, to start this section of the day, we've got Mariam Sumro, CEO and co-founder of TuCann Medical.
Quite the wait. Awesome. Well, hello everyone. My name is Mariam and I'm a doctor. A few years ago, I was working in this hospital and we had this 18-year-old kid come in. And we did something very common. So common, in fact, that we didn't even think twice. We put in an IV and we gave the kid some fluids. And this is the most common procedure in any hospital, with something like 80% of patients receiving an IV. But what people don't know about these IVs is that they can cause devastating, life-altering bloodstream infections called sepsis. And the sepsis caused by these IVs kills more people in the developed world every single year than prostate cancer and AIDS combined. And that 18-year-old kid that we put that IV in, he developed sepsis from it, and he lost both his legs to it. And that's why TuCann is here today, to make sure that that never happens again. Now, the reason why these IVs cause sepsis is that, firstly, it takes 21 steps under sterile conditions in an unpredictable hospital environment to put one of these things in. And the second part is patients actually live with IVs in. They sleep, they shower, they do number twos. And as a result, these things get pretty gunky. Now, we've actually solved this through our novel integrated IV. What we've done is that, firstly, we've taken the 21 steps of sterile insertion and reduced them to 3 using our user experience-based design. And secondly, our team at RMIT have developed a novel 2-dimensional antimicrobial material that actually kills off the antibiotic-resistant bacteria that plagues the current catheter market. And it does this whilst also being unlikely to cause allergies and also cost-effective to manufacture. And it is this unique combined value proposition that allows us to be able to be the world's first antimicrobial peripheral IV. This really is a revolution in catheters. Now, when we look at the market itself, we find that the US in particular is quite eager to pay a premium for this device. And it makes a lot of sense when speaking to their hospital value assessment committees. The numbers just add up. The US spends $1.62 billion buying catheters, and then a further $6 billion treating the complications that arise from them. And this is excluding all the lawsuits and so on that happen on top of that. So they're quite eager to see a solution realized. Now, ultimately, what we really are dealing with here is a novel 2-dimensional material with massive implications on the medical device market. And that's why we've been rather strategic about going into IVs first. Now, the reason for that is because there's about 1 billion IVs sold every single year, and they have pre-existing reimbursement. On top of that, IVs have been around for literally centuries, which means that the regulatory pathways are well established, and there's minimal regulatory oversight. So in our case, what that specifically means is that we would be going through a modified 510K type process via the FDA Combination Devices Office. Now, in terms of our portfolio of both materials and processes, this portfolio of patents can actually be extrapolated onto every single medical device that can cause sepsis. And this is really exciting because it represents a potential market opportunity of scalable, of hundreds of billions of dollars of scalability. Now, my name is Mariam. I am the CEO and I'm a doctor. My COO, Santi, is a materials engineer, and our CTO, Kenneth, is a mechanical engineer, industrial designer, and ex-combat medic. He's a bit of a one-man team. Now, in terms of our team at RMIT, we've got extensive commercialization and translation of our research, especially particular research projects having coming out over the last few years or so. Now, in terms of our advisors, we're looking at the general manager of Cook Medical. Cook Medical is the world's largest privately held medical device company in the world. And yes, they sell catheters. And we've got Diana Edgerton-Warburton, who's a clinician whose research has actually influenced the CDC guidelines around peripheral IVs. We're also working with the SVP of Cochlear. Now, Cochlear really is the quintessential Australian startup story, isn't it? And these guys, to this day, own 75% of the world's hearing aid market, and they've been crucial in helping us map out our competition and market entry strategy. And then we've got Yusuf Enriquez. Now, Yusuf is ex-DTRA. He's also held senior positions in both the drug and device arms of the FDA, which means that he's been really incredible in getting our regulatory strategy sorted. Now, in terms of the total addressable market, we're looking at peripheral IV total addressable market of about $5 billion. From From there, we can extend into an $11 billion catheter market. And we received quite a lot of interest from hospitals, including one that would love to transition to our solution the moment we get regulatory approval. And this particular one hospital would represent $10 million of annual revenue. And this is just one. We have letters of intent and support from more. Now, we're working alongside RMIT, Monash Health, and WNS Plastics. And we've got quite a lot of things going for us. In particular, we've got a low-cost development strategy. We've also got a short time frame to liquidity, and ultimately a large target market with an unmet need. And our target market is reflecting this steadily, with steadily increasing exit prices around this space. In particular, 15 or so years ago, we were talking exits of about 200 million, and they have reached 1.2 billion as of last year. Now, we're raising our seed round, and we're excited to get to market. But above all else, as a doctor, I really do not want to live in a world with sepsis. I don't ever want to hear about a patient losing their limbs or their lives to sepsis. And in order to create a world without sepsis, we have to create it together. And so if you think you're a good fit for us, please come and say hi. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mariam. Next up, we have Richard Rendell from Biosignals Diagnostics.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Richard Rendell. I am the CEO of Biosignals Diagnostics, and we are on a mission to save lives through precision healthcare to predict, diagnose, and treat cardiac disease. Cardiac disease is actually the biggest killer in the world, and death rates will actually double in the next 20 years. We are on track for that to happen. It's not experienced in the same way by different people. Females, unfortunately, one woman dies of heart attack every 3 hours here in Australia. And the symptoms can be very different to the usual pains in the arms. So it's quite a difficult way to try and determine whether or not you are actually suffering from a cardiac event. In some populations, about 60% of that population does not respond through genetics to various drugs once they are actually diagnosed and placed on antiarrhythmetics. 2 out of 3 adults with diabetes will actually die of a cardiovascular event. And whilst we monitor for glucose, there is no easy way to monitor for ECG. Atrial fibrillation is the cause of 30% of strokes, extraordinarily costly to the health system and to people's lives. Chronic stress is very heavily linked to cardiovascular disease, and of course, COVID-19 has actually got a significant relationship now in inducing arrhythmias. By and large, enhanced accessibility and accuracy of remote ECG monitoring does improve outcomes. So, we have our first step, and this is a little device right here, handheld. This is ECG Me, and it actually is a TGA approved medical device. We are about 7 weeks away from release in Australia, and so that is an easy way to do ECG monitoring, just handheld. And it's adaptable to on-body as well. ECG3Me is a cardiologist-specific device, a device which is very well geared to finding very difficult arrhythmias. And then finally, over here, OmniMe is a platform that is based upon a very new technology in graphene. So graphene sensors that roll on like a tattoo, and they can acquire high-fidelity biometrics, including ECG. And this, combined with the platform where we triangulate your DNA data and other biometrics, gives us an enormous edge in terms of precision and high-fidelity data. The market opportunity is divided up across really a few different markets, to be quite honest. So sometimes you're in digital health, in other times in mobile cardiac telemetry. But overall, we are looking at around a $2 billion service obtainable market just on the basis of ECG monitoring. The team is diverse but certainly experienced in building medical devices, and I was at Oracle for a very long time, and the combination of my own skills and with Stephen Foy, who is a cardiologist that has built cardiac centres in major hospitals and led them, and Kevin Hollingsworth has been involved in the listing of some very large biotechs in Australia. Our go-to-market has three separate streams initially. So GPs, effectively through their channels, we market the messaging of easy ECG assessment. So you can imagine that going and having your usual yearly checkup, one of those gets placed in your hand for 2 minutes while the blood pressure and everything else done, and that gives us an easy ECG view. A report comes back very easily straight away on the phone, so we can detect anything serious. Pharmacies are another area because pharmacies do medicines reviews, and this is a reimbursable area for pharmacists where older people who have multiple drugs that they are on, for example, are, sometimes those drugs interact and there's some negative effects. So this is a service that can be provided, and particularly with one particular chemist that we have, 300,000 people in the database, over 50 years old, so quite a sweet spot for atrial fibrillation. And then finally, we go out to the general public in multiple channels, which is going to be directed towards actual, perhaps sporting clubs and those who are looking after their health, or those who are looking after disease states, those sorts of things. Health, sport and fitness, which is a $1.3 trillion market. However, most of that will be led by Shelley Hammond and the team at One Roof. Status and traction, I mentioned the GPs. We have 1,000 devices. It's just been verbally ordered from the Middle East, where we have a strong connection there. Australian pharmacy, I mentioned that before. We have a trial going into aged care. Roche Diagnostics, for example, talking to us around the diabetes management aspect of adding this little device into their kit. Royal Flying Doctors and Victorian Government in the remote and rural care. So you can imagine that the device is pretty good in remote and rural applications. It compares very well across the board, even with Apple Watch and a live cause product. You can drop by the table out in the exhibition and we can talk about competitive notes. The business model, based upon just around 50,000 customers that we can acquire from our estimates, about $270 for the device and $12 a month to retain the data and give some analytics to you directly. And doctor to patient is effectively an on-body session-based charge, which is a lot different. It's Medicare reimbursed. So the commercialisation roadmap is effectively ECG-Me first, then the 3-lead, then revenues flow from that, and our big showcase is really the graphene-based sensors and the multimodal body area network, as we're calling it, OmniMe. We're looking for 1,116,000 on a valuation of 8.9. The predominant use of those funds is actually to get ECG-Me out, manufactured, and final deployment of the cloud software here in Australia, and that largely then is getting us to revenue in about 6 to 7 weeks. The rest is product development on the 3-lead device and some further work on the next phase of our AI platform. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening in. Thanks to Wholesale Investor for having us. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Richard. So up next, we have Gordon Edwards, CEO and founder of Health Food Symmetry.
As Megan has said, my name is Gordon Edwards and I am the founder and CEO of Health Food Symmetries, and we are in the health and wellness market, in particular gut health and the microbiome. We are the only global manufacturer of K-fibre, which is a world-first dietary fibre prebiotic with proven health benefits in both university and regulatory validation with intellectual property protection. We're FDA accredited manufacturing plant which can turn over around 1,000 tonne per annum of product, and we have national and global sales and retail and wholesale distribution with strong gross profit margins. What do you get for your investment? You get a unique gut health product for a high growth market, expanding product diversity. Major wellness companies are already signed up. We have a strong management, technical and marketing team, and we have new products being researched and also developed with IP protection. You get a state-of-the-art manufacturing plant which is 100% owned. There is zero debt on our equity. And we have a fixed cost base delivering operating leverage going forward. And so the problem, as we know, the modern diet is creating a whole bunch of lifestyle-related illnesses. And these include obesity, diabetes, reflux, constipation, IBD, IBS, and non-alcoholic fatty liver. Now, I'm going to leave that slide there for a while because I would like to point out that we have research on every one of these with our product. And we have protection for 2 of these through IP patents, and we have 1 going to a provisional patent next month. So the market size for this is massive, and our product assists with all of this. The solution. We've launched 3 new products in the last 2 months. Health Foods, we utilise our university research to create a range of products that assist with the lifestyle issues that were on the previous slide. The K-Fibre Original is microbiome and immune support, and the K-Fibre Pro is for dietary constipation and the dietary indigestion and bloating, and also it's part of the clinical 2 reflux trials we did. There are 6 additional SKUs coming onto the market, and they already have their formulations done, their labelling done, and they're ready to launch over the next 2 years. The solution wholesale. We currently have several large players that we've signed up with to buy our product as a wholesale ingredient. And there's a lot coming into that. Part of that was the fact that it works, that it's protected, that it's got good university backing in regards to research. And the other one, of course, is that we touch a whole aspect of the health and wellness going forward. So, and we're currently in a new and ongoing development planning with all of the ingredient supply customers we have. One of them over there, Tismore, and you can see some of the companies that they play with. This is a little bit heavy, this slide, so I'm just going to speak to some of it. Currently there's a global shortage of psyllium between floods, COVID and logistics. If you have a look around, Chemist Warehouse, Woolies, Metamucil, which has got a psyllium-based product in there, is in short supply. And this is the reason that a lot of companies, especially now in Australia that we're talking to, are looking at reformulation. When you're trying to reformulate or get companies to reformulate, it's always hard. But these are now actively looking for new products that work and then as good as, if not better than the products they're using, but are Australian-based, good logistics and a set price. As I've said previously there, we're good at around 80% of the people that have tried our product that works on. And I did previously say we had a reflux clinical 2s. One of our competitors there are protein pump inhibitors, and they have a range of court cases that they're going through at the moment. So we're a natural product, we have 0 side effects, and it works. The current routes to market, previously said, through the wholesale, through our ingredients, through Tismore Health and Wellness, Langdon Ingredients, and a couple of other players that we're engaged with at the moment. And for our retailers, we're into Go Vita, Oborns, and we've just picked up Buy to Sell into Vietnam, and they've got 4,000 stores there. We'll be over in Vietnam in about 6 weeks. We use affiliation marketing as part of our global marketing network, and we're onboarding around 5,000 clinicians at the moment, of which we expect to get about 2, because we have a lot of feedback from the people that use our products through clinicians. It works, there's no side effects, people can tolerate it, and it's reasonably priced. And then, obviously, everyone does web sales going global. You can't get away from that. The market size. The market size is massive. So for me to try and break it down that we're going to get 1% of this and we're all going to be wealthy, just doesn't work. It's around the $500 billion. So what I've done is we've broken this down into what the factory can do. These are margin profits, they're not sales. So the 1,000 tonne we currently have will allow us to do anywhere between 40 million to 100 million margins going forward. And that was the easiest way I could do it. I'm trying to work that out as a percentage back up into here is 0.0021 or something. It doesn't work. Capital raise. We're looking at raising $1.5 million for 2.5 million shares at 60 cents. Post-valuation, there's 21 million. And it's basically, we have a factory. it's fully paid for. We're into around 450 stores in Australia, and we're pushing into probably double that in the next 2 to 3 months. We're looking at the fact that we have a major ingredients player that sells globally. So everything is in place. We've got no debt attached to any of this. So the main reason of our fundraising is to accelerate our growth globally going forward. And as part of the valuation there, you can see that I've put in the factory, the reasons why, and basically it's not a case of we're designing something, we're going to prove something. We've done all that. And we've built the factory, and we're selling the product. So the reason I'm here for you today is that we're going to drive this thing globally as hard and as fast as possible. So thank you very much for that. Any questions, please come and see us at our table, and we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gordon. Oops. Thank you for that, Gordon. Up next, we have Julian Fisher, founder and CEO of JISP.
Founder of JISP, and I would like to start with a video. So what we produced is an app that works in convenience stores, delivering brand-based discounts directly to consumers who are shopping in the store. What we've done is we've delivered $500,000 Australian dollars worth of vouchers to date, and we've also delivered around £1.5 million worth of business to wholesale and brands per 100 stores. The application is available in the United Kingdom. We're launching it in the States, and we're currently here with Wholesale Investor to raise $5 million for a 6% equity stake. The company is run by leading experts. We've got several influencers in the retail industry, 150 years experience in delivering retail marketing, brand promotions. We're looking to become the leading provider of connected digital solutions delivered in the store while the individuals are shopping, which is a benefit for brands, retailers, and wholesalers. The problem that exists currently for brands is that the method for them at the moment is to promote themselves through the wholesale market. The issue with that is it's expensive, there's no compliance, and they have difficulties in supply chain management, which we deliver through the application directly to the consumer in the store. Our clients are all of the biggest brands that you would ever come to expect in a convenience store, including the likes of Coca-Cola, Mondelez, AB InBev, and others. What we've been able to do for these companies is provide them with the ability to go direct to the consumer and also to do so with insight. So we give them data so they understand exactly who it is that's buying from them in the store. There we go. So when we deliver the application, the actual results that we've delivered is astronomical. So the average stores are now doing around $30,000 to $50,000 of incremental sales per week. Literally, as the consumer is scanning the barcode, 90% of them will take the product to the till to purchase the product. So this is an astronomical delivery for the brands. The market we're in is called the retail marketing industry. It's a relatively new industry. It's worth around 145 billion Australian dollars, and it's around 2 years old, so plenty of growth. For the brands, the results have been astronomical. In cases where we have had up to 100 stores, we're delivering anything up to 1,500% increase in sales. So the numbers are phenomenal. In our latest developments, we've just signed with the biggest wholesaler and symbol group Booker, and we've delivered with them 4 times the amount of shoppers than in previous wholesale agreements. And we've also just recently announced the largest in-store payment solution. Payzone is a client owned by the Post Office in England. They have 24,000 stores, so we've just signed them up. And we also recently won an award for the best use of AR in retail. The growth of the company is in double digits. We're growing more stores, we're growing more partnerships. The user base is growing significantly. The reason for the funding is also to give us more marketing money so that we can actually advertise to the consumers outside the store. And what we've been able to prove is that from having more budget, we can increase the number of users within the store using our application, which has a more than doubling effect on the number of people buying through the application. So the growth figures that we've got are based on actuals, and we've then projected them for the end of the year, which is shown here in this graph. In terms of the revenues, I do agree that this is typical hockey stick. It's all based on an algorithm from the number of stores that we are introducing into the app. The more stores we get, the more sales that we achieve. The more sales, the higher the return. In terms of our competition, in reality, on the augmented side and gamification of the application, there is no one that's doing what we're doing. The closest there are is digital delivery solutions, which basically provide you with a voucher. Our application delivers it to you exclusively, personalized when you're shopping in the store. So you're not receiving the voucher as a paper-based solution. You're receiving it as a digital solution, literally as you're shopping in the store. In the UK, we have 47,000 stores. Most of these, the vast majority, are independent, which is one of the reasons why brands have significant difficulties in getting their messages across to the retailers. So we're delivering that opportunity for the brands. We still work with the wholesalers, so we're still delivering the application through the wholesale network. We're about to move into the United States with our partners Omnicom, and we'll be delivering the same solutions because the same issues exist in the United States. In terms of our roadmap, most of the work that we've done is to actually prove the application in the United Kingdom and then move it across into the United States. So we were there before the pandemic, but we had to come out because of COVID. We've now going to be returning back into the United States to start setting up the application in stores in Florida and in California. And with our partner in America, who has operations here in Australia, we are looking to extend our growth into Australia sometime in the next part of next year. That's it from me. If you'd like to see the app in demo mode, I have an application to show you. I also have publications here for all the information that I've shown you here today. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Fantastic. Thank you, Julian. Up next, we have David Baker, founder and CEO of Issuer Pixel, who will be joining us online.
Hi, this is David Baker. I'm CEO of Issuer Pixel. Issuer Pixel is a B2B video, audio sharing, and networking platform connecting companies to the world. The problem for companies is there's no video audio platform that's indexed and company and industry specific. Companies don't have a centralized media library to structure and organize their video and audio content. They have difficulty being found, and there's no economic way to achieve or measure visibility, which is critical to all companies these days. For users, the problem is they don't have a video audio platform to efficiently find content, video and audio with relevant and congruent results. Conducting diligence on site with planes, trains, and automobiles is expensive. It's challenging to communicate with companies directly and difficult to identify exact comparables at a granular level. Here's an example of a use case looking at YouTube and Google video. In this case, we're looking for jet fan companies. The results tend to be disparate and irrelevant. In this case, looking for jet fan companies, there's one company from Pratt & Whitney that has a video that's relevant. The rest are not. It's just noise. And this is a problem throughout platforms like YouTube, Vimeo, etc. It's an issuer-specific problem. It's an industry size problem. And again, results tend to be disparate and irrelevant and incredibly time-consuming to find that which you're really looking for. The solution is Issuer Pixel's B2B video audio sharing platform that actually indexes video and audio, delivering accurate and congruent results. If we look at indexing on our platform by the numbers, we have over 125,000 industry categories, 70 different search criteria, approximately 1,250 fields within the search criteria, and this equals approximately 8 billion combinations for video and audio, and it's only growing on our platform daily. This is an example of our production homepage. You can take a look at categories you probably haven't seen before elsewhere. So we have categories of shared community research, trending in aerospace, reporting, and not public trading, field programmable gate arrays. Again, we have billions of combinations here, and you can search for that which you're looking for. And in this case, on our production homepage, you can see unique categories of video and audio. Our platform has 4 major functions. They're video audio library, video audio database, company-to-company communications, and visibility services, ways to provide visibility to companies and to distribute visibility for video and audio and distribution of video and audio. This is an example of our video audio database. You can see at the top there are tabs with different characteristics and different types of categories to search through: industry, company characteristics, video, audio, media types, fundamentals, market, technical, social. You can search for any combination or permutation of filters and have results that are delivered with the appropriate video and audio media content that meets your filter criteria. We believe this is the most sophisticated video audio database in the world. Here's an example of a video audio profile. As you can see, there's a video audio library of the company and then company details on the left-hand margin, looking at their profile. Our market size is approximately $130 billion globally and approximately $4+ billion in the United States, $2.5 billion for the company market, $1.4 billion user market, and $900 million corporate video sharing ad market. Our business model: freemium for companies, freemium for users, promotional services, which is visibility and distribution of video audio content, and then licensing and advertising. We have patent pending technology with 1 patent issued that deals with self-building, hierarchically indexed multimedia database. We have 3 patents pending and 5 more patents planned, and we're using an omnibus strategy, so it's a family of patents and each patent is related to the previous one. Our competitive map: take a look at the y-axis, abundant video and audio content. At the top, at the bottom, scarce video and audio content. On the x-axis, all content to the left, company-specific content to the right. Companies like Google, YouTube, Dailymotion, they have an abundance of video audio content, but it's not company-specific and industry-specific. At least it's not easy to find. In contrast, in the lower right-hand corner of this map, you can see companies like PitchBook and Crunchbase. They have a lot of company and industry-specific content, but no video and audio. Issuer Pixel plans to be the leader in abundance of video audio content that's both company and industry-specific. This is a platform comparison slide. As you can see, companies like LinkedIn, they do B2B networking, individual to individual, whereas Issuer Pixel is company to company. We have a media database, which other companies have. However, Issuer Pixel has a multi-factor industry-centric video audio database, which allows to search for combinations and permutations of filters and criteria to get the video audio results you're looking for. And we can index any media or data, video, audio, articles, news, etc. Our roadmap, we started the company back in early 2020. We got to beta within approximately 17 months. We're in beta now. We have 75 company customers on platform. We expect to open the front end of our platform in July of this year and generating revenue in December of this year. Here's our growth and revenue forecast. This is really a year 2022 of beta. As you can see, when we launch charging and revenue generation at the end of December 22, early 2023, we believe our revenue and growth will ramp fast, both in companies, users on platform, and revenue itself. Our leadership team, myself, I have experience on Wall Street for 30 plus years and have had successful exits. Our CIO and CTO, Vadim Tarasov and Byron Kwok, they have years and years of experience owning and running their own software development firm. All of the leadership has a lot of experience. Use of proceeds, we're raising $3.25 to $5 million for our Series A financing. As you can see, the use of proceeds is fairly spread out evenly between platform design and development, proprietary content, and sales and marketing. Obviously, sales and marketing is the greatest expenditure of our capital, as that's what we think we need most to achieve scale. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to our presentation. You can find more information on Umbrella or at wholesaleinvestor.com. Alternatively, you can email me at dnb@issuerpixel.com. David Nancy Boy, dnb@issuerpixel.com. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, David. Up next, we have Keith Oliver, Executive Chairman of Blackhawk.io.
Good morning. Welcome. Blackhawk unleashes the potential of mobile assets and the teams that sell, service, maintain, and use them. The biggest problem in the industry for people that sell and service machinery and equipment is that they will typically make 10% margin on the machines they sell, but they'll make 60 to 80% margin on the service that they generate and the parts that they sell. However, industry statistics tell us that they only manage to sell and service parts and machinery and equipment to about 30% of the customers that actually buy their kit. In other words, they're missing out on a huge amount of revenue. So for someone selling 500 machines a month, they're likely to be missing out on the circa $12 million worth of high margin revenue a year. So in the supply side of the industry, there's a major opportunity to generate more revenue. In the demand side of the industry, the challenges that large asset fleets have is that have they got too many or too few assets? Are they being serviced on time? Are they meeting their manufacturer's warranty service events? So Blackhawk sits in a SaaS product that provides services to both the supply side and the sell side of the industry. For the supply side of the industry, we're reducing the risks and the costs of financing the assets. We're allowing our customers, our dealer customers, to generate vastly more revenue. And we're giving them effectively an Uber app, a digital channel for them to give to their customers that enable their customers to use and consume the data from the assets that they sell. In the demand side of the industry, our major customers are saving time and effort on terms of their maintenance. They're able to reduce the size of their asset fleets, and they are able to deliver their staff a greater level of job satisfaction using their digital tools. So Blackhawk positions itself as generating a pit crew Formula One style service for the machinery industry and for their key customers. The customers that we have, and I'll talk more about them shortly, have been able to have significant increases in revenue in their service dealership, major increases in aftermarket revenue and profitability. And how do they do that? Pit Crew is our SaaS product. It connects data from assets at the simplest level using QR codes right the way through to IoT connected devices and increasingly OEM APIs, machines that are coming already collected to the cloud. Our users are able to perform proactive maintenance. They're able to create inspections for planned maintenance, and they're able to have job boards that show them and show their customers in real time when the machines need to be managed, when they need to be serviced, and most importantly, what the asset utilization is. And lastly, we're all familiar with using Uber and the ability to rate and rank the service that we receive. Machinery dealers and service providers are now able to give their customers a digital app that enable them to give feedback on how the machines performed, how the service teams performed, and internally within the service branches to actually measure the performance of the staff in real time. Essentially, we're taking our customers on a digital journey, Industry 4.0, that starts from connecting assets right the way through to being able to optimize their business processes and to be able to share that with their important customers. No software works alone, however, and so we have a number of integrations, both in more traditional applications at an enterprise level, through IoT networks, third-party applications, and increasingly so from the OEM manufacturers that are producing high-quality data to the cloud at the time they sell their machines. Our customers tell us that our unique selling proposition is in fact the digital channel that enables the dealers to connect for the first time in a digital way with their customers. So bridging the gap between a sale of a machine and a digital service in terms of the dealer-customer relationship. So that digital channel is the thing that our customers find outstanding. In the first phase of our expansion, we're looking at focusing on the off-road machinery market in mixed brand machinery dealers, both in Australia, the USA, and Canada. Our business model, generating revenue from the sale of connected subscriptions, and also for the value and the depth of the software applications that our customers enjoy. Right at the moment, our average contract value, ACV, is around 50,000, although we do have customers as large as 600,000 ACV a year. So we have customers in the supply side on the left-hand side of the sheet. We have customers on the right-hand side and the demand side, and increasingly we are seeing telcos coming and saying, we really like the IoT SaaS that you're able to deploy. We'll take that to our customers under our own brand. So we see an increasing take-up of resellers who are branding the SaaS for their own applications. Two key customers here, some of whom you may recognize. On the demand side, we have customers that use machinery extensively within their business, people like Fonterra, the largest dairy company in the world. And on the demand side, our largest customer in Australia is Qantas. So they have over 1,000 SaaS users using the application every day to manage the performance of the 4,500 machines that we see moving around every airport in Australia. So the size of the prize for us, just in the off-road machinery market, there's about 6 million units sold a year globally. If we look at just our first target, which is Australia, USA, and Canada, there's around 2 million, the opportunity there for us is around 2 billion SaaS per annum, and we're able to expand that into additional territories. The key part of our strategy from a sustainability point of view sits on the right-hand side here, which is the moat. The digital moat that we're creating enables our dealers to connect to their customers, and so they're sharing the data from their common assets. We have good traction at the moment with over $4 million worth of revenue, 2.5 million annual recurring revenue. And our executive team that are taking this to the market have done serial scale-ups and trade exits multiple times before. So we have a history of being able to take in shareholder capital, investor capital, scale up tech companies and invest that for outstanding results. So we're going to be raising 10 million in a Series A round, which will drive us through to $20 million worth of annual recurring revenue. That capital is going to be used for scaling up our sales and marketing activities in Australia and in North America, Canada, and the USA, and continuing to configure our SaaS product for both dealers and for super users, the likes of Qantas. So an investment summary is we have a product in the market, we have great scale, we have some testimonial accounts, we've got good product market fit, and the capital we're raising is going to enable us to get to that 20 million recurring annual revenue. So thank you for the opportunity presenting this afternoon. And breaking news, the New Zealand government has just introduced a $5 million visa scheme for immigration. So if any of you would like to come and live in the beautiful climate of New Zealand, if you invest $5 million with Black Hawk, I'm sure we can give you access to that investor visa scheme and you can become a resident. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keith. Up next, we have Corey Russell and Chris Russell, both co-founders of Baxta Global.
Okay, Baxta was born from my own experiences with my dog Daisy, where you will see on screen just how important and loved she is within our family. Two very quick examples of my earliest experiences with Daisy. Sydney Dog Lovers Show. Finding pet-friendly accommodation where the big-name online booking companies used keywords to assist their SEO rankings. Words like dogs or pets or pet-friendly to drive additional traffic to their websites. But when I called to book, I found most of the accommodation online was not pet-friendly at all. Finding pet-friendly cafes, restaurants and pubs, somewhere we could take Daisy where the entire family could eat. As a pet parent, it's important to be given the correct information. You need to be able to make sure that the overall experience will work with you and your dog. When looking at Google, I recall the business listing failed to mention that the eating area was on the footpath with no undercover. When we arrived, it was raining. This forced us to cancel the booking, returning home very disappointed. I will now pass you over to Corey, the Baxta co-founder, where Corey will perfectly demonstrate what Baxta is doing and to achieve our mission in building a pet-friendlier world. Thank you.
All righty, apologies for the very average pun, but that's all right. And with that, Baxta was born to solve the problems Chris identified from his early years of being a pet parent to Daisy, as well as later being reinforced when I got my own French Bulldog puppy Stitch. Let's summarise the challenges he faced. There was no verified source that is a one-stop shop for pet information. Pet research is time-consuming, with sources such as Google being siloed and having no community feedback. And there's a move away from big tech to more niche platforms. Facebook's losing millions of members per year, in particular to the younger generations. That's where Baxta comes in. We've built a multi-platform tech solution to make the world more pet-friendly than it was the day before. Our app and web platform saves our community time by seamlessly connecting them to services, offers, and like-minded community members. It means you will no longer be the crazy dog man on Facebook or Instagram, as you are connected to a thriving ecosystem of passionate users. It also builds trust by allowing users to browse the verified recommendations and reviews, curated by those who know best, the pet parents. As Australians, we're really crazy about our pets. There's over 29 million pets in Australia and growing rapidly every day. We're happy to spend big on our pets. There's $13 billion spent annually and there's 10% year-on-year growth. The pet sector has proven to counter market trends, with growth in even the most uncertain of economies. 70% of people aged 18 to 26 are actually pet owners now, which is significant increases on previous generations. Baxta has been built for use for all generations, but we've found Gen Z has a special interpretation of pet ownership and has therefore become our ideal user. 33% of Gen Z are more likely to consider their pets as children, celebrating events such as birthdays and gotcha days. 92% report that their pet helps them with things like anxiety, stress, and they're using social media differently to previous generations. While they're consuming more content on things like TikTok, they're less willing to post on platforms that aren't built for purpose. These factors have led us to create the ultimate destination for pet parents. Welcome to the Baxta app. The core to our product experience is our location-based technology. No matter where you are, Baxta can connect you to pet-friendly venues, services, and adventures. I've got a few examples from the app on the screen here. On the right, you can see our dynamic hybrid list/map view. That's of just around here in Chippendale. And on the left, we've got our detailed listing view with features such as navigation, click to call, there's an inquiry form, and our pet-friendly highlights, which is a major differentiation from Google listings. But the beauty of the Baxta platform is that we combine the utility with our pet social networking community. With over 15 minutes spent per user, this addictive functionality lets you update your pet's life in a curated and safe environment. We've got a few examples there. We've got Benji and Basil on the left there, which Ashley will be stoked about. That's my French Bulldog Stitch. That's a pet profile. We've got our feed and our, full screen content. But we've got further features as well. We've got an event calendar for weekend outings, health and safety resources recorded by our vet team, and group functionality based on things such as breed and location, perfect for organising meetups with like-minded members. Our technology captures motivated pet parents in the earliest stages of pet ownership. As you can see on our pet owner and business wheel, our platform is two-sided, maximising the value for both sides. We enable pet-friendly businesses and services to build customer loyalty, showcase events and offers, which in turn benefits our pet parents. All right, let's talk about the exciting stuff, the revenue models. Baxta is a two-sided marketplace which enables pet-friendly businesses and services to list on the platform for a monthly subscription, averaging out at about $59 per month. Our extremely realistic expectations have us at over 1,700 paying businesses, customers on board by 2024, and 1.2 million in annual recurring revenue from this stream alone. The beauty of this model, which I'm sure you're all thinking, is that it is extremely scalable, and with increased spend on marketing and sales, these figures can multiply substantially. But we're just getting started. We're looking to diversify our revenue stream and are working on our 360 service model on both web and mobile. This will allow us to take bookings for venues, services, events, in-app, giving us commission and control of the entire payment flow. The trust we have built with our 25k strong user base allows many other opportunities, including e-commerce, media partnerships, and cost per leads. We've had some really good traction to date. We've got an EDM subscriber list with over 15,000 users with a really high industry open rate of 36%. We've partnered with a number of pet-friendly businesses to highlight their offerings. We often go out and about, do events with some of Australia's largest organisations such as Pound Paws and the RSPCA. And we've had some good media traction as well with over 15 media outlets. In a space that is largely fragmented and untouched, we have been able to develop significant competitive advantage. Things like being Australia's first and only social networking platform for pets, our location-based tech, our Gen Z targeting, and the fact that we're the first fully integrated product to market. I'm running out of time, but we've had some really good milestones as well. Over 25k downloads, 2,000 pet-friendly business listed, 10% user growth month on month, over 10 minutes engagement average, and most of our audience is just based on the east coast of Australia. We're looking to raise $1.8 million. It's our first bit of external capital. And our very, very conservative single stream projections are at 1.2 million by 2024. We're Baxter. We're making the world a more pet-friendly place. We're outside. We've got our team here today. We'd be more than happy to chat with you. So come and have a chat. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Corey and Chris. Next up, we have Chris Russell, CEO and co-founder of zellebrate.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, my name's Chris Russell. Unlike the Chris Russell in the previous presentation, I'm the real Chris Russell, so just ignore him. If you didn't notice, the last guy's name's exactly the same as mine. So, zellebrate, what is zellebrate? So zellebrate, I guess, you know, I've never found a one-line way to summarise zellebrate, but if I guess was to have a go now again, I'd go look down at the palm of your hand, and if there is in your mobile, you wanted to find anything around you, where it's being sold, prices, images, everything, that's the concept of, well, not the concept, that's zellebrate. So it's all about Amazon, online products, zellebrate, all local around us. Just clicked the wrong thing. Okay, so I guess the fundamentals behind zellebrate is that's largely ignored or largely unknown is that in the retail space, 75% of sales, global sales in developed countries are still over the counter. So you have 25% e-commerce only, Amazon, Etsy, ASOS, eBay, they're in that quarter, that 25% space. So the blue area, the 10 trillion, the 75%, there's nothing, no platform representing online retail, not local retail. So have a think about it. There's, you go to Google, you go in and out of Google, and you'll search for products in and out of websites and make decisions based on that. A platform that will instantly show you all of the retailers, where their locations are, the products. You can go through and buy online via that product and be directed straight down to the store. 75% of sales in that space. So as far as zellebrate is concerned, we're pioneering this. There's no such thing around the world. We've spent 4 years, a bit over there, building the technology. It's extraordinarily complex. It's now working. We're away. So local retail has no digital home. There are 1 billion consumers a year shopping, and there's no convenient online platform. What we'll end up with then is the world's biggest shopping centre, because it's like physical. When you think about it, physical stores, all collated together, works out to be the biggest shopping centre, albeit virtual. Our intention is blanket coverage. We're building up as we speak through all the technology. As we started in the UK. About 8 million products there at the moment and 2,500 retailers, and that's expanding rapidly every day. So I guess what's the benefit for consumers? Well, you know, it's the convenience. I just have to refer to Google, going in and out of Google. You do a search and you've got to go in and out of websites. You've got to document where you've gone. I mean, we know how long that takes. This is like all collated together instantly. Picture the Amazon experience and you can find what you want. And then there's where the distance from the store is around you and on all those elements. So it's the time savings is major with this. As a result then, the money savings. So if you have a really canvassed area of what's going on around you and their sales and their normal prices, then you're going to find the best deals and the live deals. We have live deals available that within 5 minutes someone can make a change and it will be posted up to the zellebrate platform, and then locally, if you're in that circle, you'll know, well, that's happening there at lunchtime, half price off meals, or it's half price off retail products or linen or whatever it may be, because it's a slow day. So it's that joy of discovery too, of course. So, finding boutiques that are around you that didn't know existed or didn't know sold these things. I mean, that's gone out of the equation because we're all now so conditioned to, finding things instantly on your online platforms. And then it's the lifestyle. I mean, local communities, local retail precincts are just being ravaged by the onset of all these e-commerce platforms. We need to bring that back, that local community element. So, from a retail perspective, we're uniting retailers as one. Good luck a local retailer these days getting on the front page of Google, even a major retailer. They're squashed out by the big online giants. So we'll be that online giant, but representing local retail. And then it's the connectivity. We have a lot of content that we post up there about retailers. It's all about really trying to connect the consumer into retailers locally. There's certain applications that we have as part of what we're doing. So we've built the program. As I've said, the technology is complete at the end of the year. We'll be starting up in Australia. We've already mapped Australia before in a prototype, and then the US early next year. The coverage we expect within 3 years, based on current projections, is 100 million products, 100,000 retailers, about 1 million stores. So it's a massive project, but all the ills and the pain points have been conquered. I'm not going to go into the technology. There's 3 layers of tech. If this is of interest, what I'm saying here, then we're just around the corner and I can go into that in detail. But yes, it's already globally scalable. It's automated. It's been horrendous headaches all the way through, but we've now conquered it. We're on AWS. We use all sorts of AI as well to get the job done. The commercialisation, you're probably wondering why we started up in the UK. Well, we found a guy over there who's done that for a shopping centre group in the UK. He set up an online marketplace there, representing retailers in those shopping centres, and created that, used an affiliate marketing model, and made millions out of it for them. He is now with us. There's no restrictions just to shopping centres. It's all local. So basically the shackles are off, and we can take that, which is already proven, and there's core members of his team with us as well, going global with the whole thing. So it's very exciting. And then there's new technology coming in, which once again I can't go into here, but there's this online to offline tracking. So you can find retailers and products on a website these days or on a platform like ours, go down and purchase it over the counter, and if a relationship has already been developed with Zellebrate for that retailer, then we'll know that purchase originated from us, and we'll get a sales commission, which will increase the pipeline by about 400%. I'm running out of time, but there's traction in the US, there's leading brands wanting to come on board. In Australia, there's already hundreds of retailers agreeing to come on board. Councils are involved in a pilot. The team, our CTO, has been in the game for 20 years. I've been in the game for the same thing in retail. Carl put together amazing things with his side. Indy is the founder from the UK that I talked about with regards to the platform. The projections, well, as you can see, they significantly ramp up. That'll be 25 countries after a few years. After, I think, 4 or 5 years we'll be in because of the automatic scaling of it, which cuts in for itself. The investment details, 2 million we're seeking, 20% equity. We've raised substantial monies before on the way through. This will get us to a subscriber level, which on precedent absolutely generates those revenues, and then takes us to that next scale of funding implementation. We're looking to list on NASDAQ within 3 years, and at the end of the year, as this raise as well, we'll have 10 million products, 100,000 stores, and we're up to about 45,000 a month in retail. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris. Up next, we have Joshua Arnold, founder of Vimbal.
Hi, my name's Joshua Arnold. I'm the founder of Vimbal, and I hate public speaking. Vimbal makes money by using immersive technologies in neuroscience as a SaaS platform. We're early stage. Here's the disclaimer. So first of all, before I get into the technology, I want to introduce you to the team, and this is the people that's backing us. I'm Joshua Arnold, founder and CEO. We've got Sunil Sangambate, who's the CTO. Sunil is currently one of 30 people globally accepted into MIT's CTO training program. He's the former GM of Research and Tech of Codan, a $2 billion software company. He was the technology DD for acquisitions and prepared and exited companies for hundreds of millions of dollars. He was introduced by Dr. Rory Linehan, who was also of Codan. He was the CTO and executive GM. He's formerly of McLaren F1 team, as the head of strategy innovation of McLaren Applied. He was also the principal engineer for Boeing 787's flight control system. And Michael Wade, he's the former senior vice president of business operations at Bentel Green Oakham, took them from $5 to $15 billion a year in 6 years, and he's formerly the head of finance for Cascade Investments, a $100 billion person equity fund. Personally, this is the bit that I don't like talking about, but people really sort of like it. So personally, I grew up in rural Australia. I played all the sports, motorbikes, cars. I then had a career. I quit school, went farming, went shearing sheep, got an electrical trade, went mining supervisor in Western Australia. Had a really normal outdoors life, but I'd also done very little reading, and that's actually key. Then I was involved in a trauma, and that trauma included 17 spine injuries, left hip and right shoulder. This gave me a problem. I couldn't work in mining anymore. I needed to get a reskill, and the injuries meant I couldn't sit for long enough because of my lower back injuries, and couldn't use my arms and legs and arms and shoulders enough to be able to use a computer or read properly. So what do you do when you do this? You got these injuries, you go and study law apparently. So what I did, so let's just appreciate that. So I'd read 3 books in 12 years since leaving school. I grew up shearing sheep, and now I've got into law school with all these injuries, and I just couldn't do that. So I had 2 options. I was either going to quit, or I was either going to figure it out, and I figured it out. I used my legal research skills to be able to do neuroscience, and I built a learning environment using my trade problem-solving skills in the house. This outcome led me to being a Judges Associate Industrial Court in South Australia. But I thought to myself, I've got this really good learning environment, this immersive environment with only about 3 elements, and how can I bring this to the world? And the answer to that learning environment is virtual reality. What we have today is our technology is Vimbal, virtual, immersive, mindfulness-based accelerated learning. Vimbal now is 30 neurosensory elements with 55 unique and novel combinations. Basically, when you're really stressed, you've got your amygdala and it really hyperstimulates. When that's hyperstimulated, you can't take on the new information. If you can relax the amygdala, you give a direct learning path or information highway to the main memory centre, the hippocampus. This results in a 35+% increased retention of information. When your mind is in this hyperfocused state, then you're able to increase your reading speeds by up to 300+%. We've also got data analytics in Apple phones and Apple watches and neurological wearables. We also have, these data analytics are going to talk to our AI and ML, which are going to then communicate to our 30 neurological sensory elements to create that perfect learning environment for that individual. The AI and ML is also going to do more. Is this an existing market? No, it is not. We are just doing it significantly better than the best technology companies in the world. Vimbal has 30 neurological and sensory elements and 55 combinations, while the other best is Microsoft's Immersive Reader with only 8 elements and no combinations. There are other competition in the world, and they are the biggest companies in the world. We are just simply doing it much better. The traction. Currently, we're building a minimum viable product in VR on Oculus and Vive devices. We're also building a smartphone for Android and Apple devices. This is good because we're able to limit the barriers to entry. We're not requiring a VR headset. It's going to be our lower model of the software. The premium product's going to be in virtual reality. We currently have a pilot program being drawn up with a large international university that has 2,500 MBA students and 20,000 MBA business and master's students. MBA students are unique. They're highly educated, they've got money, and they time poor, so they want this to work. What we're also going to be able to do as a secondary market is, after testing this, is be able to figure out what our secondary market is going to be post those studies. Our current investor is mining and civil services, so another aspect of this is reducing onboarding costs by increasing onboarding speeds, but then we can also reduce safety injuries by increase safety retention and reduce injuries. We also have business education and neurodiverse people. So if you think of anybody that you know that's always at work, you're able to triple their workload or be able to give them a lot more free time. With education, we're able to bring education to more people because we're able to limit that time that it's going to take to get a degree. Or this is the bit that gets me out of bed in the morning, neurodiverse. So people with ADHD, people with autism, people with dyslexia are able to take them, relax that hyperstimulated amygdala and be able to give them an education far past any point before, increasing their life like exponentially. but then also anxiety, depression, and PTSD. For instance, if you get a veteran with PTSD, you're going to be able to take them as they leave the army, be able to give them an education on their day-to-day life. Then you're also going to be able to close that window of a new career after to stop veteran homeless and veteran suicide. Roadmap. So this is our current roadmap. In quarter 1 2022, we closed our pre-seed for $1 million. We are now opening our seed round, and the MVP in quarter 4 is going to be ready. We're also closing our seed round around quarter 1 this year, next year. Then you can see our slowly ramp of users. What we do have there is some of the basic numbers of what we're building. What we want to do with raising our seed round investments is bring that 2025 numbers right down to 2023. I'm Joshua Arnold, founder and CEO of Vimbal. What we've shown you today is a very high level of a very complex product. I want you to really appreciate what only 3 elements of what I built got me through law school. So now we've got 30 elements and 55 combinations. I want you to think about what we are truly capable of and the market that we're taking on. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Josh. Up next, we have Sean Fox, founder of Responsible Entity Services.
Hi everybody. So a lot of you would have seen me speak before or even speak yesterday. So we'll have a bit more of a conversation today. Let me tell you quickly who I am to put this into context. So I now own in excess of 24 companies in just about every industry in 3 different countries. I've got about a 6-week attention span, so I like to get into stuff, chew on it, and then give it to an amazing team of people who are far better at things than I am. So employ good people, get out of the way. Right? That's the good tip. This company here, this is one of my core companies. Where I like to make money is infrastructure. Does not matter what industry that's in, go find the infrastructure. Picks and shovels, right, and toilet paper. Go do that. Right? In a gold rush, they're the people that make all the money. So this company here, RE Services, we're a responsible entity service for hire. We own just about every combination of financial service license, retail AFSLs, retail ACLs, remittance license, convert fiat to crypto, and a digital asset exchange license. I've got an amazing team there. There's about 22 full-time legal staff, contracts lawyers, and financial services lawyers. And what we do is we license people for fundraising activities, credit lending activities, etc. Today I'm going to talk to you guys about blockchain. So blockchain, how's it work? Venture and capital. We're very far behind the conversation here in Australia. I've just spent the last few months in America where the conversation's really rampant. And I'd say blockchain as an actual industry is about really 8 years old, 4 years, for the experts in the field. I was hanging out with a whole bunch of experts who made me feel really stupid in the room, and they were like 24, right? And they were just crushing this conversation. I was at the Consensus event in Austin, Texas. That was an amazing event put on by Coinbase. I was at the Miami event, Blockchain 2022. I didn't go to the Bitcoin event that was there because it was full of Bitcoin people. Not really what I was interested in. I'm looking for the infrastructure. For me, the use case here, so we raise a lot of money. I've got another company, we raise a lot of money, crowdfunding, so we raise money for, and I buy mines, like standard mines, so gold mines, silica, sand. We've got a beautiful fund we've put together at the moment. It's for funding early, mid, and late stage technology. Another one for mergers and acquisitions, right? So we borrow money from people and we go and buy those things. A lot of people here, well, everybody here out there is raising money today. So where does the infrastructure key sit in blockchain, and where's the connectivity into our lives as investors? And that's what I really am. I'm a professional investor who likes to own infrastructure and all the pieces. So for us, what we're doing is, as I mentioned before, we have a digital asset exchange license. So we can license digital exchanges for conducting activity here. Now, I'm going to go forward one. We had so many people, so many exchanges come to us over the last 18 months and said, right, I've built an exchange, they're tech guys, we've got an exchange, it's fantastic. We've got people that we can connect to in their universe. We're ready to launch in Australia. And as all of you would know, Australia is the most regulated country on the planet, then Switzerland. Right? So to come into Australia to do something like that, you've got to be very careful who you approach, particularly if you want to approach retail people. So to run an exchange in Australia, you have to have, particularly if you want to be at retail, a retail AFSL, a remittance license to transfer those funds, and also a digital asset exchange license. So what we're doing is we're launching a hard tokened or hard asset token exchange. We're tokenizing real-time assets. We're tokenizing people. Actually, a couple of the guys out here we're already working with and raising funds and tokenizing them. So people that want to raise funds under management, a mine, property funds. We tokenize those and we put them into the digital economy, which is, the largest liquidity market the universe has ever seen, right? The amount of money that transacted in air in the last 5 years, right? Trillions of dollars in air, right? So when you tokenize hard assets and you're in that economy. So there's 2 points, there's 2 directions I'll go with this. So anybody who's looking to raise funds for their business at the moment, or you're looking at IPOing, right? For example, I'd say instead of going down that route, you'd want to go into the token economy, the digital economy. We've got people that are transacting money all the time. I've got a few friends now, because of the conversations we have, who own actual coins. They've launched actual coins, right? And they've made ridiculous sorts of money. And I said to them, I was really curious, I said to one in particular, I said, right, you've made all this money, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars. He's 23 years old, hundreds of millions. Where do you put your money? He said, all right, he said, look, I put 15% back into the digital economy and I buy property with the rest, because cryptocurrency is too volatile, right? So this is from the guys who are actually making the real money. So by tokenizing hard assets, if you're here to raise funds or in the future you want to list your business, you want to be tokenizing and heading into that economy. That's where the big money is. That's where guys want to start storing their money. The conversation has moved so far. Like I said before, the industry is 8 years old, and it's like Australia's 30 years behind what that conversation is. I couldn't believe the amount of innovation. Cryptocurrency makes up the vast majority of the conversation, but it's 1/20th of the use case of what blockchain can do. My number one pick for if you want to go and invest in something to do in that digital economy, play-to-earn gaming, that is next level. That is where all the money's at. Right? I saw companies that are going to be like the new Tencent. They were selling 10% of their company for $5 million, and I bet you that company's worth $3 billion in a year. Right? Because where the conversation needs to go. If you're looking for opportunity, so that was the first talk was for people who want to raise money, get into the digital economy, list your asset. If you're an investor and you're looking for the yield, the true yield, infrastructure, right? You don't want to buy a coin or one piece. Own the picks and shovels. Like we're launching a hard asset exchange. Come and talk to us about that, either listing your own exchange or being a part of ours. We've got 130 hard tokenized assets that are going onto that exchange to then raise funds, right? So that's an amazing place to be. The other places to look at is looking into, like I said before, look into those play-to-earn gaming spaces. Whoever can bridge the gap between crypto people, because crypto people make up, I don't know the actual number, it'd be less than 10% of the population that are in that world. How do you get grandma involved? How do you get the other 90%? How do you get retail people involved in the digital economy? What's that conversation? If you're looking for true yield, go find the people who can bridge that gap. And that's why I like the play-to-earn gaming. It's not just because I don't mind playing games myself. My mum, just turning 60 this year, we actually play an online game together when I'm around the world, right? That's how we communicate and hang out for a couple of hours, right? So it shows that the use case is there. But the reason I like that so much is that bridges the gap, because not all gamers are into the crypto world, but they're now going to be earning digital money in that economy. You're going to take those people who were never involved in the digital economy and put them in there, right? Bridges the gap. What we do, and the people here, we're raising from sophisticated investors, retail mums and dads, etc. We raise on our sites, and we've already got people out there that are invested. We've got over, I think, 400 investors in a couple of our mines and things like that. We're now about to issue their digital tokens. We've now bridged the gap. We're bringing them in. They were just looking for an investment, but now we've brought them into the conversation. Blockchain is an absolute amazing technology that is taking everything from communicating medical records to just everything, absolutely everything. If you don't commit a crime anywhere overseas, because very soon it's going to be blockchained and that'll be picked up straight away in Switzerland, right? You're done. So the world got to look really small. Guys, that's it for my talk today. I just wanted to give you a broad spectrum of what my view of where opportunity really sits and how the conversation of blockchain really relates to funds management, venture and capital, investing, and the things that you should be looking out for. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sean. So now we have a lunch break. So please help yourself to some food, and we will be back here after 30 minutes for some another panel session, and some more presentations. Hi everyone, we're going to be starting our next session in a couple of minutes. So if you could please start making your way to the presentation room, that would be great. Hi everyone, please start making your way to the presentation hall. We're going to be starting with our next panel session. So please make your way into the presentation hall. We'll be starting in the next minute. We'll be starting our next panel session in the next minute, so please make your way into the presentation hall, where we'll be hearing a panel session on ESG, once a bonus, now a must-have.
Good afternoon to all of you. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. I'm sure post-lunch we'll try and make it as exciting as possible. But yeah, definitely very topical, to consider ESG in this forum. So looking forward to having an interactive session with the elite panelists that we have. Whenever we are ready.
Sure. Well, I can announce. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back, everyone. Just a reminder, please use your headphones if needed. We'll be starting this next session with a fantastic panel on ESG, once a bonus, now a must-have. Today, joining us, we have Matthew Pryor from Tenacious Ventures, Tim Neal from Data Farming, Ifran Malik from INQ Innovation Global, Cal Archibald from Beanstalk AgTech, and Lisa Fedorenko from Alberts.
Thank you, and thank you to the whole Wholesale Investors team, all of the delegates, all the guests and investors, startup ecosystem, all the corporate gov, all of you who have come on board. Welcome, and again, I'm really excited on behalf of Wholesale Investor crew as well as my own organization to be really hosting this amazing panel and very topical discussion on ESG as well. Just a quick introduction. My name is Irfan Malik. I am the global CEO of Innovation Global, which is an open innovation ecosystem supporting companies, Australian companies in particular, scale to emerging markets like India, the Middle East, and rest of Asia, all with corporate advisory, investment raise, but also hand-holding them for various business and joint venture partners as well. The other hat I wear is I'm the president of Australia-India Business Council, based out of New South Wales, really help, and an associate vice chair, really helping companies across sectors and definitely startup because of my own involvement. I'm really passionate about scaling up and supporting startup ecosystem to connect, but also other corporates as well, where there is an opportunity to leverage and also bring in Indian investments as well into supporting Australian companies scale into these markets as well. So if you have anything around Australia, India, please reach out to me. Would love to talk to you about and how these opportunities, especially with the recent ECTA agreement, which we are working towards a free trade agreement, that's going to play out as well. So on that note, I'm pleased to welcome the elite panelists that we have. We have 3 guest panelists here with us in person, and one of the gentlemen joining online as well. Tim, you can say hello. I just want to check you are able to hear us and we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. How am I coming through?
Excellent, Tim. Thank you again. So what an amazing topic we have. Obviously, we had to tweak this a little bit as well, where we started off more focusing on AgTech, and precision farming and future of farming. But what is really pertinent is ESG, the whole environment, social governance, where more and more organizations, globally, are looking for conformance and compliance, more even in terms of acceptance and adoption as well, especially in the global market scene. So I just wanted to take this opportunity essentially to position that ESG is not only the topic for the corporates, the gov, but also very pertinent for startups as well to consider. And of course, from an investor perspective as well, it is high on the radar in terms of ESG conformance, at least having something on the pitch deck that startups or organizations are looking to consider down the line, even if it's not their immediate priority, but having that on the radar is definitely seen as favorably. So on that note, let me kick off this session. And what I'll do, I think we've already had an introduction, but still, I would love to hear a personal story as well, their own version of, just probably introduction about what you do in your organization, but also on a higher level, touching on how ESG is important for you and your organization as well. So let me start with Lisa, if I can get you to introduce yourself and your organization and how important is ESG for you all.
Awesome. So hi, nice to meet you everyone. My name's Lisa Fedorenko. I'm the investment manager for Albert Impact Ventures. So Albert's has a really long history, 138 years. So one of the oldest run businesses in Australia. They started off in sheet music, actually selling musical sheets, and then went into a few lines of business, including selling some musical instruments, and most famous for what they did in music publishing, where they backed people like AC/DC and the Easy Beats. In 2016, they actually made the decision to sell most of their music publishing business, but decided a few things. So to stay in business as a family, to keep backing Australian and New Zealand pioneers, though they might have gone from strumming a guitar to strumming some keyboards, and to have a positive impact, but make that a bit more explicit, so not just implicit. And that had a lot of ramifications of the way Alberts does business. So we moved pretty much every asset to a no harm. So some families and high net worths do sort of an ESG screen. Some go like deeper and make sure that there's no actual underlying assets that are causing harm. Then also looked at ways to do good more explicitly. So set up the Tony Foundation. We're a B Corp ourselves, so we got B Corp certified. And the part which I'm most involved in is the direct impact part. So we set up a fund called Albert Impact Ventures. And we do direct investments into really early stage businesses that are aligned with 4 themes which we feel very passionately about. So one of them is the environment and sustainability, which I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot in. Within that is obviously the AgTech space. One of them's mental health and wellbeing. One of them's, of course, arts, music and entertainment, because we believe in a vibrant culture. And the last one is equality, with an initial focus on gender. So within that, we look for businesses where impact and commercial returns are tied at the hip. So the more commercially successful you are, the greater the impact will be. That way there's never really a compromise. And we are expecting these businesses to be able to deliver very strong commercial returns. We do not see this as a concession. And in particular, there's a lot of reasons to believe that. So for example, you might have noticed that there's a great resignation and that Gen Z is looking for work with purpose. So some of our emerging best talent is only going to work for businesses which are actually trying to make the world better. And the talent and the people within an organization is sort of what determines the success. So that's a little bit about how we think about impact and why we think it'll actually outperform over the long term.
Yep. Thank you, Lisa. That was quite impactful there. Obviously, great to know about the history as well and the focus. And it really resonated well, the for purpose, any organization, whether it's startup or even from investment perspective, for a purpose is really a strong driver there. Thank you, Lisa, for that intro there. Cal, if I can get you to, you've been championing an amazing organization, AgTech space. If you want to introduce Beanstalk a little bit more and about your program and how much of a focus you have on ESG.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So I'm Cal Archibald. I'm a director at Beanstalk. And first of all, I'll tell you the kind of, I guess, the vision for Beanstalk and what we believe. And fundamentally, we think that agriculture can be a leading force for good in the world. And so that's kind of what everything we do comes back to. And so what do we mean by this? Basically, we actually think that, as many other people do, that the days of trying to do less harm with agriculture are behind us, and the future is moving towards a world where actually, we can do amazing things with the environment and socially in smallholder farmer communities across Asia, as well as looking at some of the big climate challenges around water, climate resiliency, and carbon. All of this, a lot of it can come back to agriculture, and we now have the skills and the technology and the tools and the want to translate agriculture into this new world where it's actually a leading force for good. So everything we do comes back to that, and call it ESG, but we think about it through an impact lens. And so to achieve this, we work with kind of three main groups. We work with investors who are investing into early stage ag-tech companies and agri-food companies, and help them to think through what does it look like to invest into the sector, and where are the opportunities, and how to make sense of what is a really diverse and kind of complex space. We also work with a whole bunch of startups and sort of get in the trenches with them and work with them around go-to-market strategy and looking to expand into new markets, and also getting ready for sort of investment readiness. And then finally, where we spend a fair bit of our time is really with sort of large agribusiness corporates and help them to think through how do we develop a roadmap for adopting new technologies, how do we scout for technology outside of ag to come and solve our problems within agriculture, and how do we actually leverage the amazing innovation and R&D that's happening around the world and bring that into our business in a really considered way, rather than forcing our R&D team to have to solve every problem that we've got. So yeah, that's kind of how we think through.
Thank you. Amazing work that you do, and amazing vision and drive there as well. I think agri-tech definitely more and more is embracing and also even mandating ESG conformance. So good to see. We've had blockchain from really driving the farm to fork concept, but again, ESG conformance right through the whole farm to fork is definitely something which organization like you help us drive as well. So well done, and yeah, look forward to hearing more from you. Matthew, if I can get you to come in and share your perspective from Tenacious Ventures, how much of a focus you have on ESG and what are the things that you look for as an organization?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Irfan. Hey everyone, Matthew Pryor from Tenacious Ventures. We are an early stage venture firm, so we manage money on behalf of a significant number of wholesale investors And the role that we play is as a sector-specific early-stage investor. We're identifying high-potential companies who are delivering solutions at what we call the intersection of digitally native agriculture and climate solutions. So, to Lisa and Cal's point, we firmly believe that a significant amount of ecological sustainability transformation is going to come from the agri-food sector. If you think about just Australia, half of the landmass area and 70% of the available water is involved in agricultural production. So if we're looking at ecological sustainability as an outcome, we have to have agriculture and the food system being a big part of that. And so our job is, as a sector-specific investor, to kind of understand a lot about where all the problems are, be deeply connected to the very early stage parts of the ecosystem and identify high potential, globally relevant startups to invest in what we call a kind of high conviction, high support model. So we're pretty hands-on, and they are creating pathways to, lower intensity production, to, more soil health focus, many different transition pathways to move both the Australian and ultimately the global food system to kind of long-term sustainability footing. But in a non-concessional way, as Lisa was saying, this, it is an interesting thing and relevant to people. Talk about ESG in a broad sense, and there are many parts of that are sometimes challenging to deliver economic returns, but I think it's a belief that we all share that agriculture and the food and agri system is unique in that regard, in that it can both deliver economic returns and environmental returns at the same time.
Great ethos there. I think that's something which resonates with a lot of impact investment, having that mix of return on investment, but also the social impact as well. So that's a key driver we are hearing as a theme here. Tim, if I can get you to share your story, your thoughts on, from your organizational perspective, focus on ESG, how important it is.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. And data farming is a Toowoomba-based AgTech business up in Queensland. And we're sort of working, I guess, at the coalface of actually getting farmers to adopt digital technology. And I guess, it's before we sort of came along in the market 5 years ago, a very small percentage of the farmers actually use sort of digital tools on a daily basis. And now we've reached about 40% of the market in that time. So, the tremendous uptake of technologies really quickly. Obviously, we're in one of those overnight success stories. We're a husband and wife team that's been going in business for 20 years. And taking all that experience and what we're really trying to do is get mass market adoption, because typically agriculture has been really slow to adopt digital technologies. And, that's a really big focus of ours is now, how do we rapidly get people adopting technology? And we've quickly found out that it's not really the farmer's fault the sort of been slow uptake. It's actually been the technology's fault. So, in Australia, we've built pretty ordinary technologies in the past. And if you get that right, adoption will follow very, very quickly. So we too often want to blame the customer for the problem, but in reality, it's not the customer's fault. So, we're sort of now in a position where we've got, the biggest majority of farmers, farmer-facing sort of software available in Australia. And now that's opening up huge opportunities, particularly around just the digital divide between farm and off-farm. There's a real, I call it the digital lock gate. There's a farm gate that's really locked and the data's not flowing. So we're really trying to help that flow up the food chain. And a key part of that is obviously sustainability. And, we're getting so much interest in that space to help people comply and meet those needs of the marketplace. And it really starts at a field level or a sub-field level. If it's not right at that level, it's definitely not going to be right when you get the end product. So that's sort of where we fit. And it's great to be part of the panel. Thank you.
Great, Tim. I think rightly said that, you have obviously enabled power of digital technologies in AgTech and driving that adoption with the farming community as well. And the power of data is also going to really help us adopt and even report on ESG and, provide those insights as well, which is going to be conforming to the requirements there. So thank you, Tim, for that opening note. If you look at ESG over the last 10, 15 years, it's just accelerating in terms of its noise it's making and the intent and the drive. But I think most important in the last 4 or 5 years, it's really picked up pace quite a bit, right from corporate to startups, Gov, everyone talking about it. There are ESG-specific conversations as well. So from your organization perspective, what do you believe that are the key drivers that's actually helping it accelerate in terms of ESG driving, not only in AgTech, but other industries as well? So what are the key drivers you're thinking, which is really enabling all these ecosystem partners to embrace this?
I guess the obvious one is that the Earth's burning down. So
yes.
So I think you have to be blind to ignore the floods and fires everywhere.
Yep.
And the alarm bells are singing. So a lot of people are more focused on trying to get there to survive. I think the last 2 years have caused more reflection for people as well in terms of reprioritizing that. To my point before, talent is moving towards impact. We've seen that for Great Resignation. We're seeing that in the new generations coming through. In terms of the market, it's outperformed. I mean, minus the momentary cycle that happened because of Ukraine. Over the long term, that's actually accelerated the transition away from coal and gas. All of those, behemoths and owners of those finite resources have caused horrible pain to people, and people want a distributed grid now, so there's more demand for it. So I think there's quite a few drivers.
Excellent. You want to add to that, Cal?
Yeah, totally agree. And I think we've done quite a bit of work in the looking at sustainability and what it means to consumers and really understanding what's coming down the pipeline. And one of the really interesting things is that the immediate need for agri producers is not necessarily to appeal to the consumer, the end person who puts it in their mouth. It's actually the customer, the person who buys it before they distribute it to their, throughout their retail stores in Japan or in, the UK or across Australia. And I think that's the canary in the coal mine. It's actually really about market access and saying, if we are going to be able to export our produce internationally, and we do export, 60, 70% of what we grow, then we need to be able to tell Tesco's in the UK exactly how we produce this food and, under what conditions it was grown, and there's a huge piece there. I think that's the first step. The next thing to come is, as we've talked a lot about sort of blockchain and Web3 at this conference in particular, but that's the next thing coming down the pipeline, where there's full visibility through the supply chain, where a customer anywhere around the world can have a look at exactly where their food comes from and how it was grown and that sort of thing. And that's all coming.
So are some of your startups already looking to adopt that and even showcase that as well in your organization? Yeah,
absolutely. There's a company, actually a West Australia-based company called Origin Plus, who have a really interesting platform that's connecting consumers. They started as a beef exporter, and we're doing a blockchain-backed traceability platform. They recognised pretty quickly that actually, the blockchain didn't necessarily increase premiums in their market, so they built this whole supply chain selling beef to China, and actually, maybe one in 10 people actually verify the blockchain and have a look at it, but then no one comes back and does it again. And so the fact that it was there was kind of enough, and the fact they've bought it through a retailer that was reputable was a proxy for, this is being produced in a good way. They've gone the next step and actually developing QR codes so that they can directly engage with their customers and give loyalty at a brand level rather than a retail level. Yep. And so it's getting a huge amount of uptake and interest, particularly in Asian markets where, not only do they want to know where their food comes from, but actually for an Australian exporting company, they can reward loyalty to their customers at a customer level, irrelevant of which retailer or how they actually export it.
Great story there. Matthew, if you want to just add to that, any other key drivers which is kind of accelerating this adoption of ESG, and any stories or any of the examples case studies you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason we're seeing a difference now is because it actually adds up to money. Historically, it's been, the reason why it's a nice to have is because it was largely used in a storytelling sense, and I don't mean that in a insincere way, but it was part of a narrative. There are, we've touched on consumer awareness. People's lives are being touched by the impacts of climate adaptation and climate change, and so when they see that, they're more sensitised to the choices that they're making, and that's a pretty consistent narrative that people have, and therefore influences their purchasing decision. Everyone will have seen Coles, for example, recently making a really significant set of very concrete, very short-term commitments in that regard. So that's one pressure, and it does add up to money. Another one that we haven't really touched on yet, but is increasingly everybody needs capital, and increasingly capital markets are making sure that they hold the people that they lend the money to responsible for any environmental outcome of what they do. And that's being actually codified into a series of task forces. So the task force for nature-related and climate-related financial disclosures. So companies have to make public statements that, what they do doesn't cause environmental harm. And the problem with that is, if you make a public statement about something and you can't prove that it's true, then you're significantly exposed in a really material economic way, your share price and all those sorts of things. So that is a really big pressure. And to the discussion so far, all of this data has to come along, because I can't just stand there and wave my hands now, because some short seller is going to say, well, I know you can't prove it, right? And then all of a sudden you've got a monstrous problem on your hands. So these are adding up to be really big, really important stuff. So, companies who are doing, like data farming, everything from what comes from the farm, how it flows through the supply chain, how it integrates with enterprise systems, how we can, it can be auditable and verifiable. These are all the investment categories that are really going to help deliver on this. And some of it is technological, some of it is business model different. So like, when Carl's talking about, can I get a premium, or is it about market access? All of these things are really factoring in. And across our portfolio of 11 companies, there are companies sort of really right across that range of better production systems, lower chemical input to production, but they all kind of stack up, because eventually it has to get to the end where someone can say, okay, I actually want to know in more detail. I don't want to just see that it's organic, or something that's sort of one big chunk. I want to get down and know in detail, that there are no chemicals involved, that this was all biological, or it was all whatever, conformant with whatever their personal perspective is. So massive opportunity area, so much great technology to be invested in.
Great insight shared, and I think there's a lot of data play as well, which comes in really handy. Tim, have you seen greater drive and interest in terms of ESG and conformance from some of the buyers or people who are consuming your technology, or even the farming community that you work with as well, in terms of conformance there?
Absolutely. Yeah, so beyond the consumer, which has been well mentioned, also the biodiesel market has driven a lot of change in Australia. So almost, vast majority of canola that's exported is heading to Europe for biodiesel. So, those ISCC compliance requirements are needed for that. So that's been, in the market for several years. And now that's moving very quickly into barley for beer. And, it'll be one product after another that will be a key requirement to enter those markets. So, that's been going on for quite some time. And I must say too, there is a genuine movement in agriculture, in farming, to actually, help be part of the solution here. So there is a drive from the farming community, and there's a few that probably do stick their head in the sand still, but that's like all people in the world. There's all bits of each, but certainly farmers are at the real front end. Their climate, climate's affecting them on a daily basis, and so they're very willing to help make this change, because they're directly impacted. They're mostly outside businesses, right? So rain, floods, droughts, they've been through the whole lot in the last 5 years. Has been extreme. So they're at the coalface, and they really want change as well.
Yep. Okay, Tim, thank you. We've got about just under 6 minutes to go. What I'll do is it'll be a bit of a rapid fire, couple of questions, and I'll just put the investment hat here. How, in terms of your portfolio of companies, how much of a significance that you give for ESG conformance? What are the critical elements that you look for as part of your investment? How much of significance you give and for purpose, as you touched on?
Yeah, so I think it's just worth highlighting that there's a difference between ESG and impact.
Yep.
So ESG is when you're doing lots of governance checks. It's commonly used in the public markets, and you're making sure that sort of the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and there's proper governance processes in place. At Albert Impact Ventures, we look for impact, so things which are actually actively making the world better. That's not necessarily true in ESG. For example, you could have a mining company, which is mining coal, but performs well in ESG. So, in a way, it's making the world worse because it's digging up dirt, but it might be digging up dirt better and cleaner than all of its peers. So ESG, they'll rank well. Whereas in an impact perspective, it will not, because you're looking to invest in things that are trying to make the world better. So we take that impact lens and we look for businesses who, the more commercially successful they are, the bigger the impact they'll have. I'll give an example to illustrate. So one company we've invested in the AgTech space is one called Ulu. It's based outside of Perth. And what they do is they take seaweed and they turn that into plastic. So it's actually a carbon negative process, and it reduces plastic waste all around. So the more product they sell, the more carbon they remove, and the more waste that's removed. So that's an example of how we look at impact.
That's great, Lisa there. Cal, if you can come in and share some thoughts of how you encourage your ecosystem of companies to do more and make them more conscious about ESG and conformance there.
Yeah, sure. So obviously we work with a number of startups, but I'd love to pick up on something that Tim mentioned before, which is really around the big ag companies using their data in a much better way these days. And it's actually a double win, because what we see is that we will work with lots of, say, big horticulture growers or big beef producers who are looking at, how do I get my arms around my operation? I've got 10 properties and I want to pull data from, my walkover weigh scales on all of these different properties, and then integrate that with my genetics program and integrate that all the way through to the, the kill sheets I'm getting back from an abattoir or a pack house on an orchard. And it's, we're operating at such a scale that we actually now need to be able to pull this data together and make meaningful decisions out of it. So that's something we work with companies on the journey to help, get the right ag tech in place and get the right systems and processes in place, and then ultimately have, dashboards that can help them make the better decisions. And then once they've gone through this journey, or as they go through this journey, they realise that all of that infrastructure and thinking and process is actually everything that they need to start on their sort of, sustainability strategy and, put a carbon baseline at the start of it. And then as they improve, a lot of the reporting that flows in behind it, leverages all this infrastructure that's already there, helping them make better decisions as a business. So very complementary in terms of...
Yeah, it looks like some amazing work there. I mean, I think I would love to take a cue on that for some of the international markets we are looking at. Matthew, if you can chime in,
Sure. Yeah,
what are you doing
quickly,
and how important is ESG for your investment?
Yeah, so our investors, give us their money to manage because we want to be able to deliver impact and return in equal measure. Now, that's specifically sustainability in the agri-food system. A good example of that would be, so fertiliser inputs are a significant part of the emissions profile of food. The Haber-Bosch process, which is the industrial process that produces nitrogen fertilisers, is accountable for roughly 3% of global emissions. We invested in a very early stage company called Jupiter Ionics that is a spin out from Monash University, who basically can create ammonia, which is a common input for a lot of agriculture, from sunlight, air and water, basically. Amazing technology, but super early, and so it's really that role of sort of being able to understand a pretty complex environment, that early stage investing with the high support to sort of get that company to where it can actually deliver, in this case, what could truly be global impact. So that's a pretty well encapsulated story, I would say.
Excellent story there. Tim, if I can get you to come in from an ESG perspective, how are you driving this consciously with your ecosystem there?
The good thing about agriculture is that, if you increase productivity and increase efficiency, it's always having a triple bottom line impact. So, productivity gains are good for food security and growing more food. We do that more efficiently. Therefore, we are, saving money or making more money per unit input, but that's also having massive impacts on reduction in greenhouse gases. So our variable rate technology for nitrogen, for example, is applying the right product at the right place at the right time. Well, that's good for the efficiency of use of that product, but it's also minimizing the emissions. So all of these things always, when we have a triple bottom line impact like that, you'll get uptake a lot quicker. So, and many examples in agriculture will show that. So good sustainable practice leads to increasing, triple bottom line benefits. So it's a great story.
I think I love that triple bottom line, terminology there, which is very corporate-y, but definitely I think that's being embraced across board. In fact, I use a term, and which has been very often used in India as well, Indian parlance, not just ROI, but they also call the roti, which is like the bread we use, but it's the return on time invested and the social impact as well. So definitely that's something which resonates. We're just out of time here. If we can take a couple of questions, if I may, from the floor. Otherwise, we'll call it a wrap, and then you obviously will have an opportunity to discuss further as well. A couple of questions from the floor, please.
Where do you think Australia sits on ESG compared to other developed countries?
We're really behind.
Yeah, although I'd say, I mean, moving quickly, like the conversations, I imagine you're the same. In the last 12 to 18 months, the narrative in the boardrooms of the people who are at the end of the, who closer to retail, like that's moving very, very quickly. And so I think, yes, we're starting from a fair way back, but we're pretty optimistic about the pace of change that's coming now.
I think I was approached by a large corporate group. They wanted to collect ESG data, and they're just running surveys. So the data collection, then assimilation, crystallization, that's taking too long. I mean, so more we can automate that data collection using smart sensors. And different industries may drive different level of adoption, but I think a lot of catch-up to be played here now for Australia. But right on the right track as well as to accelerate, I suppose, yeah. Any more questions from the floor? Okay, we'll wrap it up on that note. Again, thank you again to the elite panelists. Please, round of applause to the panelists. And please do stick around to stay connected as well. And do check out on LinkedIn Venture Capital and reach out to us as well. Thank you again. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in and for your fantastic insights. Next up, we have Nick Hoytzenroder, CEO and Managing Director of Haven Wealth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As I was introduced, my name is Nick Hoytzenroder. I am the CEO of Haven Wealth Partners. Today I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey about Haven Wealth, what we do, and how it may be able to help you. Before I get started though, can I just ask everyone in the room, just to give me a show of hands, who's here trying to raise capital for their business? Got a few? And fair to assume the rest of you are here to find places in which to deploy your capital? Is that a fair comment? Yep. Okay. So this presentation will be relevant to all of you, but in different ways. So Haven Wealth Partners has been going for a bit over 18 months, almost 2 years. And where we started, it actually started between myself and my business partner, Umair. And we were both frustrated with the absence of investment options that did things in a way that we thought was right, that had strong conviction in areas of ethical investment and purpose-led capital. So we could have remained frustrated and accepted what was on offer and found products of close fit but not best fit, but we chose the more audacious path and raised capital to launch Haven Wealth to actually go and build the options we saw that were distinctly lacking and much wanted in the market. And we do this now not just in an Australian scale, we also build funds for our clients globally. So we started in humble beginnings, as I mentioned. Originally I worked in superannuation where, let's be honest, super funds move pretty slow, they move like molasses. And my now business partner was frustrated that he couldn't find the right option. Super funds generally are pretty slow to move with this sort of space, but they are becoming much quicker, especially with purpose-driven capital. After launching our own product, we went straight to B2C. We then started getting approached by other organisations. So now we do investment mandates for institutions and funds here in Australia, as well as New Zealand, and now we're exploring into Singapore, Malaysia, and potentially in Canada. And very soon, I'm delighted to say we'll be launching one of Australia's largest renewable energy funds, but I'll give you more information on that later. Why would you build a fund? Now, that's why I said it was relevant to both parties in the room. Having a managed fund, be it a wholesale fund or the slightly more expensive but easier to access retail version, there's ease of onboarding and offboarding investors. Investors own units and not direct assets. It opens the door for a number of different ways for investors to go into the fund. So it opens the door to self-managed super funds and various other investment vehicles and individuals, both on platforms and off platforms. There is a significant amount of money heading into platforms such as NetWealth, Hub24, just to name a couple. We're talking tens of billions of dollars flowing into those platforms, and not just advisor-driven capital, it's also just individuals very keen to get access to a wider range of products. And also, building a fund will allow you and others who think just the same as you to pull your capital together and diversify your investments rather than taking off-market paper equity stakes in businesses. You can do it in a more transparent manner. Who can do it? As I mentioned, any venture capital angel investor, you can do it. There are a number of organisations here that have started also from very humble beginnings through wholesale investors, but have now then got themselves an Australian financial services licence and are now looking to become a wholesale fund so they can manage the larger volume of investors they have in a more transparent way, more transactional way. The two ways in which we do this. So Haven Wealth, as I said in the very beginning, we've basically commoditised the way in which we build funds, and we've modelled that after the same way we built our own. We can build under option one, which is where you do it as a turnkey solution, where once it's built, in as little as 6 to 8 weeks on a wholesale fund, we hand you the keys and you can run the fund yourself. Option two, and it's the one typically more often taken, is where, and it's much quicker to market, where we would launch the fund under our own banner and basically utilise all the relationships that we had existing, and we take care of the running of the fund, whereas you would take care of running the asset, which is what you specialise in. So I'll tell you a bit more about VATARA. I'll tell you what I can tell you at least. So VATARA Energy, and this actually feeds really nicely into the panel session we just saw about biofuel and energy production. In particular, the use of biomass that isn't used for food production. VATARA Energy is a really inspiring company. They're head officed in Canberra, but they have operations in India, and they are looking to supply a huge amount of compressed biogas to the Indian government and Indian Oil Corporation. They do so with a purpose-bred strain of energy cane, which is bred through the Sugarcane Breeding Institute, and it's faster growing and you get more yield per acre than your typical sugarcane. It's a lower sugar content. It is by far the best source of biomass to produce this fuel, and we can produce compressed biogas, hydrogen, biodiesel, sustainable aviation fuel, and obviously a lot of carbon credits. Unlike what we saw 10, 12 years ago between US and Mexico, where the use of corn to produce ethanol disrupted the supply chain for food into Mexico, we won't see that with this fund, because this energy can be grown on virgin land or reclaimed land that is unsuitable for food production, and as the cane itself isn't for human consumption, it can be harvested and readily used to produce this biodiesel. This is a really inspiring story because the sheer volume of energy this will create, not to mention the infrastructure and the jobs that will flow on as a flow-on effect from the supply chain, is going to be huge, and at the right time too. So the reason why most people approach us, when they approach us, they choose option two. I'll give you an analogy. You're a carpenter, you love working with wood, you finish your trade, you're so excited, rather than choosing to work for someone else, you choose to work for yourself because you like control. And I imagine most of you do here because you are investors and you seek to do that thing that others don't, not many others do. So this carpenter, you start your own business and then you quickly realise that 40, 50% of your time is paying invoices, doing quotes, paying BAS, doing all your bookwork. It's just absolutely mind-numbing, and it takes time away from you doing what it is you love, and that's working with wood. The same analogy is under option two. When we launch the funds under our banner, we take care of the running of the fund, the compliance, the licensing, the distribution, the investor relations, all that stuff so you can focus purely on developing the assets that you're looking to build out. What we take care of, depending on which type of fund you start and the structure, we set up the relationship with the trustees and responsible entities, the all-important Australian Financial Services licensing, administration, custodial services, registry services, auditors, legal, everyone loves legal, website construction, and even tendering for professional indemnity insurance, which is getting increasingly more difficult as PI insurers exit the market. So we help connect all that componentry together to give you a vehicle where you can best raise capital. So just imagine what you could accomplish if you open this door to attracting capital to your business or pooling your money together with other like-minded investors to really have some purpose-led capital through an investment vehicle like this. How to start? It's very simple. You can scan that QR code there or reach us through our crisp deal room. Myself and my business partner Umair, we're hovering around here. He is wearing a lovely custard yellow t-shirt, as I was too, but I had to change today because of a meeting I had beforehand. So if you seek us out, we're more than happy to have a chat with you and how we can either help you directly or how we can connect you within our network. Thank you so much for your time and have a lovely day.
Fantastic, thank you, Nick. Up next, we have Mark Pitt, CEO of DIT AgTech.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark. I'm the CEO and founder of DIT AgTech. First of all, I'd probably like to ask you a question and challenge something. We talk a lot about climate change, global warming, is it cycle or change? But there's something we don't talk about a lot, unless you've been a farmer like myself. That's food security. I don't think we realise how much of an existential risk it is to produce food for the coming decades of generations. And I founded DIT because I felt that there were ways that we could produce food better in the bush, especially in extensive agriculture. So what are we doing at DIT? To increase production in our extensive livestock, whether it's sheep or cattle or goat, anywhere in the world, we need to control two variables, and that's genetics and the environment. In Australia, we're really good at genetics. We're probably leaders in the world. But what we can't control is the environment because of the effects of climate change. So we actually supplement our livestock. And we've been supplementing livestock in extensive agriculture for 50 years. And the way we've been doing it is like this slide here. We've been putting it on the ground for animals to lick. Now, that's what cavemen used to do back 10,000 years ago. But in agriculture, we're still doing it. And I felt there must be a better way that we could do this. That one, could improve the body weight of the animals, drive production, and assist welfare. So what we actually have developed at DIT is water supplementing. In all of the Western agricultural areas on this planet, we are expanding our water infrastructure to protect ecosystems on rivers and creeks. All the leading corporate farmers in Australia are now pumping water. So what we've worked out is to take all those nutrients in those lick blocks and dry lick that we used to do and pump them through the water. The reason we do it through the water is for a couple of reasons. One, of course, is that we can save a lot of money by not actually having to manually do it across 1 million acres. And just think about that for a minute. 50,000 head of cattle on 1 million acres, and we have to put lick blocks and dry licks out on the ground. The amount of emissions we produce, the amount of labour that takes. We let the water do the heavy lifting now. So we've worked out how to do that. We've actually built a SaaS business, or a supplements as a service business. So as I said, we let the water do the work. We've designed software that measures water flow. And off the back of that water flow, we can predict the weight of the animals, how much they're consuming, and then we inject the supplement straight into the water and let the pipe infrastructure take the nutrients. And as most of you all know, livestock have to drink every single day. So every day while the livestock drink, they consume supplements. And while they're consuming supplements, we're actually have this opportunity to create these subscription model businesses. And I think the thing that most people don't really understand with DIT is, who are our customers? Are they the farmers? Are they the corporate institutions that we engage with? Well, they're not. Our customers are the sheep and cattle and the goats and the other ruminant animals that drink every single day. They're the true customers, and they're the ones that drive our revenue. We're also unlocking the potential of data for farming within our business. Because as I said, DIT has quite a few verticals, from a software play to a hardware play, to an animal nutrition play, to a logistics and service play. But it's with all this data that we collect off the back of drinking behaviour that we can make these decisions. And off the back of consumption, we can work out how much nutrients the animals are consuming. And then we overlay this with laboratory testing of dung, pasture, soil analysis, and then that builds a profile for us of what the nutritional requirements are for these animals going forward. And like I said earlier, we need to control the environment so we can increase production to produce more food. And this is the data play that DIT has. And as I said earlier, every animal needs to drink every day. And ruminant animals, being cattle or sheep, drink proportional to their body weights. So because we know of this drinking behaviour, we know how they're going in regards to their size, the class of animal, and what's happening within the time of what they're grazing on the land. Our business isn't a startup. We're a scale-up. We've been here for 5 years now. I've got 35 years of experience in extensive agriculture. It's not my first rodeo in business or in this. And because of that, we're now actually a commercial operation. We're engaging with all the largest corporate companies in Australia. And every day, we're putting more of our tech devices out in the field and onboarding more cattle. We're dosing currently 72,000 head of cattle at this point in time that are on our platform. We have an incredible customer satisfaction. We don't market. We're one of these lucky companies where, because the tech and what we're doing is so innovative, farmers are reaching out. We can't supply them. The reason why that is because we're decreasing the cost of supplementing, we increase the production of the herd, and we solve a huge labour and logistics problem that's in agriculture. We've got significant low-hanging fruit. Just right now, our core customers are the largest corporate agricultural businesses in Australia, from Macquarie Bank to AA Company, Consolidated Pastoral, North Australian Pastoral. These are our customers right now. Of those customers, they represent 10% of our opportunity in Northern Australia, and we're only supplementing 72,000 head right at this point in time with $300,000 of monthly recurring revenue. And as you can see, 14 million head of cattle in Northern Australia are supplemented every day. There's a huge addressable market, not just in Australia, but we have 26 million head of cattle in Australia, 60 million sheep. There's 200 million cattle in Brazil that are being supplemented every day. Over 100 million head of cattle in Brazil are supplemented the way we supplement as well. We have carbon upside. You would have all heard about the seaweed that's being grown and all the amount of capital that's going into solving methane emissions in livestock. But the thing we don't talk about is, how are we going to deliver these methane additives across our landscape? 8% of methane is emitted from dairies and feedlots, and that's the conversation. The other 92% is extensive agriculture. The only way we're going to do this is to do it at scale with tech and innovation. And we're not going to do it with a lick block, because as I said, that's what the cavemen used to do. We believe it's through the water. We're well advanced on that. We're 3 months away from having our first method approved and our first carbon credit created. We've raised 1.8 million through grants with the Queensland Government and MLA. We're working with CQ Uni now with a range of additives. We're completely agnostic on what they are that we're putting into the water right now. We've got protected IP that's been filed and granted in all the major livestock countries of the world. I've got 24 seconds left, so I'm just going to say, It's a purposeful business, DIT. We've got the opportunity to bring impact across agriculture to make farming easier. And we've actually got this opportunity to solve that problem of food security in a sustainable way. It's a business that I hope as a founder is still here in 100 years and is as synonymous to agriculture as Qantas and BHP is to aviation and mining. Thanks very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mark. Up next, we have Scott Graham, CEO of Rex Energy.
It's like somebody left the glasses up here. Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Scott Graham. I'm the founder and CEO of Rex Energy. And our objective is to solve the energy crisis. So, you see a show of hands. Is anyone aware of what's going on in Australia with our energy crisis, our energy grids, the challenges we're experiencing? It's pretty significant, isn't it? We're shutting down coal-fired power plants like, left, right, and center, but we don't have any solution for how we're going to generate energy over a 24-hour period moving forward, right? So, look, our objective is to decentralize the power grids, right? Globally, we have an unprecedented demand for energy to maintain the lifestyle we desire and cope with our rapid population growth, and we do have rapid population growth. In a recent study by Princeton University, they actually indicate that we could see a 40 to 60% increase in the peak demand of energy moving forward because we're electrifying our future, right? We're migrating from gas water heating to electric water heating, right? So it wasn't that long ago that we actually switched from electric water heating to gas water heating, as you might recall. Existing centralized global energy infrastructure, they just can't cope with our present energy demand. In the Western world, we are adding pressure to the infrastructure as we migrate towards this electrified future and do away with our gas generation. So Rex Energy, in order to decentralize the power grids, we're able to transform large footprint multi-tenant properties into autonomous renewable energy power plants, right? They're completely autonomous. And we can support the broader energy grids with these autonomous power plants that are located within the energy grids, not hundreds of kilometers on the fringe, right? The other wonderful thing that we're able to achieve is we're able to sell this energy that we generate on site. And multi-tenant properties have the largest roof spaces, right? But they can't equitably access the roof space. They can't equitably access, the tenants can't equitably access the electrical infrastructure. We're able to sell the energy that we generate to the tenants, reduce their outgoings, drop their carbon emissions, and generate a new revenue stream for building owners and body corporates while we make our revenue from selling energy, right? So let's look at the centralized model that exists today, right? So we have the centralized public power grids. They're failing us. They're failing us for a number of reasons. Number one, this costs trillions, and it's, you pay your taxes, the government builds this infrastructure, and then you pay again when you're paying for energy, right? So it costs trillions to build, and it costs trillions to maintain. It's not able to manage the new age energy demand and the bidirectional power grid that everything's moving towards, right? So we have big generation, big transmission, and big distribution systems that supply energy to all of the sites and all of the loads that we use today. And again, we've talked about peak demand increasing, but it's not been properly maintained. So there's enough transmission cable in Australia, right, to circle planet Earth 23 times. Imagine that. Now imagine maintaining that, right, with any reasonable amount of accuracy. You can't. To add insult to injury, we're saying electric vehicles are going to be wonderful. Electric vehicles are going to add insult to injury to our present situation, right? In Queensland, they're telling us, hey, curtail your energy consumption. You're going to face rolling blackouts. And these are huge issues, right? So electric vehicles are a bit of a danger right now when we don't even have enough energy to supply to us right now, right? So the global energy roller coaster. Just a show of hands. Has anyone recently received a rate increase of electricity here? Anybody? Yeah. It's not good, is it? It's pretty horrific. My energy went from 27 cents a kilowatt hour roughly to about 38.9 cents a kilowatt hour in Queensland. And we just got that letter a couple of weeks ago. We're not too happy about it. So I'm assuming that you're angered or frustrated by the cost increases, and you should be, because they're far outpacing CPI. right? And that's because our public energy grids have been horrifically mismanaged. So, would you like to be part of and support a solution to this problem? Because it's a big, big problem. It's bigger than what the media would love you to know, and it's certainly bigger than what the government's going to tell you, because technically they manage our public energy grids. So the Renewable Energy Exchange, we would like to develop, construct a decentralized power grid, right? It has to happen, actually. I recently spoke with the Federal Energy Minister of India, and after a discussion, I've actually been invited to Delhi to meet with the federal government and discuss licensing this technology to India, because it is so important that we decentralize our grids. Centralized grids can no longer cope with the way we use energy today. So in a city or in an urban region or suburban region, even a rural village or rural town, the power grids are supplying energy to all of the buildings, right? And we have large generation that's a few hundred kilometers away supplying energy through really expensive copper cables, and it's sending all of that energy to the loads, which are the buildings. Now, that means they're all energy demand. And here we're noticing that energy demand is evolving, it's changing, right? Because we're changing the way we use energy. We're using more energy when we get home at night because we used to have gas cooking, right? Or a lot of people still do, but my neighbors have changed it to inductive cooking, and I think that's a massive load. It's a massive spike of demand. So what Rex Energy is able to do, we have developed a method, and we patented the method, of supplying renewable energy equitably to multi-tenant buildings. I mean, I'm talking about the buildings with the largest rooftops. They are in urban areas who cannot install solar right now. It's not just about solar. This is about renewable energy, and this is about pockets of stored energy existing in an urban environment. So what Rex Energy is able to do, we're able to transform energy demand from these buildings into turning them into what we like to call prosumers. They produce energy, they consume that energy, but they can also use that energy to support the power grid that surrounds them, right? So these pockets or these clusters of stored energy that we will have inside urban regions, we're able to then support the power grids with power, energy, and frequency from these sites. And this is a very powerful way of supporting the energy grids and mitigating their failure, right? So decentralize the power grids, we call it a thin grid connection. This is our proof of concept. It goes live at the end of August. I'm very proud to say that. We generate energy, right? We have energy storage. We have inverter systems, that's battery and solar inverter systems. We have real-time metering, monitoring, and power plant control. We meter and monitor all of the energy demand of every single tenant inside a multi-tenant property. It can be a retirement community with 800 homes. And we know their exact demand, therefore we impose control over top of the renewable assets on site. Every single tenant has an app, and their phone becomes their power meter. All of the old power meters are removed. Our metering and monitoring system is NMI approved within the country of Australia. It gets installed. It takes up literally about 1% of the space that your large multi-tenant meter panels do right now. Tenants can see how much money they've saved. They can see how much money they've consumed, and it's all real time. We've developed a network operations center and the software to support it. We can see every power plant that we have, and it monitors the health of every power plant, and we can control it from there as well. This is the installation, our proof of concept. It powers 4 buildings, 7 tenants within the buildings, and we're supplying 94% of the energy demand of that industrial complex from one solar system and one battery system. How cool is that? Only 6%. So we're deloading the power grid. The Australian market size is massive, right? At $275 billion of opportunity. That's our total available market. If we captured 0.25%, it would be incredible. And look, our project economics are unbelievable, right? Our EBITDA is off the charts. It's quite amazing. Look, we're raising $1 million for 10% of the company. I'm marching towards an impending liquidity event in 36 to 48 months, which means a public listing on the NASDAQ or the Australian Stock Exchange. And just hoping that you join our journey, right? And we're just looking for good people to join us who can help guide us in the right direction as well. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time.
Do you want? So much, Scott. Up next, we have Nick Cleary, CEO of CLARA Energy.
Good afternoon. I think that's working, is it? Are we? Let me know if you can't hear me. CLARA Energy is our company, and I'm proud to present it to you today. We are a company that's got a vision to bring renewable energy to market at scale, and we're going to be focusing on the green hydrogen market in the first rollout of our business. We're very closely aligned with the UN sustainability goals, and in particular UN Sustainability Goals 7 and 13. And we see that as absolutely crucial for us, not only us as a company, but also our nation and the globe to achieving net zero by 2050. What we do is we build, or we are building, renewable energy at scale. Our we will use new and existing technologies to create green resources at a scale that can significantly reduce emissions, but also do it in a way that we can see the rollout of new technologies such as green hydrogen in hard-to-abate sectors. We're developing and producing green hydrogen to result in emissions reductions in 3 core areas: heavy haulage transport, domestic gas, and export. Green hydrogen is produced through a process called electrolysis. In case you don't know, that's putting electricity in water and separating that into its core components, being hydrogen and oxygen. It's storable, it's transportable, it's convertible, it's lighter, and it's versatile. Therefore, it's applicable in decarbonising hard-to-abate sectors. Our projects, our first 3 projects, Project Rosedale, Sustain Energy, and Project Mulligans. Project Rosedale focused on the heavy haulage transport market. Sustain Energy focusing on the export market and the potential that it holds. And Project Mulligans, which is focused and directed at gas blending in the ACT. Project Rosedale is a 3-stage green hydrogen refuelling project on the Hume Highway of New South Wales. Located in Tarcutta, which is approximately the midway point between Sydney and Melbourne, our property has over 4,000 heavy haulage vehicle movements past the gateway every day of the week. We're looking at a co-located facility, which would include in stage 1, 250 megawatts of solar, powering a 175 megawatt electrolyser, producing 25,000 kilograms or 25 tonnes of green hydrogen a day. Staging the project is obviously crucial to the successful rollout, but also to ensure that our off-takers benefit not only from getting the first mover advantage, but also by taking advantage of the anticipated cost curve reduction of electrolysers and the co-located system itself. By 2025, we'll be operational with 25,000 kilograms a day. It's a $500 million CapEx, and that'll be enough to power 200 trucks running Sydney to Melbourne and back every day. By stage 2, 2028, we'll lift that to 50,000 kilos, which will power 400 trucks, and by 2031, 100,000 kilos a day, which will power approximately 800 trucks. The project has gone from pre-development into development phase, and we've just closed a seed round investment on that project SPV, which will enable us to go through to ready to build on Project Rosedale by the end of 2023. Project Sustain Energy is a decoupled facility which looks at inland New South Wales, northern inland New South Wales, a large-scale 1 gigawatt solar farm, which will then supply power via PPA to a portside facility in Newcastle, which will then be ready for export. MOUs have been signed with 2 off-takers in the realm of 40 to 45,000 tonnes per year by 2026. So that project is also in pre-development and anticipated to go into development early 2023. It has 3 stages as well, once again looking to grow that market with the export appetite, but also to take advantage of the anticipated cost curve reduction in that phase. 36,000 tonnes per annum by 2026, growing to 73,000 tonnes, and then stage 3 to 110,000 tonnes will enable us to play a significant role in that export market, but in particular it will also allow us to look at decarbonising that LNG sector. Singapore at the moment imports about 3 million tonnes of LNG a year. 94% of the electricity generated in Singapore comes from LNG imports. And we're looking to help them decarbonise that sector. And just in context, Japan imports 70 million tonnes of LNG, so the market is absolutely huge. Project Mulligans sits in New South Wales, just outside the ACT. The ACT has made public claims and have certainly made plenty of progress to achieving net zero. They've done that on their electricity grid by use of PPAs, electricity or solar PPAs. We're looking to help them do that in the gas side of things. So in Old Canberra, 50% of the energy used by a residential home comes from gas, and we think that gas blending is certainly one way to help decarbonise that sector. For if you transitioned that entire market into electricity only, you would absolutely kill the grid and overload the grid, and it wouldn't be able to handle it. So the best option there is to try and decarbonise the gas sector. Once again, we'd be doing that in stages, but we would be producing about 13,000 tonnes of green hydrogen a year to blend into that market, which would involve a 245 megawatt electrolyser based on 700 hectares of land. The market's huge, and as the New South Wales Treasurer and Energy Minister Matt Keane says, by 2050, green hydrogen has the potential to drive $350 billion in investment across Australia in current dollars terms, and up to $26 billion per year in additional GDP, supporting the emergence of new decarbonised industries such as green steel and ammonia. We 100% endorse that statement, but it obviously does show you how big the market is, how big it's going to get, and how you can participate in it. Existing wholesale and feedstock markets exist already. This isn't a new technology. Hydrogen has been used everywhere. CLARA Energy is focused on using proven technologies. We're not taking technology risk in this, in our model and in developing our projects. Electrolysers are used, hydrogen-powered vehicles are used, fuel cell electric vehicles are used at scale and for heavy haulage transport. And so we are looking at proven technology and just rolling that out at scale to get the cost competitiveness down, get the efficiencies of scale, and make us competitive to diesel. Off-take markets already exist in transport, export, gas blending, industrial chemicals, agriculture, electricity, and also can provide power to remote communities. Most of those sectors already exist in Australia, and we're trying to roll out at scale those heavy haulage transport, the gas blending obviously, and the export opportunities. What's the CLARA model look like? Well, we initiate projects, we take them through to the seed project level, where we seek external capital to take us through to ready to build. We've been successful in doing that on Project Rosedale already. Our investment raise under this model currently, and while we're here, is to raise money into the headco, which further funds our pipeline of projects and allows us to go through that cycle, recycle the capital, or allow investors to exit over the next 2 to 3 years. Our model is to identify the opportunity, secure the land, do the pre-development reports that allows us to get the seed investment, develop that project through to ready-to-build status, and then make a final investment decision, and that will determine whether we enter or exit. Our capital raise, we're looking to raise 10 million by the end of November. We haven't actually officially launched that yet, but we are doing so in the next month or so, but we didn't want to miss this opportunity to introduce you to the company, introduce you to the opportunity and that exists with green hydrogen, and we'd encourage you to come to the desk and talk further if you have any further interest. Thanks so much.
Fantastic, thank you, Nick. Up next, we have Richard Granger, founder of BK Enterprises.
Hi everyone, I'm Richard Granger, one of the founders of BK Enterprises and Sunshine Reclamation Group. We're a green mining business focused on resourcing for the circular economy. I'll just skip past it. So I'll just start with the question, what do you envisage when you hear the word mining? And I think for a lot of us today, mining has become a dirty word. And it's easy to see why when you consider that there's over 52,000 abandoned mines in Australia. There's over 400 in New South Wales, and one of our assets, Sunny Corner, just near Bathurst, sits in the top 7 most hazardous polluting sites in New South Wales. Acid mine drainage causes significant environmental contamination to our waterways, and if not remediated properly, can continue for millions of years. But who owns the problem? Well, the liability for abandoned mines prior to the Mining Act 1992 rests with the state, and therefore the cost falls on the taxpayer. And that cost of rehabilitating all abandoned mines in Australia could run into billions of dollars. However, a transition to a low-carbon society is a change that would require vast amounts of metals and minerals. Mineral resourcing and climate change are inextricably linked because the world cannot tackle climate change without adequate supply of raw materials. For clean technologies like wind farms, solar and EVs. And over the next 20 years, that demand is going to mean that we will consume more copper in the next 20 years than we have in the last 5,000. This creates a conundrum. How do we reclaim necessary resources of base metals that are necessary to clean technologies without leaving a detrimental impact on the environment? Well, what I'm presenting today is an ESG project that assists in remediating the environment, recycles high-demand base metals back in society using our innovative technology, and it delivers return for investors. It's a disruptor for that old traditional mining model because it's our vision to create a cleaner, greener world through the remediation of abandoned mines and recycling waste that adds to the supply chain of a sustainable, renewable future. To do that, we'd apply our mission of 3 Rs: reclaim, recycle, remediate. Reclaim abandoned mine sites that are polluting our waterways, recycle abandoned mine waste using our innovative technology, and remediating those hazardous sites into as much of a natural environment as possible. The project delivers an innovative, high recovery, low capital cost, centralised processing hub for precious and base metal recovery in regional New South Wales. It's the first of its kind. And so looking at that over on the left there is a processing plant that we own near to the Sunny Corner site. And to refurb that and recommission that plant, it enables us to take what you can see in the middle there is Sunny Corner, our site. And we can remove that waste and turn that into necessary resources for a sustainable future and return it to as much of a natural environment as possible. So that delivers enormous offset to government and delivers huge societal and environmental benefit. We have innovative technology that we've developed and commercialising, and that enables us to turn a profitable business, and yes, that technology has been achieved at scale. We've got partnerships with several Australian universities, MOUs, in place with Deakin University, Curtin and Wollongong universities. And that enables us to continue to develop up that IP and further develop the technology into things like critical mineral recovery and further development of rehabilitation best practice. It looks complicated, but the Sunshine Reclamation Group of companies structure is Brewer King Enterprises is the group manager over all of the companies. Over on the left there, you can see Sunshine Reclamation is our IP and research company. Then we've got BKJV, which owns the processing facility, which you can see down here. And we've got Sunny Silver, which owns the Sunny Corner asset, which has a JORC resource of 1.5 million tonnes of ore. And then we've got holding offers in place on several other assets, which would, if we acquire those, would give us about a 30-year processing life. We've got a highly experienced team led by our CEO, Daryl Young. Daryl, of particular note, worked in a business collaborating with CSIRO, was developing cropping technology, gene technology, and that ended up becoming a 25 million a year turnover business. Meryl Gray, who's an experienced ASX mining CEO, she's run hydrogen companies, lithium companies, etc. And she's also a qualified metallurgist and brings a wealth of experience to us. Peter Kelleher, 40 years in mineral processing and metallurgy, and Tombia Matia, who spent 15 years managing a mine in Fiji, where that technology that we're using was developed. In terms of our targeted returns, we're looking at about a $6 million profit in year one, aiming for 10 million profit in year two, and 5 million in year three. We're also just getting clarification from our accountants at the moment because there's a $5.2 million accumulated tax loss in one of the companies. So we're just looking at whether that can be applied in the first couple of years. The funds that we're looking for is 5.575 million, and that really is around stage one would be recommissioning the plant to process gold in the first stage, and then the refit and upgrading of the plant to apply our technology in stages 2 and 3, and then regulatory compliance and a little bit of further drilling work that would move our JORC resource from an indicated to a measured resource. In terms of the investment options, we're looking at equity, minimum investment of 100,000 at 43.5 cents per share, or debt via convertible note. Minimum investment again of 100,000 with an interest rate of 7.5% per annum, fixed term over 2 years, and the option to convert to Class B non-voting shares after year 2. So in summary, what we're presenting is a profitable, ethical business model that disrupts that old mining model and delivers return for investors. It is push, start, go. So we've got all our approvals in place and it's really ready to go, and the funding is just going to kick us off into operation, really, or recommissioning and then operating. I'll just finish with the words of Larry Fink of BlackRock. The concept of the circular economy is so important. It's a foundational blueprint. If we could get more and more of the money owners to agree that this is a good way to invest, not just for social reasons, not just for environmental reasons, but for investment reasons and performance reasons. So thanks for listening today, and if you believe in our vision, please come and see Daryl and I at our desk, or otherwise you can access us on our deal room on the CRISP website. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 special sessions finished now. My team is just going to take a minute just to invite everyone to come back into the room for these next sessions. So just give us a second while we do that. And whilst we're actually inviting everyone to come back in, I'm going to give a quick introduction to 2 aspects. One is obviously our next keynote speaker, and then the other one is to the final panel session for today. Now, the keynote speaker, John's been, I met John Sharp about 2 years ago, and it was obviously through WI that we met. And he really got me to think about investment in a completely different way. And this topic where he's talking about, moving to Venture 3.0 is fascinating, because from one side, everything WI thinks about is how we can actually basically save time, save money, and improve the efficiency of the matchmaking between investors and companies. We think about that endlessly. What John thinks about is how people can scale investing and basically get predictable returns as part of that. So for me, his philosophy and his mindset was interesting. And when you actually do a deep dive, because everything they've thought about is how they can have a data-driven approach to the way in which they actually venture invest. And so basically, as a man that's sort of based out of Singapore but has built a global investment business, which is looking at opportunities that we very rarely get to see, but more importantly, has got access to a data profile via their platform and via their sort of team. They've really taken away a different approach to their venture investment thesis. So for everyone in this room, to me, I think it's a special thing to have someone of the thinking, the caliber, and the thought leadership of John to actually come out and provide some insights into the way he sees the world and to the way they're actually approaching things. And then the final panel session is the venture investing in a recession. And we gave that a title because this is what most people are actually expecting. And the reality is, what this means in the venture space, and I saw this in 2008, and I saw this at the start of sort of COVID when people were doing capital raising, sort of at lower valuation. For venture investors, this is going to be, over the next sort of 2, 3 to 5 years, is going to be one of the most incredible opportunities to compound returns because of what's happening right now. And of course, as I said, what we are driven by most from a headline perspective is fear, but there's an incredible opportunity that sits behind that. And I said these 2 next sessions between the keynote and the panel session, we're hoping to finish on such a strong note to really reinforce this theme home. So on that note, I'll let Meg do the introduction to John, even though I sort of have done it before. But, I just said I just couldn't not have John come up and speak without me giving an introduction. And obviously, he'll give a brief mention to it at the end, but we've actually got a joint fund together with the HNWI ANZ Fund, and that combines the 2 of our strengths between Wholesale Investor and also Hatcher Plus as well. Both of us are platform-driven, both of us are marketplace-focused, and both of us are focused on removing efficiencies from our area, from our specific areas. Over to you.
Thank you. You've probably already done it. Hi, everyone. Look, it's great to be here. Really happy to be talking about Venture 3.0. And thanks again, Steve, for the opportunity to do so. We did this talk in London a couple of weeks ago. It seemed to be well received. So hopefully you guys will enjoy what we're talking about today. There's still 30 minutes up on the clock there, by the way. So don't give me too much time here, guys. So I live in Singapore. I came back into Australia after a long period. You guys have been really locked down. It was super great to be back. I walked into Melbourne Airport, and as I was walking to catch my connecting flight to Sydney, my son said, "What's digital transformation?" And I thought, that's a strange thing for a 13-year-old to ask out of the blue. So I said, "What are you talking about?" And he pointed to this billboard that was up there from Deloitte's. And Deloitte said something like, we're the go-to guys for digital transformation. And so I told him, I said, look, you remember when we came into Australia just now, we had to fill out a form with pencil and paper. Only one person is going to read that form, and then it's going to be stuck in a box somewhere in Parramatta for the rest of its days. Whereas if they'd done that on a web app like they do in Singapore, then anyone can look at it. Anyone in government can look at it. They can do all sorts of analysis about what kinds of tourists are coming into Singapore. You get so much more value when you digitize something as opposed to the non-digital form of it. And my 13-year-old said, "Dad, isn't that what you do for venture capital?" I said, "Very good, son." So that's my introduction here. We are digitizing venture capital, and that's part of what we're talking about when we talk about moving to Venture 3.0. So I imagine quite a few of you guys are investors. Some of you probably have your own family offices. Family offices and angel investors are playing an increasingly massive role in venture. A lot of times, just like some of the great presentations we just saw, people now will come to conferences like this and raise money. Why? Because it's generally less complex. The capital is generally more patient. And so family offices are getting a much bigger bite of the venture capital pie these days. And you can see it on here. This last bar here is half a year in 2021, and that's during COVID. So this is on an exponential path up. We're going to see a lot more investing from family offices and from angels as part of venture. Yeah, there is a problem with this, though, and that is that it's going to get increasingly hard to compete in a world where there's a lot of capital coming to it and a lot of technology. And we're going to talk a bit about that because this is really what Venture 3.0 is about. Because Venture 3.0 is going to change everything with respect to how people present their investment, how the investment gets analysed, the time frame the investment gets done in, and pretty much everything about the way that people raise capital and people invest. But before we talk about 3.0, let's talk about Venture 1.0. This is the classic sort of movie version of venture capital. This is Silicon Valley. By the way, this picture is the first ever venture capital deal. This is ARDC investing in Digital Equipment Corp back when computer screens were round, as you can see in the middle here. And this deal probably took them a year to put together, God knows. And this was really the paradigm for the first 30 years of venture. Venture 1.0 was a boys' club based out of Silicon Valley that invested in proprietary deals and not many of them. This is what we think about when we think of venture today. It's a room full of folks. It's very much like this. It's a vibey environment with lots of people gathered around investing in young startups, people just out of university. Very, very collegiate sort of atmosphere where we all work together, we share deals, we share analysis, we share due diligence, and everyone's investing. Family offices, VCs, angels, everyone's in the group together. And it's a lot more efficient than it used to be. It takes less time to do a deal, and in some ways, you can kind of think of this as the golden age of venture capital because everything's kind of just perfect. We're all getting to have a look at a deal. We're all investing together. It's terrific. What could go wrong? Here's what could go wrong. So many of us would recall the 90s. At the very start of the 90s, you could go to your stockbroker and you could say, I want 20 shares or 200 shares or whatever the lot size was of Telstra. And they'd call you back in the afternoon, they'd process it. And by the end of the 90s, you had Goldman Sachs with tens of billions of dollars in dark pools, and the money was being invested and returned in a very, very different way, just in a 10-year period. We can see those same dynamics happening now in venture capital, and that's what I want to talk about and focus on today. Because if you're not aware of these dynamics, you will get bulldozed, you will get run over, because the kind of stuff that's happening right now is JP Morgan is lending Tiger Global $5 billion to invest in venture. Goldman Sachs and Sequoia are opening up open-ended funds where there's just limitless amounts of capital flooding in. So how do you compete as an investor, as a family office? How do you get your hands on those deals when people are starting to use massive amounts of technology, AI, and all sorts of things to really transform venture, I would argue, as much as Goldman Sachs transformed public securities trading in the 90s. So what we're going to focus on here is the movement between these two worlds of Venture 2.0 and Venture 3.0, and then we're going to talk about how we can compete and what kind of tools are available. So let's look at 2.0. So 2.0 can be summed up really as gut feel. You get a deal, you've got some time to look at it, you think about it, you talk about it with your spouse, you talk about it with your friends, but everything's very manual, it's very collegiate. You call up your other VC friends or your other angel friends and you talk with them about the deal. Everything's kind of local. There's this expression in America that you've probably heard of called TMZ, which stands for 30-mile zone. That's really the best description I can think of the way that American VCs have historically invested. They don't get on planes, they invest within 30 miles of their office, and nowhere is that more true than Silicon Valley. Everything they do is manual, all the DD is manual. There's a team of analysts sitting in their front office that are looking at the deals on the way in, and there's some special problems with that we'll talk about as well. Impact and ESG, who cares? Is the 2.0 model. Nice to have. Yeah, there's some impact conferences out there. I'm not going to go to them. This was the thinking until quite recently. Co-investment rights and annual reports were really the norm for LPs in those funds. The LPs were very much passive, silent investors in these groups. Okay, let's roll to 3.0. 3.0 is a completely different paradigm for venture. Everything that used to be slow is fast. Everything that used to be manual is now automated. Things that used to be collegiate are now very competitive. And you've got people like Tiger that are flying into a city and scooping up the top 3, top 5 deals that they can in a particular sector without letting anyone else know that they're in town. Now, that's very, very competitive relative to what used to happen. They'd take 20% of the round. They'd give the other 80% to someone else. It's not happening anymore. They're taking the whole thing. And they're maybe investing at seed and taking every dollar available through to IPO. It's a very, very different strategy than what we've seen before. You're seeing a lot more use of AI and technology. As Hatcher Plus, we're one of the leading developers of AI and process automation technologies. We're going to talk a bit more about that in a second, but we see firsthand what all the other guys are doing, and it's really fascinating. And if you don't have access to AI and process automation, it's going to be very, very difficult to compete. Stage agnostic, what does that mean? It means that I don't care if it's seed stage or Series B or formation stage or Series C or pre-IPO. I'm going to go in and I'm going to invest. And it used to be that someone would come up to you at a party and say, hi, I'm a Series A investor. We don't think that's going to happen anymore or happen anywhere near as often people will come up, they'll just be a venture investor, and they'll probably be investing seed through IPO. They'll be taking every dollar they can. In terms of real-time reporting and co-GP rights, what we're seeing now is exactly that. We're seeing people coming in saying, we want to get the right to invest beside you, not after you've invested. We want to be able to co-invest with you so we can put money to work. Our system that we've built, our VAST system at Hatcher, you can output a real-time nav on that any time of the day, anytime you want to, just by pushing a button. That's a lot different than what happens currently when you get your 6-monthly or 12-monthly report. So what does this all mean? Right now, I would say there's a handful of people that are using AI and process automation. There's some excellent systems out there. EQT in Germany springs to mind, the system I've talked about and we'll be talking about in a second at Hatcher. Also, some of the big guys have invested a lot in tech, and some of that's pretty good. But that's nothing compared to what Gartner is saying things are going to be like. They're saying that by 2025, 75% of VCs and investors will be using AI and process automation. So think back to that chart that we just had a second ago of the slow versus fast. If you're trying to compete and you're trying to get in on a deal and the other guys are using AI as part of their decision matrix, good luck. It's going to be very, very hard to get in on those deals if someone else is doing their competitive analysis in 10 seconds and you need 10 days. So this should be self-evident. If you want to compete in 2025 or even today, you need to get your own capabilities. You need to be plugging in your own AI, your own process automation. You need to have a system. And that's what I'm here to talk about today, which is the system that we've built. VAST stands for Venture as a Service Technology Platform. That name was gifted to me in Hong Kong at a meeting when I told someone that we had a Venture as a Service Technology Platform, and he said, you should call it VAST. And I said, why? And he said, Venture as a Service Technology. I went, that's very good. So that's how we ended up with the name. So VAST is what happens during a pandemic, as it turns out. In fact, if you take fund managers, data scientists, process automation experts, a bunch of coders, a bunch of legal tech guys, and you put them in a room with $12 million, you end up with a pretty nice-looking system. We went down this road, or we dug in really hard behind the development of our technology during the pandemic because we had nothing else to do. A lot of the accelerators that we typically were investing with around the world shut down because they were physical locations and people could no longer show up there. So we decided to really double down on our tech. And that's how we ended up with an award-winning investment management platform. When we say award-winning, there were 476 fintechs that presented at the UBS Future of Finance conference last year. We were in the winner's circle. There were 3 that were selected for future development by UBS, and we were one of the 3. We were the second-placed guys. So this is what VAST looks like when you plug it in. It's white-labeled. It's available in any language. It's available for your family office. My version of this sits at sharp.hatcher.com, and that's what you're seeing here. This is my family office, and I've digitally transformed my ability to manage my own investments, to look at deals, to do analysis, in 15 minutes. That's how long it takes to sign up with us and get a customized version of this platform. The platform, as you'll hear, is free. And we'll talk about why that's free in a little while. But as you can see on the right-hand side here, this is very interesting. This correlates to what we see Venture 3.0 becoming. Venture 3.0 is going to be very fast. It is going to be very competitive. You are going to need a massive database. By the way, since we put this PowerPoint slide together, we've now got 1 million deals in our database. What that means is we've probably got every deal in there from the last 20 years. So when you dial into our database, you can do some fantastic competitive analysis, and I'll show you how that looks in just a second. So we're investors, and we built this system because we're investors and we wanted to manage with something better than Excel. Almost everyone in this room who is an investor, I guarantee you're using Excel. I can see a couple of smiling faces around the room. You've probably spent years developing those things. Terrific, great. I was you. I had Excel stuff that seemed to work, And then after $12 million of investment, we have a much better system, and Excel is banned from our organization. You can download stuff in Excel, but we don't use it for any serious work in here. So the 3 funds I'll mention here, it's about 10 that sit on the platform that we have some relationship with in a co-GP sense. Our first fund is a early stage venture fund. Our second one is a very early stage venture fund. And our third fund is a $250 million carbon fund. And all these have dry powder and cash ready to invest at the moment. So we've solved that problem. We have capital. But the second problem really is the perennial problem that every investor has. And that is, how do we scale up while keeping the costs down? So we provide a solution to that. With Vast, you can actually create a brand new fund in 5 minutes. And I was sitting at dinner the other night with a family office in Singapore, and the guy said, I'm calling BS on that. So we pulled out our laptops and we set him up a fund in 5 minutes. It's a variable capital fund in Singapore, and we're extending this into Australia to manage investment trusts. We've just set up in Abu Dhabi. We'll be setting up on ADGM in Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. I was just in those places 2 weeks ago before coming to see Steve in London. So you'll be able to set up a fund in several of the main and most popular jurisdictions in 5 minutes. It normally takes 12 months if any of you have not set up funds and you're wondering. The lawyers, the regulators, everyone wants a piece of your time. And so what we do is we externalize a lot of that functionality and we get you up and running very quickly. One of the biggest problems as an investor is deal flow. And the worst thing that can happen when you're a family office is when you get a really amazing deal through the door. And tell me if you've seen this happen, but you'll get rubbish, 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 and suddenly something lands on your desk and it's amazing. Everything about this deal is incredible. You can't believe your luck. And then the self-doubt starts to kick in. It's like, wait, why did I get to see this deal? Why am I getting to look at this amazing opportunity? There must be something wrong with it. What our system allows you to do, as you'll see in a minute, is do analysis on that deal, figure out where it fits in the ecosystem of the 1 million deals that are in our database, and within 15 minutes, you can have the kind of competitive analysis sitting in front of you that normally takes a team of analysts days to produce. You can use AI to grow your portfolio. What does that mean? You can create a strategy, and you can use AI to inform that strategy and to pick deals for you. And then, of course, you're going to do the human thing and go through those deals yourself, but this is a huge help for you. Finally, you can automate your back office. Back office is the thing that takes the time. I met a lady in Monaco recently, and she spends 3 weeks every quarter doing reports for her 80 family members. So what we're able to do is give her a button that she can push and do those same reports in literally 8 minutes. It all self-compiles. It's right now. It's the nav of right now, and she can send that out to all of her family members. I was presenting this in Saudi Arabia recently. The guy I was presenting it to threw up his hands and he went, wow. He said, this is amazing. This is like a GP in a box. And I said, that's a good T-shirt. I'm going to steal that line. All right, so let's look at Fund Builder. So as I mentioned earlier, you can build a fund in 5 minutes. Why does Singapore make sense? Because Singapore is a Cayman killer. Singapore has tax treaties with most of the rest of the known world. It's a AAA jurisdiction. It's a very clean place to run financial businesses out of, probably the cleanest place on the planet. And if you have a fund set up, it's a regulated entity, so there's no more KYC that's required on you. All you need is a comfort letter from your fund manager, and you can get on with doing a deal. It's a really efficient, great way to set yourself up to invest. This is a fund that we just set up, actually 3 funds that we set up for a Dubai family office recently. We set these 3 funds up. We saved them over $1 million in annual costs, and we saved them about 75% on the setup costs. The setup costs and the annual costs start from around $25,000 to set up a fund, and roughly $25,000 to $75,000 a year to administer the fund. We try and keep the costs really low to stay competitive. Deal Scout. What is Deal Scout? Well, first of all, I should step back there for a second. Deal Scout is a way of organising your deals. I met a guy in Singapore the other day. I said, how's things going with your angel investing? He said, I think it's going well. I said, you think it's going well? He said, I don't know anything about what's going on with my angel portfolio. He said, no one ever tells me anything. I don't know how to contact these guys really in any organised way. So he could not give me a number on how well his angel portfolio was doing. And I showed him what we're doing with Deal Scout and with Vast. He's like, okay, this makes sense. Now, he's got 75 investments that he's made. It's insane not to be using a system like this, particularly when it's free, to manage your investments. So what is Deal Scout? Deal Scout gives you access to 1 million deals in our database, and there's thousands of deals that come in every month. So a bit like Steve's CRISP system, you can log in and you can find deals. Now, the difference between us and Steve is that we're seeing a lot of stuff, and we're using our AI to analyze it, and it's global. What Steve's doing is a much more minutely detailed DD among a lot of other people that are providing feedback. So they're quite different systems, but this is a useful system for organizing your deal flow. You can create a competitive matrix in minutes, and you don't have to pay any fees on founder intros via the system. So it's quite a popular way of doing it. Apologise for the small font here, just to illustrate that I was in a session the other day in Abu Dhabi, and someone said, okay, so this sounds really good. How does it work? And I said, well, look, we use natural language processing. You just basically give it a brief in language, in English language, and we will take that and then use AI to interpret it, and then we'll find all the deals in that space. So what you're seeing here is us saying, here's a definition of indoor farming. We want to find all the indoor farming opportunities in the United Arab Emirates. Push a button. This brings up everything that is in the United Arab Emirates in indoor farming and a ranked list of how well it matched your brief. This is really good. So if you're seeing a small amount of deal flow, you can take whatever they're saying about their deal, you can enter it into this system, and you can immediately find all the competitors to that deal, which is, of course, the first thing that we all want to know when we get an opportunity put in front of us. Our back office. So this is a picture of our first fund. It's doing great, 26% IRR. How do I know that? Because I can log in and I can see exactly what the real-time numbers are on this fund. How did I used to have to do that? I'd have to log in. I'd have to pull up my Excel. I'd have to reconfigure everything, look at today's date, run the calculations, hope that they're correct and no one's changed any of the formulas. This is a much more efficient way of running your portfolio. You can create reports in real time. It's totally self-service, on-demand fund admin. What does that mean? It means you can plug us in as a fund administrator. We'll charge you $25,000 to $50,000 a year to do that function, or you can do it completely self-service using our system, and we don't charge for that. You can manage an unlimited number of portfolios, and people do. It's multi-language and it's multi-currency. That matters less in Australia, where we're from, but if you're sitting in Turkey and only the top people speak English and you want your support staff to be able to look at everything in Turkish or Chinese or Japanese or Korean or German, you can. So we price this at, the Deal Scout pricing is around $10,000 US a year. Pretty reasonable. There are other people out there charging $15,000, $20,000 that have a half or a quarter the number of deals in their database. You can sign up for that and you can enjoy that deal flow for the entire year and share it with your other family members. The fund builder, we charge $25,000 to set up a fund, and then it's roughly 0.1 to 1% of AUM, depending on how much you need us to do. But again, what we're trying to do here is be very competitive and keep the costs low. Because if we can change your cost base from $750,000 a year to $125,000, like we recently did for a Singapore fund, that's transformative. That's $600,000 that you can put in your pocket. So you can still charge the fund 2%, and you can outsource all the grunt work to us. So that's what we're doing with our back office here. That sums it up better than anything else. Now, by the way, you can use this entire system for free. The only things we charge for is if you want to put a fund on our platform and you want us to do the legals and produce everything, which again only takes 5 minutes, we'll charge for that. We'll charge for the deal flow. But if it's your own deal flow, if it's your own back office, we don't charge for any of that, and you can white label it and just use it. And we're happy for you to do that. So finally, this is the old model versus the new model. I'm not going to go through the long list again, but I'd say the old model is very simply trust us and gut feel. And the new model is very much AI, data, blockchain, all of the modern things that you need to basically compete, starting now, but especially starting in 2025. So we're Hatcher Plus, we're at hatcher.com. There's more about our story there. There's a lot of useful blogs that you might find interesting on the site as well. So please, by all means, go to the site or contact me after this. Just come up and see me. I'll be standing outside somewhere with Steve. I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to leave you with our punchline. The future is vast. And I'm just going to mention once again what Steve mentioned, and that is that we've put together a 10 million Aussie fund to invest in local startups here at an early stage. The idea is that we provide them with the seed capital or even pre-seed capital, and then they'll come to a show like this and they'll present to you guys and you'll get a chance to invest in them. So we're going to invest at the riskiest stage and build a very diversified portfolio. If you'd be interested to put money in the fund, please talk to either Steve or myself. We've just started investing with StartMate, which is Australia's leading accelerator. They feed into Blackbird as a VC, fabulous bunch of guys. And we're very pleased to be doing that. So our first investments are already going out the door into StartMate-backed cohorts. So I've got 5 minutes left. We use this for a pretty useful Q&A session in London. Happy to answer any questions that you might have around how we see venture evolving and how our technology can maybe help. I can't see, actually. So. All right, I'll take that as as an indication that I successfully covered everything that you wanted to hear. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, John. Okay, so up next, we have our final panel session of the day. It is on venture investing in a recession. So here joining us, we have Rod Bristow from Investable, Jeb J.A. from Clearglass Capital, Jenny Morell from Morgo, and Karen Chan from Perennial Partners.
On? Is this on? Okay, so we can't really see you because of the bright lights, but hopefully you can see us. So I'm Jenny Morell, and I'm an old friend of Steve Torso and an investor in Wholesale Investor. My background is that I started the first of US-style venture fund in New Zealand, Number 8 Ventures. We ran 2 funds. The second went through the 2008 recession. I know all about what happened to pre-revenue companies at that time. We survived. We listed a few companies. Now, phew, that was hard. I'll leave it to the next generation of VCs. But what I do these days is I convene a community of CEOs of tech and other high-growth companies going global called Morgo. We have a signature event, which is a 2-day get-together in Queenstown in a few weeks' time. We do podcasts. And yeah, I've continued to be very active working with tech companies. So that very quickly is from me, and I'd like to pass across to the panel to introduce themselves, and I will take a seat. So why don't we start at the end, Jeb?
Sure. Thanks, Jenny. I do feel like I'm being pulled over by the police like I usually am for speeding with the bright lights on me, but all good. My name is Jeb Altanaga. I run Clearglass Capital. I relaunched it last year to expand services to include capital raising across venture, PE, and public markets across North America, the UK, Switzerland, and North Asia and Australia.
Hey all, so I'm not Rod. So Rod's the CEO of Investable, and what do you do when you're the CEO? There's 2 hours left and you can't make it. You send the analyst. So that's who I am. So I'm the analyst at Investable on their climate tech fund. So we're a $100 million fund investing in pre-seed through to Series B. We love pre-seed and seed stage investments. We tend to do our Series A and Series B investments as follow-ons. Investable also has an agnostic, we call it internally, but externally it's the tech fund, so everything but climate tech and biotech, who invest with a similar thesis here in Australia. We also invest internationally and have an office in Southeast Asia.
I'm Karen Chan. I'm a portfolio manager with Perennial Partners. Perennial is a house of boutique investment teams, and I'm sitting with the private investments team. We manage $700 million in funds under management. We are later stage investors investing in private growth, pre-IPO, as well as selected IPO and listed placements. We're also in market raising a dedicated fund in the private growth space. Targeting companies in the various stages of growth from early all the way to late stage growth.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So for our first question, have the markets are all showing signs of entering a recession? There may be some market that's not, but combine, the effects of increasing interest rates, inflation, the effects of the pandemic, war in Ukraine, the world's not looking like a great place, and people have been talking about comparisons of the 2008 recession. Who knows if that's true or not? So I wonder, taking these in order again, Jeb, coming from the US, you have a slightly different perspective on this, I think, from the rest of us, and you're seeing really probably bigger stuff, and maybe the US moves faster. But what are you seeing how are you preparing to face this challenging world?
Great question, Jenny. I came out of uni in '98 and went through the 2000 dot-com bust. Worked as a mortgage trader for Countrywide in 2008 and actually sat on a subprime desk creating mortgage-backed securities. And I now have lived in Australia for the last 5 years, but once the border reopened, I spent 12 weeks here in Sydney and then 12 weeks in California and travel across the states. So I'm getting a pretty interesting perspective. What I'm seeing, as I'm seeing again in 2008, those that are over-leveraged are being crushed. They're being hurt by the drawdowns. They're losing equity quickly. Those that had reserves were being smart with the way that they levered up and stayed in cash or reduced costs to preserve cash are now looking at opportunities that is going to probably compound them again like we've never seen since 2008.
Okay. Now we have Ben, who just about wasn't alive then. I think you said you were at university.
Yeah, so I was 15 in 2008, so I wasn't on a trading desk. I was studying nice and hard. No, but I think maybe Jeb made a good point of perspective. So from my perspective, at Investable, what I'm seeing at the moment is still a lot of seed stage companies I'm seeing, and what I anticipate when I reflect on the 2008 recession, which I really didn't get involved in, was that we saw the Series A, Series B, Series C startup deal flow and the amount invested in those stages decrease. But that's when seed really emerged, these pre-revenue, very early companies. And what we're now seeing, and what I get to see now as the foot soldier, so to speak, is I get this opportunity to not have to rush a deal, rush an opportunity. I can look at an opportunity, I can dive deep on the founders, I can get to know them, I can send them questions, do proper due diligence, and that really has only really started to emerge in that light, that speed or that slowdown in the last few months. So I think it's a great opportunity now for these early stage investments because we can do high quality due diligence and hopefully get high quality companies in our portfolio.
Okay.
And from what I'm seeing, we keep a very close eye on what's happening in the public markets. So the public correction has flowed through to the private markets as well. And as Ben said, it's a really great time to be investing because I think founders are now a lot more realistic. And also in the earlier stages, there's just been a massive wall of capital that has come into the market, actually from the early stage all the way to the late stage. And so speaking to the early stage, that has really promoted and created a lot of new companies and innovation. And that just means that there's just more companies available for ourselves at Perennial to back, for example. So I think companies that Ben invests in, we can continue to invest in them as they reach our stage. And companies now are really more focused on not necessarily growing at all costs, but being more efficient with the use of capital. So I think we're going to see some really great companies emerge, just as we have seen, during recessionary periods, such as, just right after the GFC, where some really great companies like Uber and Instagram were created over that time period.
So I guess I've been seeing there's a couple of trends that weren't there in 2008. One is just there has been a huge increase in savings in the world, increase in the amount in pension funds, etc. There's just a big increase in the amount of money for investment. And I was going to mention, there's another one I was going to mention. Oh yeah, and there's been a shift towards tech, because everyone has just seen the massive success of the big tech stocks. And that's, I think, led to a structural shift in favour of investing in technology. So those are kind of two structural things that have been going on, making more money available in the tech sector. But on the other hand, you have all these recessionary things we were talking about before. So just thinking, just sort of thinking that bit of background, how it might be different this time. And I do remember talking to Steve Torso after 2008, 2009, maybe it's when we were doing a podcast together, and he said that what they found at Wholesale Investor was that the investing didn't slow down much in the first year, but it did in the second year. And he thought that was because the funds already had money and the funds were still investing. And then as the funds used up their funds, it was harder to raise funds. So the real slowdown came in the second year. And the message to companies, of course, is grab the money when you can. But I wonder if you're seeing that this time. Should we go in reverse order? That's not fair. We'll start back with Karen.
I would actually say that all the funds that I've been speaking to, they're still in market and looking to invest. I think what's actually changed is probably the cadence and the speed at which this capital is being deployed. I think Ben touched on this point. It was getting to the point last year where it was very frenetic in terms of having to sort of rush to, make an investment decision. So we're seeing companies really taking the time to really get to know the investors. And so there is definitely capital, but I think investors are just going to be a lot more disciplined in terms of pricing, as well as being a bit more picky. And in some cases, some investors may really just be focused on companies and sectors which they know very well.
Yeah, and maybe to continue on with Karen there, so just the speed now in which we can look at an opportunity. So when I first started as an analyst, one of the most frustrating things I would ever encounter was, we meet the founder, you like the founder, you build this relationship with the founder, another VC comes in, offers a term sheet at a huge valuation that doesn't make any sense, and they need it done by the end of the week, and we're too early in the process. There was all this hype and there was all this fear of missing out, and I think what we are getting an opportunity to do now is really go, all right, and as again to one of Karen's earlier points, this emergence of good companies coming out of the recession, where we see good business economics, good technology emergence, and founders really thinking about their burn rate. They're not growing at all costs. They're thinking about the measures they need to take to be operating at a profit. And we get the time now to test those assumptions and really engage the founders on a good level. We're still raising in our climate tech fund. We just successfully reached our second close. So we're definitely, maybe it's the climate thematic as well. We haven't seen a slowdown of the funding there.
Just compounding on that, I think given my corporate advisory and capital raising business focuses on emerging managers, I'm seeing first-time fund managers probably struggle more to raise those funds, where the marquee names that on fund 1, 2, 3, 4, and beyond, the KKRs and the Blackstones of the world, and even the mid-market generation funds still have a lot of capital that they have yet to deploy and are re-upping at enormous rates. And so there is a lot of capital that's going to be out there, but it is taking a lot more time to go out. One of my clients is in the VC space, and she's ex-Blackstone. And two of the places that she's deploying capital into, one would be SpaceX. They are allowing them much longer time to complete due diligence, to get term sheets out, understanding the percentage of capital they're going to be able to take down in that funding round, and being alongside some of the big partners like Chase's Tiger Global, et cetera. So there is, I think, a tremendous amount of opportunity that's still out there, and has been indicated a lot of time to do the DD on that now.
Jeb, I might just quickly jump in there, and I think I've sort of seen this too, where there are companies that are not short of investors that want to invest in them, but I think a lot of the investors around the table don't really want to make that first move necessarily, and so they'd be happy for an investor to step in and set the terms. But once those terms are set, a lot of these companies would actually have a lot of supportive shareholders, as well as other new investors that would be willing to come in as well.
So you've all talked about the deal process slowing down, right? It's just more measured, time to reflect. What are you seeing happening to valuations? It's not so relevant to the fundraising.
Well, if it's an evergreen fund, no, but to the fundraising on a VC space, those valuations are coming down. I mentioned Tiger Global. They're down 47%, with a lot of that in private equity. So it is now following the public market. So you are seeing valuations come down to more reasonable levels. That VC fund that I mentioned, she has the capability to write private swaps and take a short position, which is unheard of in the private markets, and she's been touting that for the last year and a half and raising capital to take what was overvalued in the VC space. And to what Karen was mentioning, I had just wrote a blog post mentioning that exact same thing, where I called it a Mexican standoff because I'm from Southern California, where we are seeing 3, 4, 5 investors that are all staring at each other, and you almost, as in the role that I fit, or as an IR rep, you have to kind of get them all to the table so that one of those dominoes falls, the other 3 or 4 come together. But it's almost that, or you have to have an anchor or a seed and give them preferential treatment. That's the way to get the deals done today.
People are scared to set the valuation?
Yeah, I think so, because they don't know. I mean, obviously, they don't preach trying to find the bottom, but they don't know if there's another 15 or 20% to go, or 2 or 3 to go.
What are you seeing, Ben? Valuations down?
I think the way to put it is, and to all the founders out there who I do respect, it is shifting more to an investor market in terms of setting the valuation. So, we would frequently engage founders who, they were talking to a lot of VCs, they were getting a lot of term sheets thrown their way at various valuations. So of course, the founders quite often picked the one that was best suited to them. Now there is a lot more measure, there is a lot more waiting for the first person to make the first move. Particularly here in Australia, I obviously can't talk as much for the US. There's a lot of co-investing amongst VC here, and a lot of collaboration. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's always waiting for someone to make the first move and that's kind of coming out of nowhere. There's a lot of talk, there's a lot of consideration going, what does this founder deserve, what makes sense for this business? And yes, we are seeing the valuations drop a bit. From an investor's perspective, that means, we're putting in the same amount of money. We want to give them a good cash runway for the next 24 months. We want them to see them deploy it well. We want them to deploy it smart as well. But at the same amount of cash getting injected over the last 12 months as opposed to the next 18 months, this is really an opportunity for VCs, early stage investors, to really make strong returns over their next fund's life cycle.
And yeah, I'd agree that I think from a multiple point of view, especially in the later stages, given what's the market is trading at in the public arena, then the private markets would need to reflect or be tied to where those public market multiples are traded. But I mean, that's not also stopping some companies from raising at higher valuations. So it really is company by company, because some companies may have only raised like 3 years ago and they've actually shown significant growth. And on that basis, even if the multiples have contracted, they could still raise at a higher valuation. However, companies that raised last year may actually end up looking to do a flat or down round. So it really just depends, right? So I think even if companies do raise at a lower valuation now, if they are continuing to grow and have capital efficiency, and show a path to profitability, then there's no stopping them from being able to, recover from that and grow through that.
Okay, so some people have been talking about early stage valuations being down 40%, but I've also heard 20%. I've heard quite a variation. And I'm sure it varies sector by sector, and some things are harder to value. Certainly SaaS, where just multiples get applied, and you've had a relatively early stage SaaS company without a great established market position, some of those must be down 40%. Do you guys have any sort of metrics to throw around for us?
So I'm on the climate tech fund, so I can immediately dodge this one. We don't do too much SaaS investing. We look at the hardware.
Are you seeing valuations down? Can you say they're down 20% or something like that?
Really, at the stage we're looking, one of the key considerations we're making is not over-diluting the founder and ensuring there's a good ESOP allocation for the employees. So I've seen it myself with our investment committees, this consideration of actually the founder needs more capital, and we don't want to do it at the same money, because if we're considering the future rounds and the implications that will have on the motivations for the founder and employees, there could be negative consequences. So we have seen valuations drop a bit. I would say, we're seeing valuations, maybe the founder traditionally would ask for pre-money 7 mil val for $2 million on the round. We're seeing that maybe drop to 5 to 6 this time around.
Yeah, sort of amount I'd see. But you actually made a very good point there about making sure there's enough skin in the game or whatever, the founder's getting enough out of it. And I remember one of my very early learnings in VC was at some conference, and a guy from the US was asked this question, how do you value a startup? And he said, well, that depends. That turned off most of the audience, right? But then he said, if you're a serial entrepreneur and you've built a business or two before and you know what you're doing and you want $1 million for your startup, he said, I might let you have 80% and I'll take 20%. But you see, you come to me with no track record, you don't know how to run a company, I'm going to have to help you build the team, I'm going to have to find out if you're any good as a CEO, I'll leave you with 20% and I'll take 80%. And it's like a light went on for me. I thought, it's a joint venture, right? You're looking at a joint venture and what each of the parties bring to that joint venture, and how you're going to go together over the next 5 years. And I think that's a really important point.
Definitely, and I would also add to that, there's also VCs, and this isn't us, but I know very well there's VCs out there who will only back first-time founders as well. So the thesis does change. I will say on the value you can bring to the table, though, startups are still looking, even at seed stage, they're looking for what support can they get outside of capital, and that's still very much part of the discussion. So what portfolio management support can we provide as a fund? They're not looking for someone to give them capital, wipe their hands, watch them drive off into the sunset. They're looking for those touch points, help finding good staff. There's still difficulty right now hiring, right? So what support can we give them through our networks, etc.?
Yeah, I'd agree. I've seen a bit of that too. I mean, sometimes we do meet with companies that are a bit earlier for us. So sometimes they might be asking for, let's say $5 million on a $15 to $20 million pre-money valuation. But then given that that's probably not something that they can achieve in the current market, then they might say, well, we'd be happy to raise 2 to 3 and maybe supplement at a lower valuation and then supplement that with other options such as debt.
Right, so the amount's down as well as...
And that's just to, solve for dilution.
It's a good example. So another question though, how long do you think this is going to last? Well, and maybe part of that, is this the new normal? Like, we were obviously in some sort of funding bubble before. Do you see this as a trough that'll last for a couple of years? Do you think things have settled down to something more reasonable? What do you think, what's your crystal ball for the next 3 years, say?
Do you want to rub my head?
You could rub mine too. We're not too far off. Not being an economist, but coming through a few cycles, and what I'm reading a lot of, I think obviously the inflation was caused by just governmental response to COVID and lockdowns. We haven't seen, or I think most people haven't seen, normal rates. I mean, I remember my first mortgage was about 7%. My parents' or grandparents' mortgage was 20%. And so the fact that, we're sitting, I think my mortgage here in Oz, I'm on a 2-year locked at 1.9, and in the States at a 30-year locked at 2.8, something like that, that these are abnormal times. And I think given the addiction that we've all have to the liquidity that the central banks globally have been providing, I think they will reverse course in 18 to 24 months because we'll be in a deep recession.
Right, so you're seeing this, when it comes to the impact on valuations and availability of money, you think this is going to last for a while?
I think about 18 months before we see a reversal, and then a step back where they start pulling rates back again.
Okay. Ben, go for it.
So I've been looking for the answer to this in my own journey, and I'm hoping 18 to 24 months, but I will say it's really difficult to navigate and find the response on this, because depending on the commentary, there's a bias towards, one report saying, yes, consumer spending is up, we've overcome all the difficulties, the other one saying it's down. So I'm very much willing to listen to Jeb and Karen on this one, and I think you should too.
Karen?
Well, I'd say it's always very hard to predict the future. We have already seen a significant correction on the public markets, and that has flowed through to the private markets. I think from the IPO window, which we look a lot, which we look quite closely on, I think that's sort of closed probably for the rest of this year. I will be a bit contrarian here, and I'd say cautiously optimistic that I think we could find a bottoming earlier than 18 months. But I think even if it does extend to 18, 24 months, which I think that is probably quite sensible given what we've seen in past sort of recessionary periods as well, to more recent history. And I think just given the levers that central banks are willing to pull if things really do go pear-shaped, I think then there would be more stimulus back in the market.
So one final question. You've all mentioned how for companies, they might need to come to you for a bit less money at a lower valuation, make it last, be sensible, and then come back for more when they've got more runs on the board. But what about for investors? What's the response for investors in the room? What would you advise them to do? Is it a diversification? Is it weighted out? What are you recommending to investors? We'll start with you, Karen, this time.
Well, I think diversification is important. Each investor will have different biases. At Perennial, we do like companies that exhibit high growth, and technology and technology-enabled companies tend to have those characteristics. So I think it is important to maintain diversification, and for us, we do that also because we are focused on high growth companies, and depending on who you are, some people don't think growth is where you should be investing in, but we take a different view. But we are also looking to layer the liquidity windows for our investors, so we want to make sure that we invest in companies that are maturing at different times, so then we can also avoid market cycle risk. So there are some companies that may have an exit within 6 to 12 months, and then there are others that may take 5 years to exit. So we're comfortable with that, and I think having a bit more of patience and flexibility, then I think we will be able to ride through the cycle.
Okay, Ben.
To add to the points, in particular, so even with being on the climate tech fund, diversification is key. So we invest across the UN 6 sectors. At the moment, seeing a lot of hardware, do see a lot of software to enable hardware and infrastructure, etc. Ideas as well. I think right now, for investors in seed stage or who want to invest in VC funds, who invest at seed stage, it's probably one of the best opportunities you're going to see. You're seeing the funds are able to not get caught up in the hype. I will hand over to
we're not countdown here.
It's red and I've got 6 seconds, so I don't think I can really say much except one of the PE funds that I do represent, I am seeing there across the retail space doing from apparel, perfume, sports equipment, etc. And I've seen co-investments now from an EBITDA perspective come way down to 1 to 2 times in that sector. So I think that's a massive retrench from where maybe they would have been investing in the past.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We used up our time, and hope you all learned something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, guys. So before Steve's final speech, I want to announce the winner of the investor draw today. So please welcome to the stage Richard Webb, who has won the luxury bottle of wine. Here you go. Here you go, Richard. Yeah, could you tell us a bit about yourself and what kind of things you look for when you're investing and things like that?
Yeah, okay. Can I talk into this? Can you guys hear me? Well, first of all, thank you very much. I just was in the city at a meeting and I came back for this, so this is great. So I'm Richard Webb. We have founded a venture catalyst organization, which is global, about 8 years ago. We're supporting entrepreneurs in a whole range of industry sectors. And I think what I've always loved about Wholesale Investor and these events that Steve has put on is that it's a wonderful opportunity for investors to meet with ventures and entrepreneurs. And there is a fit for everyone, but it is increasingly becoming quite individualized. And so what historically has been an investor that made a decision around risk and return, investors are increasingly making decisions around risk, return, ESG, purpose, and everything else. And so what we're finding increasingly is that as we bifurcate the problems that we're solving, we're going to find a bifurcation of investors and sources of capital that want to support those movements. So what I've really enjoyed about this is that you get a chance to see everything here, and I think Wholesale Investor has done a wonderful job with this whole community now on a global scale. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Richard.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah.
Thank
you. Did you know about that?
Okay, my speech is really short because it's the end. So I just want to say thank you everyone for day 2. Now, obviously, tomorrow is the fun day where we're obviously going to finish with some drinks. So make sure everyone comes nice and early. It's always a concern as an organizer in the mornings of conferences. But tomorrow we've got an absolutely jam-packed day. I'm actually also going to be doing a talk to start off the day. And basically, not only do we have some great panel sessions as well, there's some incredible companies participating. And the theme, the way we tried to focus the conference, to give you an idea, was day 1 is obviously focused around sort of digital assets and sort of the disruptive area of sort of Web3. Today was obviously more technical and focused on life science and deep tech as an area, which is obviously representative of the companies outside. And then tomorrow moves into more ASX listed as well as fund and yield opportunities as well. So really trying to make sure we get the full spectrum of what investors are looking for right now. So I hope you enjoy day 2. Still more networking for everyone to go. The best thing about our audience is for some reason you guys find a fantastic way to keep on talking for a very long time. So I will let that continue and look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the final day of Venture and Capital. See you later.